Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Wow, it feels like it's been a long time since I sat in this chair saying hello to all of you in this beautiful studio. It has been a long ass time. 2 weeks to be exact since my last show. Shout out to the boys in the back. Replaced me on that Wednesday following my last show. PT did the Thursday show, and then we all went our separate ways. A little summer break, a little summer vacation. I was in beautiful Italia. What a time. Rome, Firenze, Viareggio, Cinque Terre, Forte de Marme. I mean, the amount of food that I ate, the amount of gelato, the amount of pizza, the amount of pasta, the amount of steps, 20K per day. It was a magical time. If anyone wants to know my favorites, I'm not going to bore you with all of that, but I will if you'd like to know. Ask me on the nose tomorrow. Best pizza, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the best pizza. Best affogato, the amount of affogatos that I had over the course of 10 days was unbelievable. It was an incredible time. Went with my family. Came back just 2 days ago. Feeling refreshed, feeling re-energized, feeling like I've cleansed my soul, and so excited to be back. There were a few times where I was like, man, I want to jump on. I want to do something. I want to say something. I want to talk. I want to react. But we all agreed we'd take some time. We all agreed that we'd press pause. We'd regroup, and we'd come back post-Labor Day on this September 2nd, revved and ready to go, as the great Dana White said many, many moons ago. I hope you all have had a good end to your summer. If your kids are back at school today like mine are, you know, it's funny, I deal with emotions when it comes back to school because it reminds me of when I was a kid going back to school, and I was always a ball of nerves. I always dreaded it. I hated school. I wanted to go out and work like my dad. I'm like, why can't I just do that? This seems a lot more fun. And so when my kids are getting ready and I see their sort of anxieties pop up way less than mine, I'm brought back to that. And I'm also reminded of how lucky I am because while they're going back to school and excited, but also, you know, the typical dreading and all that stuff, I come back to school after my break and I get to work with the great people back there, with the boys in the back, with Andy, with Jordan, with Frank, who isn't here, with Nick, who is replacing Frank. Frank, we love you. We miss you, and we hope that you're doing well. He'll hopefully be back tomorrow with PT, with everyone on the Uncrowned team. The break reminds you of how lucky you are. The break reminds you of how blessed you are, how grateful we all are, how appreciative we all feel to have this, to be a part of your lives. Even when I'm walking around in Italy and people come up, I'm like, holy crap, this is nuts. What a life. What a privilege. What a lucky situation we built for ourselves here. So sometimes while, you know, you kind of miss being in the mix, miss reacting, miss the grind, miss all that stuff, it's nice to step back, look at what you've built, look at what we've done, look at what we have, and then come back re-energized, excited, appreciative, grateful, all those things and more. And it comes at a great time because we have just celebrated the 1 year anniversary of Uncrowned. So congratulations to everyone on the team, not just who do the show here, the support staff at Yahoo who do a tremendous job from a technical standpoint, everyone on the .com side of things, led by Shaheen and all the great writers. The coverage continues to be amazing. 1 year, incredible growth. Shout out to No Context Ariel posting. I still don't even know who No Context Ariel is. Believe it or not, some people think it's me. It's not. I promise you. Hand on my heart, I promise you. But posting that we had around 14 million views over the past 60 or so days. Very proud of that. Subs going up. If you're watching right now and haven't subbed yet, just hit that button. Give us a thumbs up. The little bell thing. Thumbs up to the chat. We missed you, chat. But it's been a year and very exciting things happening over here at Yahoo Sports. Of course, we're in business with the good people of Yahoo Sports. Right before I left, actually, right before we left, but right after my last show, they announced the launch of the Yahoo Sports Network. Fast channel, as they say in the business. The boys in the back got thrown into the fire. They had to deal with all these ad breaks, trivia, PT as well. They did a phenomenal job. We've read some of your complaints. It is worth noting that I've been doing this show, some iteration of it, for the past 16 or so years. June of 2009, never asked you to pay, never asked you to drop, money, never been any ad breaks. And it's not going to be a thing that is going to be consistent on this program after reading some of the stuff. Basically, what it's going to be on this show, the Ariel Helwani show, 1 2-minute break, and it won't be the trivia. 1 2-minute break, little highlight reel or ads, no big deal. One. When there's in-studio guests, we always take a break, as you know. You'll get another. Boys in the back, you'll probably get 2. PT show, I think 1. That's it. So everyone calm yourselves. We heard you. You were all lamenting the fact that there was a break here or there. We have spoiled you. We appreciate that. We are not going to ruin the sanctity of the show. The soul, the heart and soul of the show is not dying, but this is what happens when you grow, when you get these opportunities to be on the fast channels and what they're building at Yahoo Sports, the reconstruction, the rejuvenation, the resurrection of Yahoo Sports has been something to behold, and we're very proud to be a part of it, a big part of it, if I do say so myself. And so that is a very exciting thing that happened since we last spoke. Now, there's good news and there's bad news. On Tuesdays over the past year, we have played 2. We would do this show, 1 to 3:30, Hard Out, 3:46, and then we do the Ariel program on DAZN. I can tell you, since we last spoke, that we are no longer doing that show. We had a 1-year deal with DAZN. It was 1 year, or if my memory serves me correct, 38 episodes. The 38 came before the year. They chose not to renew it. That's obviously their choice. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on how they got to that decision, but I'm actually going to listen to the boys in the back for the first time, and I'm not going to share those feelings. All I'm going to say is I enjoyed it, and that's a shoot. That's the truth. I loved working with Ade. I was so proud and appreciative of the team to do 2 shows, all from this little outfit here, 2 shows on Tuesday. Hosted a boxing show for the first time. Thought we had some big guests, some great banter, some great content. I know they're going to introduce a new show, I do believe, with our friends at the Ring, and I wish them well, and I know it's going to go very well, and I'll watch it and I'll support it as well. And that doesn't mean it's the end of my time with DAZN. I'll be working on the Montreal show, the MVP show coming to Montreal September 27th, which is huge for me to get to work back home. Bit of a homecoming of sorts, and that's going to be airing on DAZN. It just means it's the end of that particular program, which I'm obviously sad and bummed about because I for the most part enjoyed doing it, and it was fun trying to conquer a new lane, so to speak. Maybe we do our own under the Uncrowned umbrella, but I think for the fans of this particular show who weren't consuming that show, who weren't a fan or fans of that show, it's good news for you because now there's no more Hard Out on a Tuesday, and there's no sort of restrictions as to how long we could go and whatnot. So I'll always talk about the good and I'll always talk about the bad. Didn't want it to end after a year. Wasn't my call. Wasn't my choice. But them's the breaks. That's the business. And it was an ancillary thing. It was a nice little menu item on all the things that we were doing here at Uncrowned. It came and went. Wish them well. Hope to still be a part of the family in some way, shape, or form. And Ade is still crushing it, doing his thing as recently as this weekend at the Misfits show. So I'm sure our paths will cross in the near future. Lots to be excited about. We have some other things in the works that we'll be talking about over the next couple weeks, months or so. And I wanted to come back with a bang. And I think the next 2 days of shows, Tuesday, Wednesday, it will be myself here. And then back to your regular schedule, Boys in the Back on Thursday, PT on Friday, and on it goes. Today's program, I wanted to give us an extended period of time on today's show to talk about everything that has happened since the last time we spoke. It has been 2 weeks. My last show was 2 weeks today, and the break came at a great time. Feel like I was able to step back, cleanse my soul, all those things that I mentioned at the top. But a lot has happened. There was the Shanghai event. There was the MSG announcement. There was this Raja Jackson situation. There was the crazy weekend, Misfits and RAF and Dirty Boxing and CJI. There was a lot that happened over the past 2 weeks or so. So I wanted to give myself, Boys in the Back, PT, all of us an extended period of time to talk about it all, share our thoughts, bring you up to speed, and then get into the guests. So our first guest will come at 3 o'clock. The first guest will be Charles Johnson, who has a tremendous story to tell, who had a tremendous win in Shanghai a little over a week ago. What a backstory he has, and he had a credible win over Lone'er Kavanagh. And so we'll talk to him about that. First time, I do believe, on the program. Following that interview, we'll talk to Mackenzie Dern, who we found out over the course of the last 2 weeks, will be fighting for the vacant strawweight title against our friend Virna Jandiroba, who I look forward to having on the show in the near future as well. Why is it vacant? It's because it's official. Zhang Weili is moving up. She had to vacate her title to fight Valentina Shevchenko, and that fight is going to take place November 15th, right here in New York City at Madison Square Garden, co-main to the other fight that was announced for that card, which of course is Jack Della Maddalena defending his title against Issa Makhachev. So you have a super fight in the main event and a super fight in the co-main. What a card. Oh, by the way, you're also getting Carlos Praches against Leon Edwards. We'll talk about that card. Do not worry. But we'll talk to Mackenzie Dern about fighting for her first UFC title on October 25th. Co-main to Tom Aspinall versus Cyril Gane, who, by the way, will be meeting each other later this week in Paris as they get set for that show this weekend. They'll be doing a press conference, I do believe, on Friday, and I can't wait for that. At 4 o'clock, filthy Tom Lawlor is going to join us. Who better than him than to talk about this Raja Jackson situation, because he is a former MMA fighter who became a pro wrestler. He's also recovering from hip replacement surgery, but I thought he'd be the best guy because he lives in the middle of that Venn diagram. And so we'll talk to Filthy Tom, one of my favorites, at 4 o'clock. And 4:30, we'll be joined by Aljamain Sterling. As you can tell, no hard out on Tuesdays anymore. 4:30, we'll talk to the Funk Master about his big win over Brian Ortega a couple weekends ago. His future, how he's feeling, Ortega missing weight very badly, where he goes from here. He called out Volkanovski, all those things and more. So that's the lineup. I also tweeted yesterday's lineup. I tweeted tomorrow's lineup earlier today on my X/Twitter machine, as we used to call it. And there's the lineup right over there. But like I said, we have a lot to get to. I'm so happy to be sitting in this room again. I really did miss it. And that's the best indication that you love what you do, because by the end you're like, I need a freaking break from all of this. And then you come back and you're like, I really missed it. I really did miss it. I was itching. I was jonesing. There was one time I woke up and Dana White announced the MSG card, and I woke up to it because he announced it at like 9 p.m. Eastern, which was the middle of the night in Italia. And I was like, man, I need to wake up. I need to go do something right now. I need to go record. And PT actually talked me off the ledge. PT was in Mykonos. I was in Italia. I think New York Rick was in, where were you, New York Rick? You were in Chicago?
I was in the beautiful Midwest.
Look at that hair, New York Rick. Look at that hair looking like a prime 2013 New York Rick. Look at that. Looking like a UFC fit New York Rick. We haven't seen this.
Not size-wise, but definitely in terms of the haircut. I was in the Midwest. I went to Columbus, Ohio. I went to Chicago, Illinois. I saw our good friend Tessa Hirsch. Shout out Tessa Hirsch. And then I ended up in Western Michigan as well. So I did a little tour of the Midwest.
Yeah, you're actually skipping the most impressive part of all, which is I believe you did the show on Wednesday and drove through the night.
I did. I drove through the night. We got into Columbus at 5:30 a.m., took the kids to the Columbus Zoo, and then left that morning, went to Chicago, did a 16-hour drive on Sunday. But we're here. We're here, baby.
The best was seeing both you and GC reacting to the Jake Paul Tank Davis news, which broke during your show on the Wednesday, and like the breakout. So there's no sort of explanation as to why people are like, why the fuck does this guy have a haircut like that? It was incredible. You're talking all seriously about Tank versus Jake. Incredible stuff. GC, what did you do during the break?
Nothing. I didn't go anywhere. I actually came in here 3 or 4 times a week just to, keep the reps going, stay fresh.
Keep the vibes high?
Yeah, keep the vibes high.
Went to a few tennis matches?
Yeah, went out to the U.S. Open twice. It was great. Just relax. Don't have as big of a travel budget as you guys.
Nah, listen. Well, Pizzi, I mean, Pizzi went to the most exotic locale of all.
You're looking tan, Pizzi.
It's more sunburnt, man. I'm peeling all over. If you saw underneath this t-shirt, it's an absolute disgrace what's happening under here.
I mean, the pictures he was sending me, the sunsets, the drinks, the meals. I mean, you were killing it.
It was great. You have to give yourself a week like that every year, I reckon. I mean, not so bad yourself, Helwani. I say, beautiful places.
No,
my
tremendous.
God.
We're also
and just to say, for Rick, he was still working, man, because he was guiding traffic for the old crack on Thursday as well, and there was a lot to be done. So fair play to him, man.
He's a beast.
Multitasker, a Swiss Army knife.
I'm in the parking lot of a hotel that I can't check into, doing that stuff, and then at the zoo, trying to make it all happen.
In your minivan after driving 15 hours or whatever, right after the show.
Fair play. Fair play.
No, it is
workhorse. Guys, on the Saturday following our last shows, it was August 23rd, I get a text, and we'll begin here. I get a text from Rampage Jackson, who happened to be in New York, and asked if I wanted to meet up and do some stuff on his stream. So in case you've missed it, surely you know by now, Rampage does a lot of these sort of 24-hour or 12-hour or whatever it is, like super long, continuous streams for a platform called Kick. And he was in New York and wanted to meet up. And I was like, man, it would have been fun. We could have done something. But I'm in Italy. I'm sorry. Thank God I was not there because, I mean, thank God is maybe a little bit strong, but it was that night that the whole thing with his son at this pro wrestling event happened. And then, of course, there he is on his stream reacting to it all. There's an alternate universe where I'm sitting next to him as he's reacting to all of this. And Lord knows I did not want to be a part of any of that. What was so crazy about this Raja Jackson situation, who has now become a household name, and we've talked to Rampage about his son in the past, about his son wanting to be an MMA fighter and whatnot. Obviously, we talked to Rampage a million times. I woke up and I tried my best to not go on social too much, not text. I really did try my best, and I think I was pretty successful in doing so. I was getting texts about, like, what do you think of this Raja Jackson situation, like first name basis? And I was like, who the fuck is Raja Jackson? And what did I miss? And what happened with Rampage's son? And at the beginning, I was like, I'll check it later. I'll go on YouTube at some sort of quiet time. But it just kept coming and getting bigger and more people. And it felt like that weekend, trickling into Monday, Tuesday, it was all anyone was talking about in not only the world of combat sports, but like, I don't know, pop culture. It was crazy how big this story got. And part of me in the moment was like, man, I wish we could react to it. But also, I was appreciating the fact that we had the benefit of being able to step back and just sort of like digest it all and now be able to react to it. I saw some people saying, like, you're afraid to react to this. Afraid of what? Like, I've never even met Raja Jackson. And I'll tell it like it is regarding Rampage. We've had our highs and lows. I have great respect for him. I've enjoyed interviewing him and getting to know him and all this stuff in our interactions. But like, I'm able to think for myself and have my own independent thoughts on the stuff that goes on. And so I have plenty of thoughts on all of this, and I'm looking forward to talking to everyone about it. First things first, can I just say, these 12-hour, 14-hour, 24-hour streams, like this culture to me, I will never understand. And fast forward perhaps to a time in 2 years where I'm doing it as well, wearing one of those fucking weird lav mics that everyone holds now. I don't know how this became a thing. They clip it on their hat, they clip it on their shirt, they clip it on their pen. It's like microphones don't exist anymore. You either have to have that one or the big fluffy one or a tiny microphone. That's the era that we live. And trust me, I have a son who's 13, another son who's 11, and I see them watch these guys and they just walk around and they do all kinds of crazy things. And Rampage is doing it, and apparently his son is doing it as well. And I just think that this is so crazy and so dangerous because no one should be filmed for 12 straight hours. No one. Because this isn't the Truman Show. Like we don't have the ability to filter ourselves for that long. And so stupid shit is going to happen and stuff that's going to get you in trouble. And I just don't know if it's worth it. And I also wonder, like, where's the fan base for this? Like, I know kids will watch maybe highlight reel versions of it, but who are the people who are sitting around consuming this stuff? in my day, we liked like a nice 1 hour documentary or a nice 30-minute interview to sit there and you see these streams with the constant chat. Brr, 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 brr. Who's watching this? But what you saw in this situation with Raja Jackson, the son of Rampage Jackson, who's 25, not a kid, what you saw in this situation was how toxic and how dangerous these streams can be when you don't have the ability to filter yourself and when you are so susceptible to being impacted and affected by the 24-hour stream chat culture that these people are living in. Because what happened was, in case you missed it, and let me just say before I even go into what happened was, this was an absolute shitstorm of stupidity. Like I watched a little bit of it and then I said, I'm not going to get into this. And then I watched all of it over the past 48 or so hours, all the footage, all the reaction, listened to everyone, an absolute shitstorm of stupidity. I mean, just even calling it a shitstorm of stupidity is being kind. And it starts with Raja himself. What he did and the way he acted was absolutely insane. He deserves anything that is going to come his way, and as of now, it's nothing. As of now, he hasn't been charged, he hasn't been arrested, he hasn't been anything. And I don't know if he's going to be, and far be it for me to sit here and be like, that was first degree this. And I've seen people weigh in on like what it is. I'm no fucking lawyer, I'm no fucking officer. What I know is that it was absolutely stupid what he did. But it doesn't just start and end there. Everyone involved was involved in this shitstorm of stupidity. And every single person has some sort of level of blame. He's at the very, very top. My understanding of the situation is that this wrestler, and I love when I'm hearing people talk about these wrestlers who they had never heard of 24 hours prior, like now they're household names. This guy named Aljamain, the cowboy guy, invites him to this wrestling show called Knox Pro, which I guess is co-owned by the great Rikishi Fatu, and Reno Anaoi, who is part of that whole family, right? Like the whole tribal, chief, the Samoan legacy, Dwayne Johnson, like that's Roman Reigns' last name, Joe Anaoi. I think I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Well, there's a member of the family named Reno, and I think he goes by Black Diamond or something like that. Anyway, never heard of any of these people prior to any of this. But what happens is this wrestler named Aljamain invites Raja, who I guess is a part of this kick culture, this stream culture. I'm not quite sure why. I'm not sure what his claim to fame is, other than the fact that he's Rampage's son. They call him an MMA fighter. He's owned one. His last fight was in 2023. He had a handful of amateur fights. I mean, far from really an active MMA fighter. But in any event, and he's called there. He's not called to go to this event. He's not invited to go to this event because he's, he wants to check out a Southern California indie wrestling show, which had, I think, if I'm being kind, 50 people in attendance. I mean, it was as indie and as small time as it gets. And now we understand why. He's called to like give them some pub and to do some stuff. That's why they're following him backstage and whatnot. In any event, he's brought backstage and he's meeting everyone. And he runs into this guy named Stuart Smith, aka Psycho Stu, who has been who's turned into this household name in the aftermath of all of this. And there's an interaction between them. And at one point, Stu does the sort of like working punch thing where he holds the head and he slams a beer can over his head. Was it full? Was it not full? Who the hell knows? Clearly, Raja gets annoyed by this. And clearly, Stu, they've called him intoxicated. Who the hell knows? Is anyone tested? I mean, like, how do they know he's intoxicated? But okay, let's just say he is confused by the whole situation because you hear him say, oh, you're not going to sell it? Sell it is a pro wrestling term for, like, if I punch you, if I fake punch you, if I work punch you, you're going to, like, sell it. When The Rock gets a Stone Cold Stunner and he flips like this, he's selling it. And so there's some confusion there. And Raja says, I ain't no bitch, what are you doing? And he's really, really pissed off. Reno gets involved and he's like, yo, man, chill out. He thinks everything's a work. He thinks everything's an angle. I think that whole scene was an angle. They all knew that there was a camera there. So Stu is working. I think Raja is working. I think Reno is working. I think the whole thing is an angle. They worked themselves into a shoot because he's clearly mad, but they all knew that they were on camera. It wasn't like some sort of like, candid camera situation where they didn't know there was a camera on them. Here's where it gets really stupid. Number one, Stu should never have done that. Obviously. If you're doing that to a non-pro wrestler, like, he should know better. But I do believe that Raja knew what he was getting himself into. He knew that he was walking into a wrestling scene. He probably just didn't know that someone would go to that extent. All right, fine. It didn't kill him. It was dumb. He apologized. He extended his hand. It should have been done there. But everyone else, Reno, the promoters, they all get together and they say, "Yo, man, you'll get your lick back. We'll do an angle now. We'll do an angle out of this. You know, we'll have a payoff here. Payoff for what? There's like, I don't know how many people are watching this thing. 2,000 people, 1,000 people, 6 people. Payoff from what? This isn't WWE Raw." And you're telling a non-pro wrestler that he's going to get his revenge. Well, to him, what does that mean? We're giving you carte blanche to hit the guy? Like, what does that mean, revenge? He's not a part of your wrestling company. Did you explain to him what your definition of revenge was? Clearly not, because we didn't see that in the stream. Fast forward to this AJ Mana character backstage being like, "Yo, man, get yours. Hit him with a receipt. And if they don't like it, I'll come and help you out." He didn't. But what does that mean? When you're saying that to a non-pro wrestler, you're giving him the green light to just go in and do it the way he thinks it should be done, which is actually hit him? This is pro wrestling. That's not the way it works. So the whole thing was they worked themselves into this shoot. They worked themselves into this real life situation where everything got blended together. Dumb, 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 dumb. Then you have Raja Jackson sitting there just reading the chat, and you see him just festering. And some have called back to the way his dad treats him. Only they know about their relationship. I know Rampage. I know he could be, someone who riles you up. I know that he could, crack jokes, but that's a father-son relationship. I don't know what they're really like behind closed doors. Who the hell knows? But you see the kid getting riled up, egged on, to the point where he's like, "I'll show you guys. Oh, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to rough him up." He should have never been allowed to even be sitting there anymore. Once he said that he was pissed, and then he was so excited to accept the offer to get revenge, they should have been like, no. We're not doing this. This is crazy. This guy doesn't know how to pro wrestle. He doesn't know what a work is. What kind of revenge is he trying to get? Revenge for what? For a misunderstanding? But they let him sit there and fester, and no one even told him what to do. They just let the guy walk into a ring. And you see when he walks into the ring, finally, it's painful. It's sad to watch him read all that stuff, because you see not a kid, a young man just boil over. And he goes into the ring, and you see Stuart Smith doesn't fight back. He lets him pick him up. He's a big-ass guy. He lets him pick him up, and he slams him right on his head. And that's where everything goes off the rails. And then he lands like 20 or so punches, repeated. I mean, it looked like he was trying to kill him, and no one stops it. Finally, like some goofy-looking referee runs into the ring, and then some other people stop him, and he's doing everything in his power not to be stopped. Finally, they get a hold of him, and then someone pins Stu. Like, they just keep going. This freaking indie, the indiest of indie promotions, they allow someone to actually pin the guy who at that point, they don't even, might be dead. And you find out about all the injuries and the choking on the teeth and the blood and the bone breaks and the brain damage and all this stuff. He's been released. Seems like he's going to make it. Who the hell knows? But it was just one stupid action after the next. And there's only one criminal action, potentially, and that's what Raja did. He pummeled a guy on a stream and then wasn't even smart enough to be like, "Yo, let's stop the stream." No, he keeps it going. I ain't no bitch. No one's going to do that to me. He's taking phone calls about this. People are cutting promos on him. Stop the fucking stream, man. End it. What are you doing? You're ruining your life. Now, I don't know why there haven't been any charges pressed, but to me, I saw people doing all these types of breakdowns. This thing was pretty easy to digest and break down. It was one stupid action after the next. Now, you can rank them. Raja's at the very top. The promoters who let him, after he got slammed with the can, who let him do that and didn't explain to him that, "Yo, what we do is not real, scripted, they're next. The AJ guy who egged him on, he's next. Stu for kind of, he deserves some level of blame, but nowhere near the top of the list. Every single person. There was no adult in that room. There was no smart person in that room. It was embarrassing. Now this company has lost its WWE ID affiliation, and who knows what the repercussions are going to be for the Jacksons. For Stuart Smith, for this AJ Mana character, for the promotion in general. Are they going to continue? Who the hell knows? But every single person there acted like a complete buffoon. It was embarrassing to watch. And there was a part of me that just couldn't believe how big this story got. Like, you're seeing all these big names talk about it, break it down. And I don't know if it was just like everyone was bored, there was nothing else big going on, or if it was just so shockingly dumb to watch someone do that. And then to watch the sequence of events play out on a stream in front of us, from the backstage interaction to the interaction with Mana, to him sitting there and reading all the comments, to him just waltzing in the ring and absolutely coming this close to killing a person. 20 straight punches, losing control, losing his mind. Why he lost his mind, why he lost control, was he embarrassed? I don't know, but the idea that he was like so happy with getting his revenge after he was hit with the can, and no one explained to him what the actual pro wrestling version of revenge is, the fact that they allowed that to happen, all those people shouldn't be involved anymore. It's like these wrestlers get so caught up in this whole world, this carny world of work and shoot. Oh, you're going to sell, you're not going to sell. Like, what the fuck were you guys doing? And why was it all streamed? And why did they allow him? There's just so many dumb things. But I just, as I was sitting there watching the reactions to all of this and to watching it all play out, I was like, oh my gosh, this is really dumb. Is this why people hate pro wrestling? Is this why people hate combat sports? Is this why people hate all the things that we talk about here? Surely this is not like a good example of it all. We know that. We know that within it. But from the outside, you're like, look at these buffoons. Look at these barbarians. Look at what they're doing. It was absolute lunacy. I don't know what repercussions Raja is going to face, but he is going to have to face repercussions. Whether it's, via the court of law, whether it's via the police, whether it's via the streets, I don't fucking know. But that was crazy, man. You incriminated yourself. You filmed yourself beating the living daylights out of another man. And then you filmed yourself telling the world that you were going to do it. And then you filmed the aftermath of you justifying it. What? Absolute lunacy. And I saw some people trying to defend him, and I could understand. You'd be like, oh, look, he shouldn't have been hit. Two wrongs don't make a right. I'm sorry. The empty beer can doesn't mean that you almost die. It doesn't work that way. That's just the way it works. There are different levels. That's just the way it works. Rick, what did you think of all of this? You're usually the bastion of sense and sensibilities. What did you think of all of this?
First of all, appreciate that. I'll take that title. Exactly what you felt. Like a heinous act, truly. Like what went on here was unforgivable, inexcusable. There have to be consequences, right? There have to be repercussions for this. And then as far as I am also like curious, like how this is going to play out legally, what the fallout from all this is going to be, because it seems like all we're seemingly getting is updates in terms of Stu's health. But not necessarily anything on the Raja Jackson side of it, which I'm, wondering. Although, we do get Rampage every once in a while dropping little updates and talking about the situation and all those things. But don't know where this is going to go, but ultimately would not be surprised if the repercussions, if the penalty for this is very severe. And like you, I was also a little bit surprised by how viral this went. Like, certainly, I think this is shocking video once you see it, and that's probably what led to the virality. Everybody kind of sharing it and going, holy shit, did you see this? Also, I think because it was in the pro wrestling world, and there's kind of this, is it real? Is it fake? Is it a work? Is it a shoot? Kind of then takes hold, added to the fuel to the fire and kind of helped the virality as well. But ultimately, at the end of the day, these are people's lives on the line, and it is a good reminder that even though this is quote unquote fake, right? This is the perfect example if you want to talk about like pro wrestling being quote unquote fake. That like sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is more than a storyline, and this person's life is truly impacted. But yeah, unforgivable act. Curious what the repercussions are going to be, and glad that Stu seems to be at home resting now.
Are you surprised that nothing has happened to Raja?
Yes, extremely surprised.
Yeah.
Or that we don't even hear whisperings of something proceeding or something happening, right? What is going to be the next step on his side of things? We continue to get the updates on Stu. We have not heard much of an update in terms of what is going on with Raja. Maybe this will require some kind of like, legal action to be pursued before something happens. I'm kind of curious on how this all plays out, but I am surprised that there hasn't been an update on that front.
Okay, so speaking of updates on Stu, this is the latest. They posted this yesterday on his Instagram. Stewart has been released from the hospital and is now home resting. He sustained a serious head injury and was unconscious upon arrival at the ER. His injuries include trauma to both the upper and lower jaws, a laceration to his upper lip, and a fracture to the maxilla bone, which unfortunately resulted in the loss of several teeth. He has a long road of recovery ahead, but he remains in good spirits despite everything he has been through. We are deeply grateful for all the love and support we've received during this time. Thank you to everyone who has contributed in any way, whether through monetary donations, food, flowers, or gifts. Your kindness means more than words can express. From the bottom of my heart, thank you with love and respect, Contessa Patterson and Stuart Smith. Assuming Contessa is his partner. He is a former, I believe, military vet. Is he a Marine? Former Marine? Definitely a former military vet, or just a military veteran, I should say, who it had been reported dealt with PTSD upon returning from serving and got into pro wrestling, and just kind of seems to do this to make his life better. I'd never heard of him, and I think most of the people commenting on this from the world of pro wrestling hadn't heard of him. It's not the biggest promotion, despite the fact that Rikishi is involved in some way, shape, or form. He wasn't there. I don't think he deserves any of the blame for the actions on that day, but it was just sort of like a glimpse. If you've ever watched Beyond the Mat or any of these documentaries, Louis Theroux did one, like, indie wrestling is pretty rugged, and people got a bird's eye view at how sort of rough it is. They're all just sitting back there drinking beer. It's not something that should be exposed in a way. If you're trying to like understand pro wrestling, it is the sort of like, the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. But it also isn't the type of place where if you're doing like a celebrity angle, if you're doing a celebrity angle where Jelly Roll is showing up at WWE SummerSlam, there are people there who are going to train him on what to do and how to do it the right way, and who are going to protect him. A promotion like this who's like, hey, kid off the street, and again, 25 years old, not a kid, but I'm just speaking, come here and like get your revenge, and not explain to him what that actually means. There's a difference, and you saw the difference. Now, Rampage himself, in case you're wondering how he feels about all of this, has posted a couple things, but the most recent one I thought was the most telling. He posted a very long statement on his Instagram, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. You've seen it. You can go. He's talking more about the reaction, and I know. And by the way, let's call it like it is. Like, there's been a lot of, I can't even imagine the racist stuff that has been thrown his way and his son's way. One should have nothing to do with the other. Like, get that out of here. The color of his son's skin, Stu's skin, like, none of that should have anything to do with anything, but I'm sure it got to that, and it felt like some of the commentary that I was reading, certainly in the comment section of some of these videos, felt a little bit uncomfortable. That being said, that has nothing to do with the actions that we saw on camera. To me, what was most interesting was in the comments of this post, he's writing to people saying, I think that my son should go to jail. He's saying that. He should get punishment for his part, but everyone else should too. Not trying to justify anything. Maybe you can't read. if you can read, I agree with you, meaning in response to his son being punished. But why are people threatening my other kids over this shit? Like, I'm sure this has been a nightmare, and I'm sure it's gotten really ugly. But Rampage himself thinks that his son should be reprimanded. Now, they seem to have a very interesting relationship, and videos have been made on this. That's for them. That's their personal life. Like, I don't think we should sit here and dissect the relationship between Rampage and his son, but that's a mess of a situation. And none of us really know how we would react if we ever watched our kid almost kill a man live on some kind of stream, on some sort of platform. And some are trying to say this is Rampage's fault and he abused him to the point. I don't know. All I know is what happened in that 2-hour stream. And it was very dumb. And once he got hit in the head with the can, they should have said, yo, man, let's do this some other time. You're clearly upset, and rightfully so, but let's just maybe take a breather. The last thing they should have done was, no, let's turn this into something. They were all trying to get over. They were all trying to become famous. They all saw a camera there. They're not used to cameras being there, whether there's 6 people watching, 1,000 people watching, 2,000. I don't know how many people are watching these streams, and they all tried to turn it into something. What they failed to do was explain to the guy who was going into the ring that, hey, this is a work. This is scripted. You're not actually supposed to try to kill the guy. They failed to do that. What they did was they let him sit there for 2 hours or an hour and read comments from God knows who, 12-year-olds saying, are you really going to do it? You don't have the balls to do it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. Watch me do it. Oh, I'm going to do it until they pull me off of him. I'm going to kill this guy. Dumb. Dumb. GC, what did you think of all of this?
Yeah, I can't really add anything to what you guys said. I mean, it was a deplorable act. I'm honestly shocked that 10 days have gone by now, and with how much video evidence there was, that nothing has happened to Rajah Jackson at this point.
I wonder if anything happens, period.
It would be hard to imagine that something wouldn't. I don't know if there's like waivers, forms, things that can clear him of legal charges that were signed backstage or something for him to take part in this. But with all of the evidence from, I mean, the beer can at the beginning, all the way through to him having a meltdown on the side of the street hours after the incident took place, like everything is on tape. I mean, to the point where he's sitting ringside threatening him, saying how he's gonna fuck him up, everything like that. It just feels like he incriminated himself by the kick stream.
Yeah. Oh my God. What is up with these kick streams? Like, why?
I don't know. And the fact that like Rampage is on it, and that's how he finds out. And his first question is like, is he going to get banned from Kick? And
so weird.
He's streaming the next few nights, and people are asking him about it, and he's getting upset about it. It's just like maybe hold off on the Kick streams for a few days.
Are people getting big money for this? What's going on? Like, why are they doing this?
I mean, naturally, fans feel like they're closer to these people, right? Because if you were, it's the next evolution of reality TV, right? Reality TV was supposed to be like, we're letting you into our lives. This is real. Then people started to realize there was a sheen, right? There was this barrier between them and reality TV, because reality TV was still kind of like artificial reality. On a live stream, you're there with them. It's why people watch our show. Like, people want to be with us in this moment. That is that to the nth degree. They are with Rajah Jackson as all this is playing out. They are with Rampage Jackson as he's learning about this. It is. Did
you guys know Rajah Jackson was a figure in this world?
No.
Dude, what's that movie? Like, not the Truman Show, the other one with Matthew McConaughey, where his life is filmed. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Is it?
What's the one? That's like, I never thought that we would get to this point where people were interested in what someone was doing in their kitchen just to pass the time.
Yeah, like this is something that has like passed me by. I guess I'm not of this generation, but that's something I'll never consume. Where like it's just them walking around a mall or at a bar or something like that. But people are clearly watching it, and you can see by the massive stars in this field, like the Speeds and the Kai Cenats.
Ed TV. Anyone ever see Ed TV? It's sort of like the lower rent version of Truman Show. Did this reach Mykonos? Did this story reach Mykonos, Pizzi, or were you saved from all of this?
No, I mean, reaction similar to you guys. Like there's lads reaching out to me who have not even a cursory interest in combat sports, saying, "Look at this. Have you seen this?" Like the ways it came at me was very strange. Like people again who I'm saying like never really talked to me about combat sports. They've heard about this. They heard that this guy is related to Rampage Jackson. And they're on to me about it. And then like you're on Instagram and X, and they have that kind of search thing. When you go into that and it's just showing you random videos. I felt like for 2 days that's all I was seeing. It made me feel really old, honestly, like because I'm listening to you guys talking. I thought GC was going to hit me with some info about this Kick stuff because I don't know anything about it. I'm aware of the brand Kick. I'm aware that people do these streams, the likes of Speed and all those guys are been tremendously successful with it. But there is such a tragedy to me about this young man. Raj is about 25? Is that correct, Ariel?
Yeah.
He's a 25-year-old man sitting there looking at his phone. And I'm just based off what you said earlier, Ariel, your son's young teens probably onto him in this chat, and he feels a need to react to that. It's a very 2025 thing. It's taken us time to get our heads around it. I will say, like, everything about it kind of sickens me. Everything about how he did it. Like, the idea that he's getting revenge. Like, this guy is allowing you to pick him up because he thinks you're in a wrestling match with him. You're not doing this. He's not trying to stop a double leg here. He's allowing you to pick him up on his shoulder and you're dumping him on his fucking head. He's out cold and then you're doing that. Like, that could be at the very highest level of assault in terms of what he did there. It's just a tragedy, an absolute tragedy. Again, I've seen the videos with Rampage. And look, I'm a 38-year-old man. Rampage is an older man than I am. Him in this world is very bizarre to me too. And the idea that he's reacting to these things, as GC was talking about there in real time, it's just a really, really... It's a really strange thing. And it does feel like something out of Minority Report, or as you're saying, Ed TV or something like that. It's like technology meets reality, entertainment meets a devastating situation. It's a lot of things. It's a lot to unpack. And honestly, like we, as you said, we were going away. We had this booked for a long time, these weeks of engagement. I just thought it was entertaining, the amount of people that thought like, you woke up on Monday morning and say, lads, we aren't doing it, this Raja Jackson thing. I'm going to take the week off. Unbelievable.
It's shocking to me that there wasn't a single person involved in that whole room, in that whole situation, who was like, yo, man, this isn't a good idea. Like, who is that dude filming all of this and who just sat there and filmed? Like, who is that guy?
And when Raja's having a meltdown afterward, as like he's still talking shit to the wrestlers as they're leaving, and he's like, hey, man, we need to go. Like, we need to get out of here. It's not like, turn the camera off.
Yeah, man. Turn the camera off.
And then he's getting a call, and it's just like, yo, man, we can't wake him up. He's completely unconscious. And Raja's just like, my bad.
Yeah,
just
my bad. I ain't no bitch.
Seemed to have zero remorse for it.
Crazy.
Just like, yeah, I'm not a bitch. I'm not going to let this guy push me around by throwing a beer can on my head and then retaliating by almost killing him.
The level of stupidity that was exemplified was really shocking. And so, like, I'm watching this from afar, and we're not in the mix of the show, and I'm like, what alternate universe are we living in where this is the top story and that people are acting this way? Shocking. Really, like, I don't want to make it into this whole, like, it's a sad commentary on our society about holy shit. Though. Can you imagine?
It fucking is.
Like, watching this from another universe and being like, is this what they're doing over here? What the hell?
The idea that the camera is on this guy as he's seething, reading these messages is just bizarre. Like, everything about it, it's like...
Someone, as he was reacting, someone should have called him and been like, yo, man, don't do it.
Get the fuck off the stream.
There was
you
no...
need to relax.
Yes, don't do it. Because what they're saying is revenge isn't your version of revenge. You're not actually supposed to kill the guy. You're not actually supposed to dump him on his head. There's 50 people in attendance at most. What are you doing? This isn't Monday Night Raw. Get out of there. Are you out of your mind? What? Oh, my God. The whole thing, just absurd. If they wanted to turn it into an angle, after he got hit in the head with the beer can, he should have left, build it up for a few weeks saying, I'm going to get mine on you, have a match on your kick stream, and call it a day. Not sit there and dump the guy on his head and then freaking almost kill him and have him choke on his blood and his teeth. What? Are you out of your mind?
It feels like the plot of a movie. Like, it does feel like the plot of a movie. If you start a movie like this where this guy's streaming and everything goes, it went about as wrong as anything has ever gone. It's an absolute tragedy.
Okay. Is there anything else that we have to say about this? I mean, it was so funny to me being like going on Twitter and being like, "You're afraid to talk about this." What do you mean afraid to talk about this? I'm having my 5th gelato of the day. What? I mean, have you had affogato over there? It's unbelievable. I went to this one place, by the way, where I think I sent it to you guys. They put the affogato in the cup and then they make like a little hole for it. Like here in America, they just have the ball and then they pour. No, they made like a little hole for it and then they pour. It was unbelievable. Little pistachios on top. That's what I was doing. Sorry.
You sent it to Action? Did you send one to Action? The
No,
genuine.
I didn't send it to Action, but
Come on, mate.
yeah, I probably should have.
He would have liked that. He would have loved that.
My only thing to say to bring it back to this is
Okay, sorry.
it's funny to transition from that to what I'm about to say.
Let's go from gelato,
which is
incredibly serious subject.
While the drama of this is interesting and everybody wants to hear everybody's takes and all these things, there's a young man who did something horrible that is going to have to potentially pay consequences for this and to remember him. And then there's a victim of this pretty obvious crime who is now recovering at home but has gone through some health issues as a result of this. Like, the drama is tasty. Everybody wants to get a piece of it. Everybody wants to be involved in it. But there are real human consequences and things.
It's very sad.
And it's not just entertainment. It is not just for our
not at all.
And people are I feel like people are picking sides on it and wanting to do that. Do remember that there's human beings involved here and it's quite a serious and horrifying scenario.
100%. It breaks. By saying this, I'm not condoning it. Just let's be very, very clear. But when he's walking afterwards with blood on his shirt saying I'm not going to be someone's bitch, I'm tired of the disrespect, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because he is a young man who maybe has been searching for his father's approval. Who knows the stories that people have made up. But the guy just did something really, really bad in front of a lot of people and it was about to go super viral, insanely viral. And it felt like you were looking at someone who was justifying murder. You know what I mean? I'm tired of this shit. It feels I've never watched someone murder another person, thank God, but it feels like that's what someone does in that situation who just snapped. He snapped. He absolutely snapped. Why did he snap? Was it just about the beer can? Is there more there? Is there, Rampage just talked about him suffering from a concussion for just a couple of days ago in sparring. Who knows? I've never met Raja. We've talked to Rampage about him a couple times, about his son getting into MMA. That's all I really knew. I don't even know if I knew his name. But it's very, very, the whole thing is very sad. I think it's most sad when you think of a guy like Stuart Smith who has to deal with all of this. It's sad when you think of what this guy, Raja, did to ruin his life. The rest of them are just dumb. There's nothing sad about the rest of them. And
somebody in this MMA community, this fight community, and Rampage Jackson that we all have a lot of affinity for is now dealing with this situation as well. There are a lot of pieces to this that are a lot more serious than the drama part, and you said it perfectly. It's heartbreaking in all regards. And we need to remember that.
And the racism is gross, but I saw a lot of it.
Using this as a springboard for racism is the laziest, dumbest, stupidest shit you could possibly do.
All right, so that's that, and I'm sure there's going to be more. We'll talk to Tom Lawlor about it because I'm curious on his thoughts. He weighed in. He was on Wrestling Observer Live, but I want to talk about some of the other things that happened as well. Let's go to this past weekend, and this past weekend was super interesting, guys, because this past weekend, I know there was an event called Misfits, but it felt like it was the Misfits of MMA all having their day in the sun because there was no UFC event, but it was all these sort of offshoots of the UFC and of MMA having their time. And it was this sort of wild and wacky weekend in the world of combat sports. And it was actually kind of fun. On Friday, you had the Dirty Boxing event. They're building some momentum. A lot of the fights, let's be honest, are squash matches, but they're getting the stars over, so to speak. And it's a lot of the first round management guys, and that's totally fine. There's no rules against that in the world of MMA. You have Jairzinho Rozenstruik winning their heavyweight title. Did you guys see the belt that he won? The belt looks like, I don't even know what it is.
Sick.
What is that belt? Is it like a box? Here's big Jairzinho, biggie boy. I like the ring posts, by the way. They look like Louis Vuitton bags or something. Anyway, he won this fat ass belt. It's look at that thing.
It's interesting.
It's like a briefcase.
Yes.
with belt straps around it.
It's a trunk. It's an absolute trunk.
Why is
It
the
looks like a
background
sofa.
just like neon white behind him?
I don't know. But he won. Brian Battle showed up. Like since
Brian Battle showed up and made 186.
Made 186. You know, the way it looks is kind of cool with the black ropes and the venues that they have it in. Again, these are all very much one-sided matchups, but they're building something. There's no doubt about that. John Jones is involved. Platinum Perry is involved. They had Shaquille O'Neal there. They had Nathan Diaz there.
I think I saw one of the fighters who got knocked out, got into it with a security guard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were scrapping.
Jason Anik, John's twin brother, is interviewing someone, and then the guy like kind of wakes up and starts getting into a fight with the people who are ushering him out.
Wasn't Moicano there too?
Moicano was the translator.
I heard he incorrectly translated it on purpose.
He might have editorialized a little bit. Anyway, that was on Friday. Then we go to Saturday, and on Saturday you have Real American Freestyle Wrestling having their debut event. You have the Misfits event, and you also have CJI 2. Let's start with Real American Freestyle Wrestling. Real American Freestyle Wrestling, I think, has something here. They put on a good show. They had a nice tribute to Hulk Hogan, a nice tribute to Ben Askren. It seemed like people had fun. It was on Fox Nation. Eric Bischoff involved, Chael involved. The thing with Chael and Tito I thought was a little bit weird. Tito seemed very sort of under the influence. They had a moment there, which I think was the highlight, where one of their participants, Kennedy Blades, couldn't compete. And so there all of a sudden is Holly Holm. A surprise. And what's great about this is I don't think that there are weigh-ins, so you could do surprises. And there's Holly Holm showing up in the singlet and actually almost winning. I was talking to Chael about this afterwards. He said the best thing to happen was her not winning, because everyone would have thought it was a total work if she did. She did not win, but she actually like represented and held her own. It was a cool little moment. Bo Nickel won as well. Gave them some legitimacy there. It was. I thought the production looked pretty cool. Do you guys think they're onto something here? Anyone into this? Did anyone watch it?
I did not watch amateur wrestling. Is not necessarily
not your thing.
My thing, yeah. It's just never gonna hit for me. I don't think. But that's a personal preference.
I could tell by GC's face. He was like, "No, didn't sign up for."
I don't have a Fox Nation subscription.
Yeah, neither me. No.
Damn.
That's the only reason I didn't watch.
Slacking. I'm on Fox Nation.
But you know what it is?
Yeah, I know you live on that shit. Get the red hat out.
It's like jiu-jitsu though. Like if you don't do it, you're not really gonna watch it unless it's gonna be a freak show. You know, like it's very rare.
Is that true though? We just saw CJI this week, and I feel like there's some people who might have been convinced to watch that.
Which the only people I know that watch CGI
are jiu-jitsu heads. Okay, so like, so I don't think any of us are like jiu-jitsu heads per se. All appreciate it. Know of the main players. If you're sitting down and someone says, "Okay, RAF or CJI, which one are you picking?"
CJI, no doubt.
CJI.
Okay, interesting.
Because of the
and that's only off the
value.
fumes off the first event, because the Gabby Garcia situation, all that kind of stuff.
Everyone was shitting on CJI on the first night. Everyone was saying it was boring, a lot of stalling, a lot of pacing issues. No one.
What's
going
it reduced
for it.
down to in the end? In fairness, it's the clip of Chael and Craig Jones. I don't know any other match that happened.
The key is that it's in the sale, right? It's not in the product itself. It's in the fact that Craig Jones is a better promoter than whatever we've got for Real American Freestyle. Like,
he's the best promoter ever.
He's fantastic at just getting you to care about him, and then you can kind of care about CJI. And obviously, when you get a partner in Chael, obviously, albeit under bad circumstances and last minute, but when you get a partner in Chael who also knows how to capture attention, you've got something. It's in the sell. It's not necessarily in the product itself.
Can we go back to that clip? What was confusing to me was everyone said that the Chael Craig clip, everyone said that Craig slept Chael twice with this choke, the buggy choke. I guess it happened twice. But like when I was watching it, I thought Chael won because I thought he pinned him.
The rules weren't properly explained. I think once they were explained, Chael obviously won.
Yeah, because look, his shoulders are on the mat. I thought it was a clean 1-2-3 for Chael. Look, and what was so impressive about it was he was out, but still got the win.
Well, it's like the Silva fight.
Yeah.
You once you understand the rules, you recognize.
Yeah.
You're fucking with me.
Tapology has actually updated it to losing twice to Craig Jones. 30 seconds into the first
I don't
round.
get
and then
that.
again,
They don't get it.
minute
They don't
50.
get it.
Isn't that
What is
look
happening?
Look at the pin. Look at the
What are
pin.
you talking about?
What? Are you serious right now?
What are you doing?
You look at the pin. Look at the pin.
Boys.
Yeah, that's weird.
Shout out to Chael for getting all those sponsors on his shorts that fast.
Yeah. What a weekend for Chael. Chael called the RAF in Cleveland, got on the early morning flight to Vegas, and I think beat Craig Jones.
Even the lower third, Craig Jones winner by buggy chokes.
Yeah, double. Yeah. I thought that was weird, but it was
There's no dispute. There's no debate. Undefeated still. Chael's on it.
2 nights, and so like it was all these sort of. You know what it made me think of? Seeing all this, and we'll get to Misfits in a second. It made me think of that statement that I made several months ago about MMA being in a recession, because there was once a time where I feel like these characters would be in a B or C promotion, and yet there was no actual MMA events going on this weekend. But it was all MMA names, right? It was Biggie Boy and Brian Battle over here. It was Holly Holm and Bo Nickel over here. It was Chael to your point, Pete, and there were other guys, Andre Galvao and over here. And then Misfits, who were the biggest names talked about? Darren Till, Luke Rockhold, Dylan Dennis, Tony Ferguson. It was all MMA people, but there were just no MMA events. And what does that say about everything outside of the UFC right now? How is there no one capitalizing off of all of this? And what I think is, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's an indictment necessarily on the other promotions. To me, it's an indictment on the UFC and the structure of the sport, which is that it is fantastic at building recognizable names and stars, but in order for them to make the most money they're ever going to make, they then need to leave. So they get built up. The UFC machine works properly, and you get these big stars, but then they leave the promotion, and that's when they get their biggest paydays. It's actually kind of a backward system. Francis Ngannou needs to leave to get paid what he's worth. Mike Perry needs to leave to get paid what he's worth. Luke Rockhold needs to leave to get paid what he's worth. It's just the continuing story. I don't know if they go to a MMA competitor that it is going to ultimately work the same way. I think it's just that the UFC machine, in terms of building names and making people become more recognizable, it works perfectly. The pay structure part, that part's falling short.
So in October of 2023, GC and I went to that Misfits show, the Prime card in Manchester. I think up until that point, that was their biggest show. And I think it probably still is their biggest show in terms of viewership. I thought Saturday was their best show, because I thought on Saturday you had legitimate fighters succeeding. Everyone that they needed to win won. Certainly the top guys. I don't know some of the lower guys, the Joey Essexes of the world. Like I don't follow that scene like some other people do. But the top 3 fights, Till versus Rockhold, Ferguson versus Saul Poppy, and then Dennis versus Spencer, the guys that they needed to win won, and they were all highlight reel stuff, and everyone was talking about it. And it felt like in the aftermath, Pete, you remember that famous scene in Dublin after the first show where it's like Connor and Cathal Pendred and Paddy Houlihan and Norman? It felt like they had their version of that. The Misfits, as some people called it, like their DX, where it's Till, Ferguson, and Dennis sitting next to Mams Taylor and Kaller Sauerland. It feels like they have something. And what I think is interesting about it is, and I was talking to Mams about it afterwards, I was like, I bet you have every single available MMA fighter or their management on the planet hitting you up. And he sort of laughed and confirmed it, because this could be the fun league. This could be like what Japan was 10, 15 years ago. Like if I'm an MMA fighter outside of the UFC right now, I'm like, let me go there. I could have a boxing match or like fight a nobody in MMA and get all this attention, because you go there in Manchester and it's like, it's a big deal. There are a lot of kids there. There are a lot of people. People can work themselves into a pretzel of being like, it's boxing, it's not boxing, it's a disgrace, it's not, whatever it is. It's sports entertainment. It's the sports entertainment version. It's the wrestling. It's what WWE to real American freestyle, to amateur wrestling, to freestyle wrestling, to Greco-Roman, whatever you want to call it. It's entertaining. And I thought on Saturday they hit a grand slam. And who would have thought it's Darren Till, who, let's be honest, not that long ago felt like completely like fizzled out and had no place, was booked on the Netflix Jake Paul Tyson card and couldn't get into the country. Who would have thought this guy who was so vocal and so against the world of crossover boxing would now become almost like the poster boy and the face of it all? He is thriving more so than ever. This knockout of Luke Rockhold was nothing short of amazing. And you could say what you want about Rockhold's chin and the amount. It's all fair. Till is killing it right now. Like the renaissance that he's enjoying in this wild and wacky world is amazing to watch. And what does he do? He punctuates it with a call out of Carl Froch. And I have to say, PT, where do I sign up? Where do I sign up? Wouldn't that be something? Come on, you have to admit. It would be gigantic.
Like, this is the thing. When Till kind of started going down this road, there was a reluctance to him. You know, he was kind of, he had said a lot of shit about this world, and then he's suddenly in it, and you can tell he's kind of like, what have I become? I haven't seen any of that like last week. He fully embraced it, and he was perfect in every way for what Misfits are trying to do. Every time they put a camera on him, it went viral. Every time, you know, there's a press conference. What do we do at Misfits press conference? We nearly get in a fight. That's what we all do. Go for it, Till. He was perfect in every way. He looked great in there. The production was excellent. I even woke up this morning. I go on The Athletic. I think it was The Athletic. Eddie Hearn saying, yeah, this Froch Till fight would be absolutely tremendous. And it looks great. Oh, it's not personally what... Look, I like the Till fight. I'm interested in that. Like, I'm interested to see what he's doing with this promotion. And I think he's nailing it. So I'm interested on that level. It was great to see Tony winning. I feared the worst when that fight was made. Dennis is doing what he's there to do. He's kind of like outrage farming. He's having these meme fights, as I call them. Like this is not a contest of any. This is not a fight. You know, this is a lad who's got in there to get choked out, and that's exactly what he does. I have learned nothing about Dylan Dennis from this whole thing.
But you know what? It's perfect. Because like Dennis annoys everyone, including myself. He should take 10 more of these fights. While in the midst of it all, calling out Islam and Shavkat and Hamzat, because all it does is enrages people. Like, this is a nothing fight right here. Why did that guy shoot on him? He had this dude fought Dylan Dennis, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and openly admitted that he did not train in any sort of MMA.
He literally jumped into the crook of his arm. He literally went, here, fucking go for it. I want this over. You know, like that's like everybody just wants to watch Dylan. Everyone wants to watch Dennis and go, look at this wanker. And that's what he gives them. Like, and that's what it is. And perfect. You know what I mean? Like calling out Islam, all that kind of stuff. Like, it works for him. It's a meme fight. That's what I think. Dylan Dennis is a meme fighter, and that's what that is.
It's a great way of putting it. He desperately wants to be in the UFC. Stay there. This is the perfect place for you.
It's not going to go well for him. It's not going to go well for him in the UFC. But so this is perfect.
Yeah, because you can keep talking shit. You can keep saying you want to beat Francis Ngannou and all that, and he's right. Like, him fighting, good. Stay active, good. Take 5 more of these and win them all in 7 seconds, and just keep talking shit. That's what they should do, in my opinion.
And he looks good, to be honest. Like, he looks in a better place than he's been in a very long time. Like, he looks healthy. You know, more power to him. Like, this is what they want, and he's perfect for it. And every time he gets in there, he's going to be calling out Islam, all these guys. I don't think he has any intention of fighting them. He would obviously disagree with me saying that.
He can't fight them. They're not signing him, and even if they did sign him, they wouldn't book him against them. And so he's the perfect guy for this Misfits brand because he acts like a misfit. He wants to be a misfit. He wants to be viewed as that tough guy with the fingers and all that stuff. It's perfect for him, and they'll give him these nobodies. They'll give him these cans to beat in a few seconds, and they'll build him up like he's some sort of Brock Lesnar. By the way, him versus Eddie Hall, I'll tell you, like, Mams has this lane right now that is being occupied by no one else. MVP is not really in this business where he can put together these like freak show Pride circa 2001 fights. And now he's dabbling into MMA. I'm kind of curious.
He's going to lose 60 pounds. He's going to lose 60 pounds to fight Dylan Dennis.
It's so good.
Don't forget this, the tag team thing. They've kind of been in this lane already. Like, this idea of we're doing stuff that's a little bit
I thought it was dying. I couldn't see the path for them. And now that they brought in all these MMA guys, I'm like, oh, I actually kind of see. Now, let me be clear. I don't think it's for everyone. Like, I think Till, Ferguson, and Dennis are perfect for them. I don't know if, like, I'm saying his name only because he recently left, but like, I don't know if you could throw like Chris Weidman in there. You know what I mean?
No.
Or Anthony Smith in there.
You
Like
need to be able to play the game.
They're
You
too
need to play the
normal.
game.
Yes, they're too normal. You need kind of wacky dudes in there. You need Ferguson at the open workout doing like breakdancing and stuff. Like it all just kind of fits.
It's not even like you can't even say boxing fans are going to like this. It's not. You can't say MMA fans are going to like this.
So who's it
It's
for?
It's for Misfits.
I don't
man.
know what
It's
the
right
fuck
there.
it is.
It's right there
you
in the
know?
name. It's for Misfits.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I gotta
It's
say,
entertaining. You get to see these guys that are kind of down on their luck that need a win. Tony Ferguson gets his first win in God knows how many years. Dylan Dennis finally gets in an MMA fight, gets a win, and then there was a good scrap between Darren Till and Luke Rockhold that ended in an emphatic knockout.
And everyone's a
Was
champion.
this an early stop?
Was it? Yeah.
I love how everyone's got a belt. Dylan Dennis is now walking around hotels and everything with the Misfits light heavyweight MMA belt. I love it.
it's so good.
Tony gets a belt too, and they paraded it around the city. I love it. It's incredible.
Was it an early stoppage though?
Oh, 1,000%, yeah.
Who gives a fuck about you know what I mean? Come on.
What do you mean who gives a fuck? This is the sanctity of the sport.
We had a guy crying in there. We had
This is
Tony.
Salt's career, Pete.
Yeah.
This is Salt Poppy's career. Don't you dare disrespect
I have to say, when the fight started, I was like, "Oh, come on!" Like, we're not supposed to root, but I was like, "Tony, let's go,
Yeah,
Tony."
yeah.
And you know what? He actually was a lot better than I thought he was going to be. Right?
Oh, I thought he was.
Yeah.
Nah, he was great.
He won the fight. That's
He
a
was
lot
what,
better than I
Rick?
thought
What
he
were
was
you going to
gonna
say,
be.
I
Rick?
thought he was losing, until
He was
until
moving.
he
No, but
wasn't.
he was moving.
Look.
I wasn't sure. I thought he was going to go for like an ankle pick or something. I didn't know what to expect from the whole
We
thing.
found something in this, man. Undefeated in boxing.
You were talking about like how it feels like Till kind of like was stalled out and then all of a sudden has this momentum. He literally just needed to get in the ring and fight. Like we had so many of these like, will he, won't he? Mike Perry's building up, then it never happens. And once he started fighting again, it was all good. Like he's got, 3 fights already here?
And he's got fights on the table. That Carl Froch fight would be unbelievable.
He just
It's
needed
not good.
momentum.
Do you think it happens?
Probably not.
Yo, the
Why
shit
not?
talking would be great. The shit. And
why
Froch
not?
goes
That'd be
on his
perfect.
YouTube.
Because I don't think Carl Froch will take the fight.
Did they have 20 million for Carl Froch?
So
They could sell out Wembley.
Froch retired 11 years ago. By the way, okay, Wembley might be crazy. 0-2 easily, right? 0-2 easily.
Yeah. This is a fight that could be made. I feel like this is very realistic.
Well, I saw the promoter of the event, Sauerland. I always have trouble with that name. Wasserman Boxing. He was on TalkSport, and he said he's going to go to Nottingham not to watch Forest after their incredible transfer window. I mean, unbelievable signing. Shout out to
Fair play.
West Ham game was tough.
Oh, yeah, it was
Fair
3-0. We
play. Forget about it. In the past.
we didn't even talk about the Nuno press conference. Okay, that's for a different show. That's for our soccer show coming on the Zone.
Wait, before we move on from Misfits, can we just...
No, I'm not moving on.
Oh, okay,
I'm just
sorry.
saying he's going to go to Nottingham to try and talk. He wants to make the fight.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
He wants. And then Froch went on his YouTube channel and said he's shit. He saw him.
Will you be working the presser for that one?
Fuck. Can we just say, has there ever been a better? I would love. No, I want to be. I'll be Froch. I'll be fucking Till's manager. He doesn't need me, but like I'll be his Paul Heyman. Has there ever been a better casting than Ben the Bane Davis at these? Misfits
Oh my
events?
God.
So good. The mic integrity also is
Dude,
unbelievable.
Not just the mic. It's like the mic, the facial expressions, the way he moves. He's like down there. Like he is like an intrepid 1940s World War II reporter trying to get the scoop. Like he is so good at the face-offs, at the presser, in the ring. He's perfect for it. He is absolutely.
Also, there's
he
something-
cracks me up, genuinely.
Bane, absolutely love him to death. He's not the tallest guy on the planet, but I swear to God, during these press conferences, it's almost like he gets down even shorter.
does,
Like
yeah.
there's times where he's coming up to like Darren Till's belly button. I'm just like, he's not actually that short. What is going on here?
It makes it better.
Like
It makes
it's
it better.
so good. It's so good
His
how like
face,
small
the
the facial
outfit.
expressions, everything. Walking with Darren Till
Yeah.
as he's doing the Carl Froch promo, it's so good.
Great mic integrity. Never
The
give
mic
it up.
integrity is unbelievable.
Never give it up.
His face when he's also like looking at him. He's nervous a little bit. The hair, the voice, the outfit.
We do have to give an RIP to his run on the challenge.
Oh, is it over?
Yeah,
I
he
missed
got
that.
knocked out.
Oh my gosh.
Best to our boy Bane.
Saw the clip. It was tough, man.
I think he'll be back. I think he'll be back for another season.
I was gonna say on Misfits, the mechanic Warren Spencer.
Yeah, tough.
Goat shit.
This is the worst game plan that has ever been submitted in combat sports history. There has never been worse. You can look at any single fight that has happened, whether it be what you'd consider a freak show, a real fight. It does not matter. Shooting, you being the boxer and shooting on Dylan Dennis, number one with a bullet worst game plan in combat sports history.
You being the boxer. You being the boxer is some.
He took on 10 guys in one night.
He boxed 10 guys.
Also, the best part about that was that you followed up the mechanic with Warren Spencer. Like, we don't know who that is.
Oh, sorry.
Like, the mechanic Warren Spencer. You don't need to say that afterwards. We know who that is. The fact that he came on the show and was begging Dylan just to stand with him for a round, and then he shoots on him. In 10 seconds.
No, he didn't even shoot. He threw his head into a guillotine. Like, he literally threw his head.
The best part is, while that's happening, the announcer is literally like, why would he do this? This is going to be over so fast. And then like that, it's over.
Look at that belt, though.
God,
that's a nice-looking belt.
It looks good on him,
This is good for Dylan. He just needs this.
Reigns supreme over the light heavyweight MMA division in Misfits.
Yeah.
Just rack up the title defenses.
You didn't think it was a good shot, Pizzi? You didn't like the form? You didn't think it was a good attempt?
Well, that was a great entry into a guillotine from the guy getting guillotined. You know what I mean?
By him. Shout out to the mechanic.
Hill's deal
First
is up.
game plan ever.
His deal's up with them. They got to keep him. They got to figure out.
Oh yeah. Well, he's got right now what Mike Perry kind of had with BKFC in the league. I mean, still can. Obviously, this Jeremy Stevens fight is going to be big, but he feels like the face of it now.
Yeah.
With KSI not being the face of it anymore, it feels like they have a guy that they can go, this is our guy here. And you could even do it with Dylan too, like to an extent. I mean, Tony
too, yes. And they have legit credentials. Certainly, Till does. He fought for the belt. Tony, interim champion.
I think you can do
feels
more
the
with
least. Till feels like the least damaged goods there, right? Tony is certainly like on the tail end of the career, and Dylan has kind of just been on, off. Like there's a little bit of uncertainty with Dylan. With Darren, you've got a guy. If he shows up, he will box. It will look good, and he will be great on the mic and the press conferences too. You've got a guy you can bank on with Darren.
Till versus Jake Paul, who wins?
Darren beats him, I think.
I'd like to see it.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I'd like to see it.
It would be something. It would,
Actually,
I'd rather see that than Jake Paul versus Tank.
Yeah.
Size is an issue.
The fact that you're questioning it, I'd like to see it.
You don't think Darren could get big enough, like with real?
I don't
like,
think he'd be solid.
Muscle.
Like,
yeah, he wouldn't be solid. You're probably right.
But I think he's a technically like better hands
the
than
pressers
Jake.
would be great.
It would all be
power on Jake though as a naturally
that's what I'd be worried about.
It's going to be hard.
Right.
You're right.
But I think Misfits are kind of, they've got treasure with Till because you can do so much with him. You know, he's dynamic in that, like he can really, like he seems to be really be able to box. And I think, as you said, Ariel, there's a lot more. Say like Jake Paul's in a situation where there's not a lot to do. Like we're talking about Tank Davis, things like this. Like with Till, it feels like there's a lot, like there's legs to it. Like you can get a lot of different guys in there with him. There's lots of different options. You know, and just spinning different plates. Like as we were talking about Jake Paul, there's the Froch thing. Like it would be great for Misfits to just go on that publicity tour to wind up Froch. If it doesn't even happen, right? Like once they're getting on Talk Sports saying we're here to, you know, poke our finger in the chest of Carl Froch, one of the greats, in his time a pound for pound boxer, we think Darren Till's going to beat him. Like that's all generating interest. So I think there's a lot to do. And I think I've just finished Mark Ramondi's fantastic book on NWO. And I heard about him, you know, he's talking about Goldberg, the way they used to do with Goldberg, just let him come in and fuck guys up. Like he was on this run of how many days he was doing this kind of thing. That's what Dylan Dennis should be. Just like he's fighting the janitor this
Have him
week.
fight mechanics.
Every time.
The mechanic.
Every time.
Yep, janitors and dentists and everyone in between.
Well, careful. The
you're
dentist
saying
is a fighter,
actual like
yes.
custodians.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get in there with
He
Darren
does like
Stewart.
Andy
Stewart,
Kaufman,
you know, shows up and then it might be a rough go.
Have him do like the Andy Kaufman gimmick where he was calling out people from the stands, like, and then Dylan acts like he did something great by beating someone who's never done.
That's what I thought of.
Because it riles
Andy
people
Kaufman.
up.
That's what I was thinking of watching it.
All right, I mean, you know, respectfully to Dylan Dennis, like if they fight him in MMA, he's a legit MMA like this is a real guy. Boxing was never the lane for Dylan Dennis. I don't think you need to give him cupcake guys. I don't think you need to literally give him like the guy out of the stands if it's MMA. Because we saw as soon as that neck was there, he got it. He could do that. Of course he could do that.
A blue belt could do that though, Rick, in all fairness. Against a white belt
but
who's
Dylan
jumping
Dennis
into
is very high level and not a blue belt. I'm saying you don't need to give him a schlub. He can submit legit guys. Now, can he box with them is a different story. So if you keep it MMA, I don't think you need to give him like
How legit would you be willing to say, like
grappling credentials wise? Like
no, like if in a fight, in an MMA fight, Dylan Dennis, like
he was
who do you
undefeated.
think? I know, yeah. But like who would you put him in there against? Legit guys.
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be
Tony? You do Tony?
Yeah. Why not?
Well, we're going to GFL
was going to do it.
Yeah.
You guys think that Tony Ferguson blows the doors off Dylan Dennis? That's what you're telling me right now?
No, I would watch it.
That's what Pete's saying, I think.
I would watch it. Yeah.
I don't think that's the case.
Of course I would watch it.
Till versus Andrew Tate.
That'd be a fight I'd watch for sure. Are you kidding me?
I'll watch it, but
I don't think they'll do it.
Would
For
be
what?
great.
I mean, I reported that they're close, and I think he is going to fight based on what I heard.
You got to put him in there with.
I think he fights a total bum, right?
I was gonna say the opposite. You need him to fight.
He's not going to agree.
Somewhat of a name.
No,
Wait, Till or
Tate? No,
Tate?
Tate is not going to agree to fight anyone other than.
Who
a
are you
total
saying,
tank.
GC, needs to fight a big name?
I would want to see not a big name. I just wanted to see Tate against anyone with a name.
Oh no! You got to put now
It's
him.
gonna be
You put in
Johnny
with
come
a
later.
guy from the stands. Dylan,
Someone get Warren Spencer back on the
Yes,
phone. We
yes.
have a fight for you,
Tate
sir.
versus Spencer. Perfect.
No, they're boys. They're boys, bro. They train.
Oh, that's right.
Can't do
They're
that.
boys.
Come on.
So
price
perfect. You know?
No.
Well, let's see. Let's see where they go from here. But
I think
they've
that's
got
going to be
some-
a big problem. Misfits in the UK brand put Andrew Tate on there. I think that's going to be and that's what they want.
Are you
right?
saying
Load
it's
of
ill-advised?
controversy.
They're gaining some momentum.
No, I think they will do it for that reason.
What's the
Yeah.
issue?
You know what I mean? It's like the outrage, like the how controversial Tate is and his brother is, and they have charges there in the UK, everything like that. Like it would be very, very controversial.
It is very-
It would be
ever-
news night on BBC kind of stuff.
That's what they want. Oh my
If
god!
ever there
That's
was-
music to their
that's
ears.
what I'm saying. Like,
They're leading segment A on BBC. Yeah.
If
that's how
ever
they
there
want
was
it.
a brand that could sustain that, it is Misfits. No, aren't they kind of the thing
that's their business. Yeah.
that would be the? Yeah, exactly. So I think it makes sense for them.
I'm in.
Yeah, it's going to piss a lot of people off, but
That's
to your
good.
point, yeah, that's I guess what they want. Ultimately, though, I am happy to see the Tills, the Fergusons, these guys have a place where they can fight. And look, we can talk about should Ferguson still be fighting. Everyone has their say. On that night, it was good to see some of these guys, have a moment in the sun. And certainly everyone sort of feels for everything that Tony has been through and some of the bad luck that he's had. And who would have thought that it would come under an umbrella like that? So I bet there's a ton of MMA guys who are like, let me go there. This is the fun place. This is the place where I can have some fun and not have to deal with uniforms and tournaments and standings and all this other meshugas with PFL. And I wish there was a place here in America where there was an MMA promotion that was just putting on fun fights like Strikeforce or Elite XC did back in the day. It's now Misfits. And let's see how deep into MMA they get. They say they have plans. Let's see how deep they get into it. Speaking of the major leagues of MMA, let's talk about this MSG card. This was also announced. So everyone was very... can I just say this? They make the announcement. Dana White's going to make an announcement. They make the announcement about the announcement. And then I guess some people were mad that it came so late. It was 9 o'clock. And it's just like, this is MSG. And I'm ignoring the main point here, but I'm sorry. This stuff still matters. Posters matter. Promos matter. Announcements matter. Like this is the same company that went apeshit when I would announce things and would hold secret meetings and stuff. Like, it's Dana tired on Instagram Live on a private plane after meeting with the White House about his show, reading off a piece of paper with, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, a -5 enthusiasm that JDM is going to welcome Islam Makhachev to the welterweight division and defend his title for the first time against Islam, #1 pound for pound, at the world's most famous arena, and just like reading it off a piece of paper. No oomph, no excitement, no nothing. Oh, and by the way, maybe the greatest fight on paper in women's MMA history. Very strong case to be made. Zhang Weili moving up, 1 versus 2 pound for pound. 1 versus 2 pound for pound. Zhang Weili moving up to 125 to fight Valentina Shevchenko, reading it, like with no oomph. Oh, and by the way, Leon Edwards against Carlos Prates, who just came off one of the best knockouts of the year. Reading it. Like nothing. No fastball. The opposite of a fastball. Not even a knuckleball. It was like a slow-pitch softball. And oh, by the way, Mackenzie Dern fighting for the vacant title on October 25th. What does it say here? Abu Dhabi against Virna Jandiroba. Did that not bother anyone else?
It bothers me because I remember the time in the past, But what I just thought of now as you were saying this was that there was a time where Dana White had to do that, right? There was a time where Dana White and the UFC had to promote this. In the current environment, all they have to do is plant the seed. All they have to do is literally get it out there, and then there's enough aggregators, there's enough people doing content, there's enough people reacting that they do the work for them. We are included in that, right? We are now reacting to this, and it is spreading the word of it. The aggregators instantaneously have 10 different posts on it. Oh my God, this is a banger, low-key banger, fight card of the year, blah, 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 blah. They don't have to do anything anymore, and so Dana White knows at a certain point, and the UFC knows at a certain point, all they got to do is flick the switch. Just flick the switch and say, this fight is coming, and then everybody else will do the work for them. So it's
such a bummer, though, man.
It sucks. It sucks. It totally sucks.
Make a promo video. Look, no one's in the bit. Like, no one's trying to break this stuff anymore, right? No one's trying to beat you to the punch. You can make a cool-ass promo video. Just drop that. Dana's sitting there on a plane, half asleep, reading off a piece of paper. Is crazy to me that they think that this is the best way to do it.
The reading did seem a bit more egregious in this one than the ones in the past. Like, he was straight up just like right off.
So what do we got here for you?
Definition of a super fight here. Jack Della Maddalena versus
Islam Makhachev. Yeah.
I somewhat agree with you, but it's not going to change. He's committed to doing it like this.
In truly practical terms, the less time they spend on this, the better for business, so they will just continue to spend less time.
God, it's so much cooler when they do real promos, though.
Oh, it's 1,000% cooler.
They're capable of incredible production.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's not like we have to worry about someone scooping. Like, who's scooping you? No one's scooping you. Just do
these big fights rarely leak out anymore.
MSG, man.
Also,
it's
like
MSG.
Although, didn't Habib scoop him? Remember Habib announced
He did
this
kind of
fight?
scoop him. Yeah.
Also,
Breaking
like
news
TikTok
via
editors
Banned for life.
are putting out better videos.
Yeah. Now, okay, so how do we feel about?
But that's the point, right? Those TikTok guys
do it.
They
do
do
the job.
work, yeah.
You do it. You get it free.
Listen, it's a byproduct of their success. To your point, like all they have to do is just say it, and then we do the rest. But you just kind of wish there was a little more oomph because this
Care
is good
more
shit.
about your own product.
Yes, this is good shit.
agree.
Yeah, make a quality product. Don't just only care about dollars and cents.
How do you feel about Zhang having to vacate? Now we haven't heard from her, but it's now the third straight time, so clearly there's a thing here, right?
Yeah, it's a thing. Hate it.
Taporia, yeah.
Hate it.
Stupid.
Champion versus champ.
It's so much cooler if she was going for double champion status. I also don't think Mackenzie Dern is deserving of this title shot against Virna Jandiroba as well. I feel as if
it's not like that card.
Down.
That card, the Abu Dhabi card, doesn't need a title fight.
Correct.
It has Tom versus Gan. So, like 2 weeks later is this fight, or 3 weeks later. It's way cooler when it's champ versus champ.
Once Islam Makhachev got stripped, I knew that this was the future.
Oh, imagine Islam versus JDM was champ versus champ.
Yes.
This
there is no Ilya, right?
If anybody deserved it was Islam. Islam is a long reigning champion, the pound for pound #1. And if this guy gets stripped, then double champ is done. There is no more of that. They will not stomach that anymore. And that's fine if that's their decision. I think it's stupid. I think it really hurts the whole reason we care about Zhang going up is because she's the champion. The whole reason we care about Islam going to face GDM is because he's the champion and did not lose that belt. So I think it's silly. I think it's stupid.
God, and you talk about a promotional tool. A double champion is a quick way to build a superstar.
I mean, it's obvious. They're just afraid of the leverage that it gives the double champion, and they can't have that back again. Like the Conor McGregor thing that kicked off, they do not want to ever live in that world again, and that's their prerogative.
That being said, what a freaking card.
Great card, great fight.
Holy shit. I mean, way better than last year's card. Last year had the weird John Jones-Stipe. It had, Charles versus Chan. Like, this is two... I mean, you can't get any better than these two. JDM versus Islam is unbelievable. Zhang versus Valentina, holy shit. I saw some people nitpicking, oh, it's not that great, or they should be main event.
What's not that great?
Who cares? Oh, it's not MSG worthy. Who the fuck
cares? Card?
Or that Valentina versus Zhang should be main event. Like, they deserve. Who cares, man? It's incredible. You're getting two incredible title fights. And Praches Leon, which, by the way, I said it right before we left. There was no way in hell that Leon was going to Brazil. But I knew that they wanted to make that fight, and so that's why the fight is not happening in Brazil. There was just no way in hell that he was doing it. So here we are. We're doing it in MSG. What an opportunity for Praches. He gets the one. He loses to Ian. He gets the one win. Think back. He loses to Ian. Gets somewhat derailed. You don't know where he's going in April. Comes back, incredible knockout. He can end the year with a win over Leon Edwards and right back in the mix at 170.
In the modern UFC, activity kind of cures all.
Yeah.
You don't really need that momentum anymore. If you jump right back in there, you can get a big knockout like he did, and it's just like, oh, yeah, cool. You're back.
Does he leapfrog Ian Gary in
Probably.
terms of the welterweight title conversation with a win over Leon?
If he gets a knockout like he did in his last fight against Leon Edwards,
Probably.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Ian needs a fight.
Ian needs a fight.
Sean Brady needs a fight.
yeah.
Leon coming back before Sean is surprising. Now, they could book him. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to book him at some point in the next couple months. He'll fight again in 2025, I would hope. But yeah, I mean, where's Michael Morales at too?
Oh shit, yeah.
Look at Imavov versus Kaio as your best example of, like, in the modern UFC, there is no more like, this guy deserves a title shot. You need to be the one who's active. You need to have the best win most recently. And if you've got that, you've got a good shot. Because if Fluffy comes out there and gets an incredible win, he might jump Imavov and Kaio. Like, you just need to be the one at the timing of when they need to fill that slot for a title opportunity. You need to be the most active and with the best win. And that's all. And Carlos Prates hopping right back in there is smart strategy by him.
Yeah, that's another fight that was announced right before we left. That was the Fluffy Hernandez versus RDR fight, October 18th in Vancouver. Speaking of Kaio, by the way, just a quick aside. Did you guys see his promo that he dropped yesterday?
I did not.
Oh my God, he you would love this, Pizzi. He dropped a promo with is it Makaleli from the French national team?
This is Imavov's promo.
Claude Michael.
What did I say?
Kaio's, I believe.
Sorry. Yes, Claude. Yes, Imavov dropped this promo of where it's like it's done. So, did you see it, GC?
Yeah, I saw it. It's incredible.
So good. Old TV of Kaio saying like he's not really French. This guy's not really French. He's not really French. Da 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 da. And then it's like shots of France versus Brazil soccer, and then it's Claude telling Imavov like, you are French, do it for the country. And then he's like standing there on Champs-Elysees. I'm like, this is incredible. They need to steal this.
In the old school French national team jersey.
Yes.
Yo, but that team in '98 that won the World Cup, that's what that was all about. There was a lot of African players in that team. It kind of changed everyone's belief into like what is a French person, all that kind of stuff. That card is so fucking good. Do you know why the WWE have like Night of Champions?
Yeah.
This is like European MMA's Night of Champions. I was counting them earlier. There's 12 different champions from all of the kind of regional promotions that usually end up in the... So there's KSW, BAMA, Cage Warriors, Octagon, FEN, M1 Global, KSW. Like, it's an incredible card. Like, this is one of those things that years ago... before Contender Series, right? Because that's the reason why this is happening. People are rushing to the UFC a lot quicker. Like, you get an opportunity a lot quicker to get to the big dance with Contender Series, which kind of chops the legs off the regional scene, but it does allow for these things where years ago, even like when Bama and Cage Warriors were around, they were both on the same stomping ground, the UK. We'd be like, oh, fuck, I'd love to see this champion fight this champion. This card is pretty much it. And I believe that, and I've said this for a while now, France is the capital of European MMA right now. And these cards have taken on the shape of like a European card as opposed to, look, there's lots of French names on it, there's no denying that, but they kind of represent Europe a lot more than the UK cards do, which used to do that. They're very UK-centric now. I feel like France is taking over the mantle of being that big European show and showcasing the best of what Europe has to offer. Like I think Reese McKee v. Sola, like, so Aries champion v. Bama and Cage Warriors champion Reese McKee. That's a fucking banger. There are so many good fights in that card.
By the way, very, very well said. Did you guys happen to see any of the footage from WWE in Paris this weekend?
I heard it was crazy.
Yo,
it's the best fucking fan base in the world, those guys.
They were crazy. At the La Défense Arena, which is about 30,000 for pro wrestling. It is some of the loudest, most insane crowds that I've ever seen for pro wrestling. Like I've never... I thought the Lyon crowd last year was the creme de la creme. And I say somewhat, very biasedly, with great bias that Montreal is the best. They blew Montreal out of the water. They were insane and brilliant. I think first of all, brilliant on TKO's part. And this is another thing that Nick Khan brought to the table. Like, he understands the sports landscape, and so rather than sometimes going up against like major sporting event, okay, there's no NFL. It's college football's first week, so let's do it. Let's do it Sunday afternoon. So we're not going up against college football on Saturday. Most of their PLEs these days are on Saturday. And then we'll do Raw Monday afternoon, Labor Day, when everyone's kind of sitting home, getting ready to go back to school, ready to go back to work. Not do Monday up against the Bill Belichick debut on ESPN. Like they find their little nooks and crannies perfectly. That crowd was unbelievable, and it was the perfect table setter for UFC coming this weekend, and the crowd is going to be unbelievable as well. By the way, also while we were away, WWE getting out of the Peacock deal early. Who saw this coming? And they're going to start on ESPN as of September 20th with the new WrestlePalooza pay-per-view. And highlights are now airing on SportsCenter. And it's just a wild time. Like, who predicted this? WWE PLEs on ESPN proper. UFC headed to Paramount. Top Rank still doesn't have a deal. It's crazy. I don't know how I got on this tangent. Anyway, back to this weekend. Caio versus Imavov. I think it's one of 4 Brazil versus France fights on the card, and they're playing it up, which I love as well.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize.
Yeah, they're playing it up. Mauricio Hufi against BSD in the co-main event. It's a great card. Back to MSG, though. MSG is phenomenal. MSG is phenomenal. I love that card. I freaking love that card. And that fight card comes the day after Tank versus Jake Paul on Netflix. So what a weekend. It's like last year all over again, where it was Jake versus Tyson, and then John versus Stipe. My favorite thing about how that whole thing rolled out was when some reporters reported that the fight was going to happen on November 15th because it got leaked by the Netflix Turkey account. But obviously for them, it would be November 15th. But here in America, it was November 14th. But they tried to hide it behind, sources say. Anyways, it's November 14th, State Farm Arena, Atlanta, Georgia. Jake Paul versus Tank Davis. Still, as of now, we don't really know the details. We don't really know the details as far as like, okay, what weight class? What are the rules? You guys talked about it. You guys had to digest it live on the air. What do we think about this now, 2 weeks later?
Feel exactly the same as I said.
Can I just bring up one thing? Look, I'll say straight up here. I think I'm working it. I think I'm working the press conference too. So, good luck to me. But this is what I was thinking, because I understand and agree where everyone is coming from, 100%. I even said it on the Logan Paul podcast. I said, if I have to choose between Jake versus Joshua or Jake versus Tank, I'm taking Jake versus Joshua just because they're closer in weight. They ended up going this route. Fine. If this, I was just saying Eddie Hall versus Dylan, or we're sort of romanticizing Pride where there were super fights and no weight classes and stuff. I'm not weighing in. I was just wondering, as I was trying to think, okay, why is the reaction this as opposed to that? If this same situation gets booked for a Ryzen show where it's a guy who's 200 pounds against a guy who's 135 pounds, that's what they fight at. Generally, I'm sure it'll be a little bit closer, maybe 200 to 150. Who how much bigger can Tank get? Why would that be somewhat celebrated in MMA, but in boxing it isn't? Do you know what I mean, Pizzi? In MMA, we sort of love the freak shows, but in boxing they don't. Why do you think that is? What does that say about us in MMA?
Well, we're a sick bunch of fucks. There's no doubt about that. But I will say,
you agree, right, or no?
Yeah. The idea of the MMA freak show is everybody coming together and saying, "Oh, we're going to watch a freak show. This is what this is. We know what this is. It is absolutely mental what we're going to watch here." I think where people get annoyed with Jake is he even got me. You know what I mean? This guy is the greatest outrage farmer of all time. I saw his tweet and I was like, reading it, you know what I mean? And I was like, well, this is exactly what he fucking wants me to do. This is every time I'm doing this, he's in the game of getting eyeballs, and this is ridiculous. As long as why do I like an MMA freak show? Why would I watch Eddie Hall in an MMA fight against Dylan Dennis? I'll be like, this is fucking ridiculous, and I have to watch it. That's the way I feel about Jake Paul and Davis. I will watch it. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's all of us getting together to go to the circus for the evening. I think the reason why there's pushback against it when Jake does it is because Jake, and obviously tactfully, is going what are you talking about? This guy's a world champion. I took out Mike Tyson. He's a world champion. And then I'm going to take out Canelo and stuff like this. He's winding us up. He's not agreeing to the stipulation that we're all agreeing on, which is this is a freak show. This is absolutely mental. As long as we can agree with that, we can all enjoy it collectively.
But do you not think he does agree to that? Do you not think he knows what this is?
No, I do. Like, I think he's tactfully, as I said, I think he's tactfully saying like, oh,
even if
I'm
he's
take this
so
world
even if he's
champion.
promoting it the other way, I've been very consistent on my Jake Paul thoughts. I will reiterate one more time. I would rather see this because it's a spectacle than him versus Ryan Borland or Andre August or chasing these like quote unquote championship dreams in boxing. I don't think he's a championship level boxer. I don't really care about that journey. I want to see him in spectacles. Netflix is going to air Jake Paul versus Tank Davis. So to me, this is,
Do you think it will do well?
It will be watched. It will be watched.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. A lot of people are going to watch.
I would rather see Anthony Joshua just because that has been put out there and is on the table. But I will watch this.
I saw some people breaking this down on, it was a non-fight pod. It was, I don't remember which one. And they were saying like, oh, Tank's going to kill him. Tank's going to kill him because he won't be able to touch Tank. And then
It's kind of like the Tyson thing again, though, right? Like when there was
it reminded me of that, but it also reminded me of like, oh, in barbershops across the world, people, or at least the country, people will talk about this and be like, oh, Tank's going to kill him because he will not get hit. And then it'll be like, no, Jake's going to kill him because he knocks people out because they think that he is the highest level if you don't really follow boxing, and he's 200 pounds as opposed to 135 pounds. And so I'm like, okay, maybe this is the hook. Maybe this is the brilliance. I don't know.
The brilliance is that Netflix says they want it. That's the brilliance of all of this is Jake Paul having Netflix go, we sign off on this. We want to air it. Yeah. Let's do it. That's all he needs. It doesn't matter who the opponent is because he is getting the eyeballs that he needs. Him, Nikisa, MVP, they make smart business moves.
Because if you're fighting lower level guys, you're fighting on DAZN pay-per-view.
You're fighting on DAZN. Or you're just in a hall in Florida fighting a guy that nobody's ever heard of. Like, what's the benefit?
Aren't going to buy that shit.
No, they don't want it.
Like you're saying, like I'm gonna, like I want to see this. Like lots of people do. That's why Netflix are involved. You know, like they know what they're doing.
Are there safety concerns?
Not for me. I think Tank is a capable enough boxer to protect himself there. This is where like it like Mike Tyson I had much more concerns about than Tank. Is Tank probably going to get knocked out? Yeah, like it's pretty likely.
So?
The size. I
don't think so.
Wow.
How could he not?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I think if it was fought with the intensity of the Tyson fight, no way.
Oh, so you
think he catches him?
You think he's going to carry Tank?
No,
I think these are exhibition
so.
fights.
Tank is so high level in his prime.
Oh, interesting.
I know the size
I think
difference.
that'd be bad for Tank's brand. I think that'd be pretty catastrophic for him.
I think that's exactly what will happen. I think it's going to be
okay.
You're saying Jake Paul decision.
That's interesting.
Man, I don't think Tank wants to.
I don't
his
think Tank
only
wants
loss
to do
is to Jake Paul.
But he's saying
I don't
exhibition, so he doesn't
I don't
care.
think it'll get put on his.
I don't think it's going to be an official boxing.
But only
record.
loss, like any loss, period. Like he has no losses. He has one draw. And I think, by the way, that's part of the reason why the boxing community doesn't like this is because the Roach rematch. The plan was always you beat Roach and then you fight Jake over the summertime, and then the Roach thing happened and it screwed everything up. And so Roach is upset, and rightfully so. He was going to get paid a shitload of money, and maybe he still gets it. There he is saying he's ducking. And so if you're a boxing fan, you're like, what? There's a great fight right there. We're like, we finally have you in some sort of rivalry. Like, go, take that fight. He doesn't take the fight. He takes the Jake Paul fight. But I don't think he's going to be okay with the idea of him losing to Jake Paul. Certainly not in his prime. Is there a chance that he, by the way, beginning of the year, remember, he said, I'm done in 2025. Is there a chance that he takes this fight and then disappears? I also have a hard time believing that. I have a hard time believing that.
He's already backtracked on that. And
yeah, I have a hard time believing that, but I don't think he's going to want
It's a great
to have
negotiation tactic, though, right? Like, I'm finished. Come and get me.
Tyson Fury has done this 14,000 times.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury's been retired more times than anybody in history.
He's not going to want Jake to beat him, and I don't think he's going to allow that. Yeah, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the hook. What the hell is going to happen?
It's the hook every time.
It's definitely the hook.
It's a massive name in Jake Paul, a massive name in Gervonta Davis, and this whole massive size differential is going to get people to watch.
Are there odds, by the way?
He's so big, though. It is kind of ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but like that's why it's
so was fighting 58-year-old Mike Tyson. It was also ridiculous.
Yeah. Like that is the fucking market, buddy. Like that's what he's going for here. Like, and then we're gonna be like, oh, look, watch out, someone might get fucked up. Then they'll go the distance, and That's what's going to happen.
I said this on the show. Ahead of the Mike Tyson fight, I was going to bet Jake by KO, but you on the crack said he's going to carry Mike Tyson and convinced me, and I didn't. You may have done it again.
And now you're doubting me, Rick.
Now I believe you, but you may have convinced me out of it. I just don't. Tank, unlike Mike Tyson, has so much to lose by doing that. It would look so bad if he had Jake Paul just like pitter-pattering with him.
Yeah, but I think it will only be remembered until he fights again.
I've located odds.
Tell me. I'm actually
shit.
fascinated.
I want y'all to guess them.
Legit place.
It's an offshore book, but you can place a wager right now.
But we've heard of this place.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Jake
minus
Paul,
140.
minus 350.
Jake Paul minus 350 for Rick. What did you say, Pete?
Minus 140, Jake Paul.
Okay.
Jake Paul. I'll say Tank Davis minus 150.
Boy, though, I have an investment opportunity for Rick and Pete. Gervonta Davis minus 400. Jake Paul plus 50.
Minus 400?
This guy is an incredible boxer.
Yes, I know. See, that's why I picked him as the favorite, but I didn't think it would be that big.
No.
Minus 400 is crazy.
I get that he's an incredible boxer. He is half the size of Jake Paul. He is
same size as his leg.
He's going to
He is
balloon
a
up to
literal half. You
152.
cut Jake Paul in half, and you've got Tank Davis. How? How can this man this small beat? I don't see it. I just don't see a path to victory.
Oh, plus
in a
250.
legitimate fight, it makes no sense. I will be all over that. I assure you.
Is he 5'4"? He is 5'4" or something, right?
That'd be generous. I bet.
He's a wee lad. Yeah.
Is he actually 5'4"?
How can he even punch Jake Paul's face? Is what I'm wondering.
They can move, baby.
Wow,
Does
he's
he have
5'5". This is going to look crazy.
Does he have to get on a
6155
on a ladder
6155.
to reach Jake Paul?
Look at that pick.
You guys
Look
are
at that
crazy.
pick of Jake Paul.
It's also a crazy pick.
Kind of a crazy pick of both of them.
By the way, I feel like he's giving himself some extra. I don't
Shout
know
out to
if he's
Frederick M. Brown on Getty Images.
Oh my dear. Oh my gosh.
What a fucking
right here,
what
right
an
now.
industry.
Pete, if they were to legitimately fight, you're backing Tank Davis in a fight with Jake Paul. Legitimately box.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you.
They're not gonna. It's gonna be an exhibition.
Yeah.
Like stop. Like
Ariel,
like,
you picked.
No, this is how they get you.
I
Because this
really
is what
don't
they
know.
fucking did with Tyson. And they're
I
going
don't know. I
What do
don't
you
know.
mean get you? They've already got us. We're
Yeah,
going
By
to
the
be
way,
watching.
can I tell you what I'm most
Go on.
fascinated? What else is on this card? Because it's not just going to be this one, and Netflix wants something big,
they'll
right?
need the queen of boxing to save them. They'll need
Amanda?
the greatest.
Oh, Katie.
of-
You think Katie's
yeah.
on it?
Well, it worked the last time. Worked the goddamn
amazing.
charm.
That'd be great. Chantal
Katie
Cameron
versus Amanda 4?
No.
Why not?
go back to
Sure,
that.
fuck it at this stage. You
Can't
know?
go back to that. Well, I am curious.
Chantel Cameron.
Yeah, Chantal Cameron 3.
Oh, against Katie in Atlanta.
Fucking yeah.
I mean,
A lot of Irish.
by the way,
Fucking
you,
yeah.
by the way, GC, you going?
Fucking
We
yeah.
didn't even talk about the Atlanta
Am
component.
I going back to back?
What's back to back?
Go on Friday in Atlanta, catch a flight back
Oh,
to New
yeah.
York, and go to MSG.
Well, we all remember you were on the first flight to Atlanta to see Joaquin Buckley against Kamaru Usman. Surely you'll be at State Farm.
Never mind.
What?
I was going to say, will we have prior engagements
Oh.
for the Friday night?
No.
This is the crazy thing.
Yeah.
It's good news, bad news for the people. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were going to do a live show on the Friday night.
Yeah, I forgot my
Yeah.
math processed
shit.
that one in real time.
We even had a venue booked and all.
Fuck.
But fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So, I'm not
Everyone
coming
was
to New
asking.
York.
Remember, I was saying Newark. We're not doing it for Newark. We're going to do it. We had everything, and they picked the date. I'm sorry, everyone. Maybe next year? No, I don't know.
Let's get fired up for
ATL one-man show?
2026.
Should I do it in ATL? Not
ATL
quite
one
the
man
same.
show. Helwani with a mic on stage. That's it.
My
Just
mom
me?
and dad have good network connection. You can do it from the crib.
Should I do a kick stream from there? Just walk around the streets?
12
Helwani
hours,
kick
baby.
would be watchable.
Nah,
I would
12
watch
hours?
a
Also,
Helwani
are
kick.
we certain we're kick people and not Twitch people?
Oh, right. So it's Twitch, it's Kick.
Jordan dropped in the metrics, and it seems like Kick has the highest payout
Oh.
in terms of these things. So that's why you potentially want to go with them. So
All right. Well, let's talk, guys. If you're open, we're now on fast, so we might as well go on Kick as well. Speaking of which, I do have to pause for station identification. Not yet. Don't hit the button just yet. 2 hours commercial free. Where else but here? I did want to bring up just a couple other things. Shanghai has come and gone. We're going to talk to obviously Aljamain Sterling. We all agree Brian Ortega. How many times have I said Brian Ortega needs to stay at 155? Never. Why does he keep coming back to 45? I don't understand it. He looked awful, missed weight horribly, lost 5 rounds to none. It's time. Because I think he's still a very good fighter, but he's killing himself making this weight. And so let's see where he goes from here. Who would have thought Johnny Walker with the win over Mingyang Zhang, fake glove touch and all, goes for the takedown. This guy, just when you think he's done, he goes in there. I mean, if there was ever a fight where it was like served up for him to lose and we're trying to make our next star in Shanghai, it was this fight, and he goes in there and stops the guy. Shocking. I actually watched this on the train, and there's his bro. I watched this on the train to Florence. It was a great time. I was having a great time on the Trenitalia, the high-speed train. I was like, what a life. We get to do this, not have to react to it. Holy shit. Johnny Walker, still alive. Had the little weird, like, 3-prong little thing, in the extra adapter. It was very strange. But anyway. By the way, speaking of Florence, I wanted to give a big shout out to our friends at Champion over there. I went to one of their flagship stores. Friend of the program, Lorenzo, let me know where it was. Went there. They couldn't have been nicer. My kids got really cool sweatshirts and they put these patches on. And then he has another store right next door to the Duomo. And it's called Game 7. And they have, you would think that you're in a sports store in the middle of New York City. With this, 20 years ago, last time I was in Italy, to walk into a store and see all this NBA stuff, you would never see that. It would only be, soccer jerseys. The amount of American type of sports gear really blew me away. Of course, my son got an Italian basketball jersey, custom jersey with Dante DiVincenzo's name on the back, which I was very proud of. Dante was supposed to be on the Italian team for a Eurobasket, but then got hurt. But anyway, it was very cool. And so shout out to Lorenzo, shout out to Game 7, shout out to the Champion stores. If you're ever in Florence, go check them out. Great, great stores, great stuff, very high quality. And Champion is huge over there. I told them I was friends with Big Tom. They said, who? No, I'm kidding. They said, oh, the heavyweight champion? I said, yeah, the man himself. And so, yeah, I just wanted to give them a shout out as well because I was very impressed. I was very, very impressed. Have you been watching the Eurobasket, guys? Anyone?
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay. It's been great. Slovenia was shocked early on. Luka had a triple-double. There's been some surprises. Israel's 3-1 just clinched their spot in the Sweet 16, beating Belgium earlier today. Beat France a couple of days ago, which was quite the shock. Everyone very upset about that. Deni Avdia, the man. Anyway, I've enjoyed it. You could watch it on DAZN. What about your guy, Fabian Edwards, Pizzi? 3 years almost. Oh, Pizzi's gone. What happened to him? Bathroom break? Fabian Edwards, 3 years, essentially to the date of his brother's head kick knockout of one Kamaru Usman. Fabian Edwards head kicks Dalton Rosta. Wins the PFL middleweight tournament. And it was so spectacular that my first thought was, holy shit, this is spectacular. Holy shit, it's sort of like his brother. And, oh man, if I'm Johnny Eblin, I might actually get leapfrogged here. Which, by the way, I did predict before this that they would go immediate rematch with Paul Hughes and Usman. Well, not immediate, but you get the point. Make the fight after Coachman was telling us it wasn't going to happen. And that they would not do it for this one, where they would give the tournament winner the title fight. Fabian's probably going to get that title fight against Costel Vanstinas.
It's a great story.
It's unbelievable. Also, the fact that it was essentially 3 years to the day, depending on how you look at the time zones. I know a lot of other people were even more excited about the hard launch. You guys saw that, right?
I saw that. I did.
Oh, Dakota and Rasta?
Yeah.
The first couple of PFL?
What did you think about the hard launch, GC?
Dalton Ditcheva?
It's crazy kids.
What'd you call them? What'd you call it?
Dalton Ditcheva. And the matching suits, the Barbie and Ken.
Oh my god!
You can tell how excited GC is about it.
Yeah, why are you no-selling it?
What do you want me to do? Like fucking hell. Okay, cool. She's got a boyfriend. All right.
I was thinking of our guy
He's got a
Thad.
girlfriend too.
Hey, shout out to Thad. Also, our guy Jake. Don't forget, man.
Don't forget about
2022
Jake.
World Championships.
right.
He shot a shot and got rejected.
In the stands, right?
Yeah, we're in the stands after she had won a fight. Asked her to go eat. She said she stiff armed him. So I'm praying for my boys right now.
Yeah.
Birthday bro, Thad Gene, and my guy Jake.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Good for Dalton though, you know.
That was a tough loss.
Yes. The loss was tough.
The knockout, yes. The knockout was tough.
The head kick thing is crazy. 3 days of the year.
3 days.
Yeah.
Well, it was technically, I think if like the time, I think it
I
was.
love how you're getting into the minutia of the
midnight, come
time
on,
zones
man.
and the specificity of when this took place.
It was
Just
technically
enjoy.
It's
like-
pretty fucking close,
Yeah,
man. Like
it's
we're
pretty
good.
close.
I think it was like 2 years, 364 to be
Oh,
exact.
wow. That is so much less cool than 365 just because it's
Also, there had to have been a leap year in there at some point, so 365 counted.
Sure. That's a good point. Actually, was there? I think the last leap year was 2020. 2024.
Yeah, 24 would have been a leap.
Yeah. I remember the leap year. I remember Joseph Benavidez and Davison Figueiredo fighting on February 29th of 2020.
Wow.
What's so funny?
Nothing.
What? You can't. Welcome back, Pizzi. I was trying to set
Hey.
you up to talk about Fabian Edwards, and you left me high and
Yeah,
dry.
no, I had to have a piss. What do you want me to do? But
Okay.
listen,
They said
Fabi-
technical difficulties. Technical difficulties, my ass.
I'm just going with what you said, okay? I'm just going with what you said. Fabian Edwards, can we just say,
Tell us.
nearly didn't get into this fucking tournament. Do you remember they pulled him? We were doing our draft.
Oh, that's
and they were like,
right.
He's
The
not
visa.
fighting.
Yes.
He's not fighting. I rang him. He's like, I'm going down to me ma's restaurant. I'm going to get stuck into a load of fucking jerk chicken. Fuck this, blah, blah, blah. Hour later, you're actually fighting the light heavyweight champion in your first fight. So he immediately gets back in, gets on the treadmill, goes in and KOs Kasanganoi.
Oh, yeah.
Gets into this next phase. He meets Dalton Rosa, and Dalton Rosa was giving him all kinds of shit in the lead up to this fight, to the point where if you go back and watch the clips, Fabian can't fucking believe the shit that this guy's talking to him. Like, he's in disbelief. He's like taking his headphones off, going like, "What the fuck is going on here?" To every European, and I've said this on the crack as well, to every European person who was looking at these exchanges, Dalton looked like the dude that plays the captain of the football team and is a bit of a bully in every American coming of age drama we've ever seen over here. So it was absolutely bizarre to watch. Brilliant KO. What a guy. Like, this is a long time. These fucking brothers, can we make a film about these lads?
Yeah.
Like, this is absolutely incredible. The situation that they were in before they found mixed martial arts, completely turning their lives around to the point where they are beacons of hope for the kids in Birmingham. They put in a lot of work as well, speaking to kids and showing them the way forward. Leon, head kick world champion. Now Fabian, head kick tournament world champion. Absolutely amazing. And look, he's got history with Koslov Venstinas as well. They fought before to a split decision. That's a very tasty rematch for the European scene. I think Eblin's being jilted a little bit by it, but fucking hell, those Edwards brothers, someone sign me up for the Hollywood biopic. It would be absolutely unbelievable.
It was beautiful to see them embrace afterwards as well.
They're fucking legends, the two of them. Love those fucking guys.
Fabian embracing Leon 3 years ago, and now Leon, doing the same for his brother, having his moment, finally getting a big moment, as he has been somewhat in his brother's shadows. By the way, what about your man Kiefer Crosby and Mark Goddard? What do you think of this?
There's beef.
There's beef. There's beef, yes, to put it mildly. Whose side are you on?
I was outsunning myself, and I was like, fucking Kiefer is angry.
Yeah.
Oof. A lot of people weighing in.
Someone left a comment on Goddard's page
And
here.
Goddard liked it. And
then Kiefer
Kiefer didn't like
responded.
that. Disliked it. Yeah.
Disliked it, yes. Oh no, am I a sore loser? Oh my gosh. What do you
That's
think?
bad words right there. There's a lot of bad words. Well, here's the thing. Kiefer, that was a must-win fight for him. It's an incredibly emotional experience. Dreamed about being in the UFC his whole life. It was one of those moments, he got caught with an illegal shot, and Goddard asked him, "Are you ready to go?" He says yes. So they started up again. I understand Kiefer's frustration. Like, the people who are getting onto him are being like, "You should have played the game more, mate." Pretended you were a bit dizzier than you were or whatever. But I don't think Goddard's doing anything wrong here either. Like, obviously the illegal shot is the bad situation. If he doesn't fight at this point, he probably gets a DQ win. But obviously he doesn't want to go out like that. It's just a tough situation for everyone involved. Like, I completely get the frustration that Kiefer has. But luckily for him, like, he has a huge fan base in Ireland. Like, we've said this before. People paid a lot of money to go and see him fight in Bellator for all those years. Like, he was one of the big guys selling all the tickets out there. I think if he wants to go again, even in something like a misfit situation, he could be great there. He knows how to sell a fight. But I understand the frustration, and I think in that spot, Goddard's in. You have to make these seconds and these split-second decisions. It's a horrible, horrible situation. It's the hardest job in the industry. You're just going to catch flack the whole time. So it's a rough situation for everyone.
We've covered a lot of ground in these first 2 hours. There's more ground to cover. There's more news and notes. We're going to be joined by our guests now. Now we have a little break as far as the discussion. It's so great to be back, right? Is it not great to be back, guys?
Yeah.
It feels good to be back. We've got new cameras in here. We've got all kinds of new trinkets. We're going to be joined by Charles Johnson, who had a massive win on that Shanghai card. After that, Mackenzie Dern. After that, Tom Lawlor. After that, Aljamain Sterling. And then we'll wrap it up with some other news and notes. For now, though, a quick 2-minute break. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Pausing now for station identification. I always wanted to say that. They say that on the baseball games. This is for our friends over on the Fast Channel, the Yahoo Sports Network Fast Channel. We return with Charles Johnson right after this.
Back in your life! Finally!
We have a lot to talk about.
I didn't care about a big fight or money. I cared about the heavyweight title. That's all I've ever been bothered about.
Join us for the entire first round live on Yahoo Sports.
This is the biggest shock of the draft.
Super Bowl 59 on Radio Row with Jaden Daniels.
Put me on the spot like that.
Here with first-time Olympian Stephen Curry. You and LeBron's relationship has had to evolve.
And see blood on the other side, but still have the utmost respect for who you're playing against.
Alerts on your phone. Oh, KD's thinking about leaving. Like, where's this coming from?
Coach Prime, Deion Sanders.
They don't put a gold jacket on your back and you don't know what you're doing.
The head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, Jim Harbaugh.
It's like being around greatness.
How does that feel when you hear that? Shedeur Sanders' future NFL
you're the first one I ever hear say that. Like, that's why. I'm thankful.
And they're going to be here for a long time.
Now to a fun part of today's program.
Like, I literally went to college with Chris Paul. Like, he's still in the NBA.
He could not hit another home run all year. It'd be a great season.
Yes, correct. I got to make an admission first, Aaron.
Oh, God.
I grew up a Boston Red Sox fan.
I knew that.
I used to hate you.
I've gotten to a point where I can smell you guys.
And I think winning with the Buccaneers put him at a completely different level. He has the greatest resume of any quarterback in football history.
They have a chance to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it. The realist in me says that ain't happening at all.
I don't want to treat you like a regular journalist because I feel like me and you have a good relationship.
I would put Travis Hunter in that same category as those two players. The difference between he and Rome Odunze, Travis Hunter is just a special athlete.
I actually think this is a smart decision by them.
This is what we're going to bring in. This is who we are. This is the style that we're doing.
And it was a long, beautiful conversation.
What a fun interview, Dave.
Thanks, Coach.
You're not like all talked out after talking to people for so long.
This is my life.
Okay.
I could do this for 8 hours.
Got it.
Wow.
There you have it, the brand new Yahoo Sports Network. See, that wasn't so bad, right? That wasn't so bad. We've listened, we've upgraded, we've adapted. We appreciate all your support very much. All right, coming up, Aljamain Sterling, Tom Lawlor, Mackenzie Dern. But first guest of the day, first guest in year 2. Yeah, year 2. This is officially year 2. Amazing. Had a massive win over in Shanghai, an incredible win, incredible finish. A lot to get into with the man they call Energy. Not Energy, Energy. Charles Johnson. He's kind enough to join us. He is the pride of St. Louis, and he'll be joining us for the very first time on this here program after his big win over in Shanghai, over Lone'er Kavanagh. Charles, my man, congratulations. How are you?
Good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great. What a victory. What a time. What a look you have. By the way, if I'm just looking at you with the hat here, I think you have a full head of hair. What's going on up top? Can I see what's happening?
You already know what's going on.
What's happening? What is that? What is that look? Is that a St. Louis thing? What is that?
Nah, that's just a me thing, man. The skullet was birthed in Thailand. It just came to be from happenstance, and it's here to stay right now.
Can I see how it looks right now?
It looks like your head, but with hair in the back.
Why don't you want to show us? Yeah, there it is. It's legendary, man. It's
Yes,
legendary. You birthed that in Thailand.
Yeah, man. When I got to Thailand, I cut all my hair off, and I was taking like a razor to my head, and back of my head started getting irritated a lot from doing that. So then I just let the back kind of grow for a little bit, and then I'm into like triangles and stuff like that. So I started putting it into a triangle initially, and then it just started letting it grow after a while, and it just is what it is.
You even have the merch. The hat says Skullet Gang.
Yeah. That's the pirate crew right there, baby.
I love it. Why are you into triangles? What's up with triangles?
I don't know, man. I feel like you need 3 points of contact when you're doing jujitsu. There's a lot of three that like make something like indestructible, I feel like. So I always been drawn to the pyramids, always been drawn to it. So
wow.
I think it has a lot of meaning to it.
Okay, well, I love that. Very deep.
I got my 3 Ps I go by: prayer, positivity, and perseverance. You know, it's just, I don't know, it's just something that I've been vibing with for a long time now.
The 3 Ps, where did you get that from? How did you develop that?
So when I went to school, I was going to Division I school, running cross country and track on scholarship, full scholarship. And after my first year, I lost my scholarship because I failed a science class, and being stubborn, I tried to take it the second semester with the same study habits, and I failed it twice. Right. So when I got back to school my sophomore year, I didn't realize I was short of credit. And when I got to campus a week early for practice, they told me to go to a financial aid office, and then come to find out I had lost my scholarship because I was short 1 credit. And that kind of like started this journey with MMA, really, because my sophomore year of college, I lost my scholarship. I couldn't run track. From being the best freshman in the conference to not being able to run my sophomore year with high hopes, and then had to figure out where I was going to live, had to get a job. And so I had to get some things to keep me in place, keep my mind on what was the task was to be in school and finish school. And I came up with the 3 Ps, put them on my walls, and just had to build some inner strength and some goals around myself to keep me focused on what the task was.
Wow. Prior to that, any martial arts background?
No, yes. So when I was about the year before I got to high school, I started wrestling. So if you would say, yes, any martial arts background, it was like high school wrestling. But it was like one summer before high school, and then I wrestled all throughout high school. And I wrestled in the largest class in Missouri, and I made it to state every year but my freshman year. But my senior year was the only year that I was able to garner all state honors, which is top 8 in the state.
So why do you go from track to MMA? Like, what's the thought process there? How do you say, okay, this is what I should do now that I'm in this pickle?
It just happened, man. After that second year, after my sophomore year, I went back home to reevaluate some things, and I call him my brother, but my boy who I wrestled with in high school had been fighting for a while. He had won some amateur belts on the Midwest scene and had about 30 something fights. And he was set to fight on a show called Blue Corner Battles in Kansas City, and um another guy on the card was fighting at 135, and his opponent fell out, and he was 3-0. And I trained with my brother for like a week, and then he told me about the fight. He was like, "You want to fight?" And then I was like, "I don't know, man. Let me talk to my dad," because my dad trained me my whole life, and at the time he was wanting me to transfer to Morgan State and run Division I. And so I was like, man, let me talk to my dad. And then I called him back an hour later. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Fuck it. So I took a fight with no MMA experience, just training with him in his mom's basement for a week. And I went out there and I beat the guy. He was like a stand-up fighter. I took him down every round and beat him up. And like I had been in fights, but I had never been in no MMA fight. So I kind of had an idea, but I was out there like Bruce Lee trying to throw both hands, spinning and shit. But after he hit me once, I was like, yeah, fuck all the striking. I just started wrestling. So the rest was history. I won every round, and then I was hooked because being a cross country athlete and a wrestler, nothing had ever made me that tired before. And after the first round, couldn't like really punch. I was so tired, breathing hard, and these were like 3-minute rounds amateur. I was like, man, this is crazy. So I was hooked. That's what hooked me, the exhaustion from a 3-round amateur fight.
Well, you've come a long way since. You had an incredible 2024. It seemed like you were knocking on contender status door, and then you lose in 2025 earlier this year. And so how are you feeling going into this fight in Shanghai? How's your confidence? What are you thinking? You're trying to get back on track. You have a chip on your shoulder. What's going on in your mind?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 6-0 in my last 6 fights, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I like that.
I went into Shanghai and and in Shanghai I was just ready. I was just excited. I got to fight in China. I always wanted to go there, and I got to fight another undefeated prospect, take his shine, and I knew it was going to be a tough fight, but from seeing a couple of his fights in the UFC, it didn't seem like he carried the same mystique about him when he stepped up the level of competition. He looked really talented, really skillful, but the mystique was gone. Like I saw him go 3 rounds twice, and I knew the type of fighter he would be. Obviously, he has the potential to get better each fight, but also he's been fighting a lot longer than I have, so I don't think he's going to look too much different as opposed to me. Like I look different every other fight. So I think I'm harder to match up for than these guys who've been fighting their entire life, and you kind of know what you're going to get once you see a few fights of them. So Shanghai was just like it was a blessing because it put me right back in the conversation for where I should be anyway, based off of my last 6 fights, and I'm excited about what's to come.
So the fight on March 1st, you're viewing that as a win?
I mean, dude popped for illegal substances or something less than a month after our fight, and I don't know the whole story behind that, what it was. I don't really care what it was. But yeah, I don't view that as a loss. I view a guy who went out there, threw big shots, and ran for the last 10 minutes of the fight. And yeah, man,
that's fair.
If you look at the track record of the guys I fought and look how that fight was fought, and you really match me according to a championship level, if that's a 5-round fight, I finished that guy much like many of these other guys. So I don't put as much weight into these 3-round fights because I don't think you see the full potential of championship caliber mixed martial artists.
I reported after your fight, and this was from your manager, Brian Butler, that you were, for lack of a better word, kind of in a tough spot, and I didn't really know how to feel about this, and so I wanted him to ask you if it was okay to put this out because it's somewhat personal regarding your financial situation heading into the fight. Do you feel comfortable talking about it? Because it just made the victory feel that much bigger and more important that you did it with that kind of pressure on your shoulder. And I understand that you're getting ready to welcome a new baby into this world as well. So probably a lot going on in your mind.
Yeah, I didn't like the headlines, but at the same time, it is what it is. This is what it is, and I wasn't too comfortable with it, but it just, I mean, yeah, my bank account hit the red before the fight. That's a reality that fans don't get to see. You can be in the UFC fighting killers and still wonder if you're gonna have enough to pay the bills the next week sometimes. That's not a complaint. I'm not upset with anything. That's just what it was, and that's kind of shows you and gives you a window into the risk that us fighters take in this business, with everything that comes with it outside of actually fighting. And so we sacrifice for glory long before we see the check. And it's kind of like that wrestler mentality too. But luckily, I'm in a position in my career now where I go out there and handle business the way I did. I don't really have to think about it too much more.
And you got a bonus.
Yeah.
So you're all good. Did you become a dad yet?
Not yet. Babies due any day now.
Wow.
So my wife's a champ when it comes to this, man. She carries it really well. You wouldn't know until she turns to the side, and but the baby's sitting low, and that belly's getting bigger and bigger. So any day now.
First one?
Second. We
Second.
have Gia. Gia's been at most of my fights since she was born 2 years ago. And funny story, she met Dana before I did. She went to his suite in the Apex, and he was hanging with him when she was about uh, probably about 8, 10 months, I think it was so at that time, 10 months or 12 months. I think she was a year maybe. But yeah.
That's incredible.
She's known throughout the UFC brass. They know her when they see her.
Was it hard to be in China? Were you worried that, maybe she she has to go to the hospital early? Like, this is on your mind, right? That's a long ways away.
Of course. But my wife's a trooper, and she understands. She understands what the task is at hand. So, yeah, she when I had fought Cody Durden, April 29th of 2023, Gia was due May 13th, and she came May 8th. So it was very similar. So we had faith.
Thank God. Thank God it all worked out. And obviously wishing you guys the best. That's a very, very exciting time. Almost as impressive as the knockout win was the freaking post-fight interview, man. I mean, that was unbelievable. Where did you learn to speak like that?
In China.
While you were there, you learned all that after a fight? You were able to talk like that? Like, usually, like Aljo said like one line. He said one word, I think, in his post-fight. You had a whole conversation with the crowd.
Yeah, man. So I like doing that. Like, I met my wife in Thailand, right? So I was there in 2020, right before COVID, and I was there for about 20 months, and that's where me and my wife met. That's when I really experienced a culture and a different language full time, like all the time, and I really embraced it. And since then, everywhere I travel, try to learn a little bit, at least the greetings, hello, goodbye, and the thank yous, right? Just little things. So I was in China for about 9 days, and every day I tried to learn a new word and incorporate it into conversation when I went to the PI. Hello, goodbye, thank you, good morning, how are you? And I'm well. So I learned those. And then about 3 days before the fight is when I constructed the post-fight speech with my coach. And he was like, Wei Li said this. I think it would be cool if you said it to the fans as well in Chinese. And I said, yeah, that would be dope. I want to do that because actually I seen Wei Li a couple of days at the PI, and I was saying stuff to her, and she was responding, and she'd tell me what to say.
Wow.
Right? So I would just bouncing different stuff off different people every time I seen them at the PI throughout the week, and then they'll tell me, oh, you have the dialogue, like the pronunciation is like this. They don't know what you say. It has a sound like this. So they helped me out a lot. And I still didn't do that great the second half of that, but the first half was on point. It was peak. So I was happy about that.
And so how does the PI, by the way, compare to the one in Vegas? How is it in general, and how does it compare to the one in Vegas?
Vegas is amazing, but the one in China is way better. It's
Really?
a lot bigger, higher ceilings. It's in a huge warehouse, and is so much space. And basically the PI in China is tailor-made for all those guys going through road to UFC and everything. They have like meal plans. You go through the locker room, they got lockers. They have like the coaches set up their training. They have like a weight regimen, a training regimen, everything set up for these guys to be successful. So it's like their home team gym. It's like their team gym. And it's amazing to see. Like, I go in there, I see them practicing, running a full practice, and they're doing jujitsu, and I'm like, man, their jujitsu is looking good. I didn't think it was that good, and they're working. So it was an amazing facility from top to bottom. The strength and conditioning area, PT, cafe, everything. It was nice, man. Ours in Vegas has a lot to the backside of it, where it's like a lot of business stuff going on there, and then the front side is where the fighters are. The workout area was much larger in China.
Okay.
And I really liked it, man. It was a nice facility.
By the way, speaking of training, is it true that you're training with my guy Gabe Davis, formerly of the Buffalo Bills, potentially future Buffalo Bill? Is that true?
That's my dog, man.
Yo,
my dog,
Gabe Davis.
man.
one of the greatest games in Bills history, 4 touchdowns against the Kansas City Chiefs. You remember that? How do you know him?
Yeah, man.
What's
He
his
been
connection?
rocking this same
Yes.
hat. He been rocking it like every workout, everywhere he go. People ask him about it. He rocking with me, man. That's my guy. And we doing something special out here. He just left. He left town, and you should be hearing an announcement from him soon about what he'll be playing soon. And
Okay.
I'm excited for him, man. He's been putting in a lot of work.
So you guys train together?
Yeah, a couple of days ago we were just doing strength conditioning, and we haven't trained him back. We had our first workout together. I've like done pads with him and things like that. So basically I got his little brother into MMA. His little brother had some serious injuries with football. He was playing defensive end in college, and he was kind of in this point where he didn't know what he wanted to do. And probably about more than half a year ago, I started going to Draft Academy, which is where Gabe does all his recovery, his facility. And I met them, and then kind of like persuaded his brother to come to Fusion Excel where I train at. And the rest is history. He's been showing up all the time. He trains with my Muay Thai coach full time, and like he wants to pursue this with everything he's got. And he's like 24, I think, so he's got time. And yeah, so like me taking him under my wing, Gabe really appreciate that. And then just me being me, like we just genuinely like rock the same way, because I'm there all the time working my butt off at doing my strength and conditioning and PT. So he's seeing me, so he respects it.
By the way, we were in the midst of our show, but apparently just a couple hours ago, Adam Schefter reported that he is going to sign with the Bills and will be on the practice squad and then return to play. So there we go. Gabe back in Buffalo.
Is that official?
That's from Adam Schefter. So I mean, you know who he is, right? He's one of the top reporters.
Yeah, is that official?
I don't know. You tell me. Is it?
I don't know, man. I gotta wait to see if it's official.
All right, fine. I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
I know, but I don't wanna leak nothing.
No. I'm not trying to get you. I'm excited. That's my guy. I'll never forget that game. 4 touchdowns against the Chiefs. Should have had the winning touchdown as well. That's a beautiful thing. By the way, on your way to Shanghai, is it true that you were flying there and then had to go back because someone was smoking on the flight?
No, so we had an elder Asian gentleman on the plane, and he suffered from dementia, I'm told.
Oh.
And so he was having an episode on the plane. So about an hour in, they make an announcement over the plane. Passengers, please be aware that someone was smoking in the bathroom. Smoking is not allowed on the plane, blah, blah, blah. And then a little bit later, one of the flight attendants walked up to me, said, "Hey, we may need your help," because I told them who I was when I got on the plane, because I was trying to switch some seats up. I was sitting in a nice spot, but I was trying to move up for the flight. But it was kind of too late at that point. But then they were trying to see what they could do for me. But then when they found out what I do, later on in the flight, when this was going on with him, he was like kind of being aggressive towards his wife, pushing, and he was he smoked in the bathroom, and like his whole thing was, I think he was just trying to smoke, right? And then they say he was trying to get off the plane, and so they end up cuffing this poor old man.
Damn.
And sitting him down, and then they were like an hour later, they was like, "We're sorry. We will be returning to LA. There's a medical emergency on the plane." I'm like, what the So by the time we get back to LA, the dude's been chill sleep for like 2-3 hours, bro. Like, bro, we could have been in Shanghai by now, man.
Damn.
So yeah, so it was about 4.5 hours over the ocean, turn back around to LA, get to LA, gotta wait a couple hours for new flight attendants. Before we fly back out, they got to refuel the plane, clean the plane.
Oh my God.
And then put us back on the plane, and then fly back to China. So it was look, my coach say, man, if it ain't wrong, it ain't going right, with us, because it's always something. My first fight back with the LFA, our flight got delayed. We missed our second flight. And then we had to stay over the night in Chicago. I had nothing with me because all my bags went with another plane. I had to cut weight in a trash bag. So,
wow.
like it's been something throughout my whole career, like where's something going on. So like at this point, it's just like, all right, if it's just normal. It's like this is supposed to happen.
Damn. In a trash bag. Did you make weight?
Yeah, man. Hell yeah, I never miss weight.
Yeah,
Come on,
okay.
man.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like, yeah.
I'm a professional, baby.
That's right. Former
Yeah.
LFA champ as well. And so
Yeah.
now you're right back
Most
in the
winning
mix.
is.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
And a win, by the way, in the UFC over Josh Van, who's fighting for the UFC title, we presume, at some point in the near future, maybe later this year. By the way, who do you like in that fight, Josh or Pantoja?
It depends. If Josh can keep the fight in the center, he has a good chance. If Pantoja can bully him to the cage, then it's Pantoja's world. Pantoja does a good job at walking through stuff, being extremely durable, taking punches, and just throwing whatever he wants at you to grab you, put you on the ground. So, in my experience, when I fought Joshua, when you shoot from space, even if you put strikes in front of him, he had really good hips and he has a low center of gravity. So it's all going to be about if Pantoja can get the fight to the mat, and or get his hip and just take his back and control him for a while. I think Joshua poses a significant risk because he's has that low batter's box. He's gonna be very box oriented, and he's gonna be a sprawling brawl fight. That's all the fight he needs to fight. He's not gonna take risks like Usyk did and try to wrestle with him. I don't think he's gonna take those type of risks. I think he has a very good chance at just outpointing him and beating him up. If he can survive the rough part of the first 2 rounds and not get his back taken.
How far away are you from this conversation, in your opinion, after the win?
One fight.
One fight. Who gets you there?
Nobody's doing what I'm doing at flyweight. Whereas maybe Manel Cop, but I haven't seen him one punch knock anyone out. It's usually a volume and angles, a lot of volume. But I don't see anybody hitting people one time and they going to sleep and get knocked down or finished. So we know your fortune changes fast in this weight class. And the reason Figueiredo shot to the belt because he was knocking people out, right? You kind of leapfrog people when you can put people out. So if I can continue doing what I'm doing, I've knocked down every one of my last opponents. I've hurt them and had moments to finish the fight in each one. So for me, it's just about continuing doing what I'm doing, and uh, they'll eventually see what they want to do, and I think I'll make a strong case for myself.
Who gets you there, in your opinion?
Well, Brandon Moreno or Roy Val again. I fought him in LFA, or one of those 4 guys, at the top that's been there. Just anybody who's so you ask. I was just offered the dude who plays in The Office, and he didn't accept because he's getting married. So
the dude who plays in The Office? You mean?
Yeah. So
Steve Carell? No, Steve Urseg?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's understandable.
When would that be?
It was MSG, bro.
Oh.
So we'll see but everybody else is booked and hurt, so I think I'm gonna miss out on that opportunity. That would have been amazing.
What about Tim Elliott coming off the big win?
Bro, I will literally fight anyone. I don't care. I don't care who they put in there with me. I honestly don't care. It's MSG, bro.
Are they still going to try to get you someone for MSG? Because that's such a big opportunity.
I think Mick is trying, but he's kind of caught up with guys that are hurt or unavailable, And,
you were in. You wanted the fight. You were down.
Yeah, it was done. Like, it was just, we were just waiting on his answer. It was practically gonna be the fight was gonna be made. it was, and who says no to MSG? So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna fight Steve. Cool. But we had to wait on him to respond because it's a different time zone, right? And I'm sure that's what it. And it took a couple days, and then when we got hit back, he's getting married. So for me, I asked my wife, I was like, bet, if I pushed the wedding back, even though we was planning for like a year or two, would you be mad? I said, I'm fighting the MSG, but she understands the assignment. That's the whole point. My wife understands the assignment. The wedding is something for us to celebrate, and MSG is a once in a lifetime experience. I feel like fighting there, and no guarantee you're gonna get booked there ever as a fighter in the UFC. It's such a huge card. So for me, I'm praying it still happens, you know, and we just gonna put out that good positive energy, and we'll see what happens.
What did she say, by the way, when you asked her that question?
Her initial reaction was,
hell no.
But then she thought about it. She was like, yeah, I don't mind. We could push it back. It depends on how many people we invited, because people plan around things.
Sure.
But a lot of her family is in Sweden, and they have time to like take time off and stuff like that. So we would have figured it out.
I hope you get
My
that.
wife's a trooper, bro.
Yo,
like,
respect.
Of course she said yes. Like, come on now.
respect. And at some point, we saw DP walk out with Lil Wayne. At some point, we have to get the Nelly Charles Johnson walkout, right?
Actually, I just met with him in Vegas. I saw him in Vegas and talked with him for like 5 minutes. And he had a concert after the fight week, right?
Yeah.
And we talked, and I was like, bro, you got to, if they have another show in St. Louis or Kansas City or whatever, bro, we got to get you to one of my fights, man. Like, got to get you out there. You got to show up. You got to show up for the city. I know you've been showing up for 20 years, but I'm saying for me, and it would be different. It'd be iconic like, people would go crazy. They love it. And he was like, all right. And, so hopefully I can connect with him and his team, and it makes sense because he's still a busy man. He's still working. He's still scheduled. So it would have to line up correctly with his schedule. But I think we can make it happen, honestly. I honestly do think we can make it happen.
I would love to see that. I mean, he's a legend, an absolute legend.
Yeah.
MMA fan? Is he a fight fan?
I don't think he's like too much aware, but it's all about knowing somebody with this sport, like most people who wasn't MMA fans became an MMA fan overnight because somebody they knew or knew of, and watched them. Then like now they catching every show every other week. Then they catching it every week. Now they MMA fans. So that's how it starts.
That is true. Well, keep doing your thing, my man. Congratulations on the win. Very, very impressive win. Great backstory. Easy to root for. By the way, do you know the other Charles Johnson? I always think of the former Florida Marlins catcher. Do you know him?
No idea who that guy is.
Okay, well, he's not important. He's an old timer. Your time is now. His time was in the 90s. You're killing it, and very happy for you, and also good luck, most importantly, to your wife, to the baby. I hope everything goes smoothly and everyone's healthy and safe, and you can enjoy that time, and hopefully we'll see you here in New York in a few months' time. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That'd be dope.
You're the man. There he is, Charles Energy Johnson. Big win for him. His boy Gabe Davis maybe joining the Bills. Also trains with the likes of Phil Rowe, doing big things in the flyweight division, currently ranked number 13 on a 5-1 run, but he says he's won his last 6 in a row. And who the hell am I to disagree with Mr. Johnson? Former LFA flyweight champion as well. In a matter of moments, we'll be joined by Mackenzie Dern, who'll be fighting for the vacant strawweight title on October 25th, UFC 321, Etihad Arena, Abu Dhabi, fighting the number 1 ranked Virna Jandiroba, who was sort of waiting in the wings. She was wondering, was she either going to fight Zhang Weili next, or was she going to fight for the vacant title? Well, she found out while Dana White was on his Instagram Live on the flight home, or about to take off following his meeting at the White House, which, by the way, he said White House show is on. So I've always believed that. I've always thought that was going to happen. When they said it the first time, when the president himself said it, I had a feeling that they weren't just talking. And so as of now, we are still 10 months away. it looks like it's happening, but he did announce that Virna Jandiroba is going to fight for the vacant strawweight title in the co-main of UFC 321 against one Mackenzie Dern. Mackenzie Dern getting an opportunity to fight for her first UFC title. She's won her last 2 in a row. Win over Lupi Godinez in August of last year, and then in January of this past year, defeating Amanda Ribas via third-round submission with just 4 seconds left in the third round. Won a performance bonus as well. So this is a big opportunity for someone who has been in the game now for quite some time. Her MMA debut almost 10 years ago, amazingly. July of 2016. Feels like it was yesterday. It's unbelievable. Had those issues making weight. Remember all those catch weights and all that stuff? But has really found her form as of late. And so that will be the co-main underneath the Tom Aspinall versus Cyril Gane title fight. Speaking of the heavyweight division, by the way, right before we went on air, did get word from John Jones's team that it appears as though he is in the clear. This is the statement that I received. John Jones charges dropped by prosecution. There's the uncrowned story. John Jones misdemeanor charges dropped for latest run-in with Albuquerque police. The prosecution has dismissed all charges against John Jones after a thorough review of the Albuquerque Police Department's case. The dismissal paperwork states, after further investigation, the state has reason to believe the defendant's alibi defense is credible, end quote. John's attorney, Christopher A. Dodd of Fairberg Dodd LLC, said in response to the dismissal, we have been fully vindicated. From the very beginning, we explained that a woman made a false allegation against John in an effort to avoid being arrested for a DWI, and unfortunately, the police accepted that claim without properly weighing the facts. Once the relevant documents were finally disclosed by the police department, John's cell phone records made it undeniably clear that he was nowhere near the scene of the crash. We are grateful that the district attorney's office took the time to conduct a full and fair review of this case, which ultimately confirmed John's innocence. At the same time, it is deeply troubling that such critical evidence was disregarded, forcing John to endure this ordeal unnecessarily. Our investigation into how this occurred remains ongoing. So there you go. All charges against John Jones dismissed. So I would say that's good news for John Jones as he continues to hint that he wants to be on the White House card. And perhaps this opens the door to him being on that card. This is all very fresh. Dana White said there was, what did he say, like 1 billion to 1 shot of him being on the card. He also said that the Jones-Aspinall fight was 100% happening in 2025. So who knows? I don't know.
He's not so good with the numbers.
Yeah, the math is weird. But I would say that's good news for John.
It's not. It's one less thing cleared from holding him back, at least,
exactly.
Which is good.
Yes. Gable Steveson, his teammate, is going to be making his LFA debut. First reported on the Boys in the Back.
Yes, by somebody who called in and didn't give their name. We have no idea who to credit.
That's how sources work. Not only his LFA debut, but his MMA debut as well. He has drawn the ire of one Craig Jones. He was supposed to compete against Craig on the CJI 2 card the second night, the main event. He pulled out. Craig says all kinds of things. Who knows? But he took a lot of heat. I did reach out to Gable and Craig to get their side of the story. Let's see if they come on. Craig posted a bunch of stuff, wasn't very happy with him. Gordon Ryan weighing in. Gordon doesn't like Craig. There's a lot of drama, by the way, in the jiu-jitsu world. Did you guys notice that? A lot of drama.
Yeah, there is.
All kinds of madness. But Craig's trying to do his thing. I do wonder if this will make Craig say, like, you know what? It was a good 2-year run, but I'm done with all of this.
Well, in his opening remarks at CJI 2, he was like talking about how great it's been so far. So, you know, he seems to be he's found something here.
Yeah. He seems stressed there for a moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, this was a thing that I think people were going to tune in for, and then Gable ruined it.
Yeah. The thing is, if he's about to, I was always surprised that Gable was doing it for this reason. Gable Steveson is an Olympic gold medalist. He then went over to WWE. It didn't work out. He then went over to the NFL. It didn't work out. His next thing was going to be going up against a jiu-jitsu black belt, veteran, legend, whatever you want to call it, Craig Jones, in a match that he's never, with a rule set that he's never competed in. That was going to be his next thing. And then he was going to go over to MMA. Once he signed the LFA deal and once he decided that he was going to go to MMA, I was like, what's the upside here? Why put yourself in this position? And so I wasn't necessarily shocked. I don't know ultimately the reason. Like, he hasn't weighed in on it. So if it's an injury, it's an injury. But if it's an injury, then how is he able to fight in, I think it's like 14, 13 days, whatever it is. Something didn't add up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so a conspiracy theorist could have some ideas on how this all played out.
What's the conspiracy?
Well, Craig Jones has a beef with the UFC.
You think the UFC got involved? Yeah.
Craig Jones. You would think that after his LFA debut, Gable Steveson, much like Bo Nickel and others before him, would kind of find their way to the UFC. It would behoove him to not promote Craig Jones's jiu-jitsu thing, and you go from there.
Does seem like a perfect Dana White Contender Series guy. I mean, he's not had a single MMA fight, so maybe a little bit soon. If I'm like a PFL, I try to snatch this guy up. I don't know if it's possible, but these are the kinds of guys that like when he fights in LFA and anywhere else, people are going to watch and we're going to talk about it. And so it's news. They have to try to get to him early. Or Misfits, either or. Misfits. Gable versus Dylan Dennis. That would be insane.
What are we doing here?
No, that's true. That's true. So anyway, Gable, the reason I went from Tom to John to Gable, heavyweight through line there. See what I'm saying? While we have some time, shout out to our guy, Oban Elliott. He's got his next booking September 28th in Perth, going up against Jonathan McAuliffe. There you go. 28th in Perth, 27th here in America. The Welsh Gangster is back, baby. Comeback season. SZN. Yeah, you know yourself, Oban Elliott's ready to go. We believe in you, Omar. Wait, did I say Omar? Oban. I was looking at Umar Nurmagomedov versus Mario Bautista, UFC 321. That, too, was officially announced. That's an interesting one. That's a big one at 135. Huge one. Mario getting the push, coming off the big win over Patchy Mix. That Abu Dhabi card coming together. Slowly but surely as we round out the ESPN era. Arman Tsarukyan posted a soon message. What that means, is it going to be Arman versus Ilya? Is it going to be... I kind of feel like... I don't even know what to feel. Because I think that Arman versus Ilya is the rightful fight to make, if that makes sense. But I can almost see them doing like Ilya versus Patty on the first Paramount card. Or first Paramount numbered card. But anyway. Anytime Arman posts something of him eating, I can't help but feel mesmerized by it all. But it's good to... I mean, he's going to go maybe the whole year without fighting once. That's crazy. Speaking of teases, Josh Van also tweeting something that would imply he's got some news. There you have it. Big Josh.
That feels like December pay-per-view written all over it.
It does. But is it main event?
Probably not.
You think Volk versus Lerone?
That makes sense.
Volk Lerone, Josh Pantoja?
There you go. Booked.
That's how the last ESPN pay-per-view comes to an end. I fucks with it. By the way, not for nothing, close your ears if you're part of the UFC is Washed community. The 2 October pay-per-views and then the MSG, and then if that's the last one, is not a bad stretch of pay-per-views. You know what I mean?
Also, I know they're not pay-per-views, but the fight nights are not bad either. Mixed in between there. Vancouver, Rio.
Right. The Noche one coming up. Paris. Yeah, that's right.
It's not bad.
UFC announcing that they're going back to Salt Lake City next year, doing the whole TKO takeover thing. There you have it. Friday Night SmackDown, Saturday on Instagram, which seemed to imply that he's in good spirits post-loss. I've seen a bunch of interviews from his coach, but not much from him. Do we have the Instagram? Jerkis?
Yeah, stand by.
Okay. Stand by for station identification. There it is. Oh, gosh. The text is, it's been just over a week, and I've spent some time with my family and friends, those closest to me, who will be with me, win or lose. I embrace this loss with open arms because, believe me, as much as I hate losing, it's as much a part of life as part of our game, and I believe it's necessary in my pursuit of greatness. Without the bitter, the sweet wouldn't be as sweet. Make no mistake, I'm not a good loser, because a good loser becomes a frequent one. I am, however, an avid learner of the arts and of life itself. This loss has exploded a desire in me that will have the consequence of an onslaught bigger than the original domination. My return to glory in pursuit of greatness will be unimaginable for the average-minded. It's not a bad line, by the way. I have absolutely no excuses for my performance. I was beaten by a better fighter on the night. Congratulations to my opponent, and thank you for the honor of sharing the octagon with you. Thank you for all the love and support from fans all over the world and my sponsors that have always and will in the future play a critical role in my success. And sincerely, thank you to all those who enjoyed to see me fall, because I will return the favor like I always have. I believe in the plan of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for he knows best, and I can't wait to see what he has planned for me going forward. How about that? It's not a bad statement. I like that middle part there. I always love when they thank the haters. That's always, it always feels very sinister. Thank you. Thank you for inspiring me, you haters. Thank you for inspiring me to come back stronger and shove it down your throat. Anyway, let's move on to our next guest. As we said, getting a chance to fight for her very first UFC title goes down October 25th, UFC 321, Abu Dhabi. Vacant UFC strawweight title. It's Virna Jandiroba against Mackenzie Dern, the aforementioned Mackenzie Dern. Kind enough to join us right here and now on the program. There she is. Hello, Mackenzie.
Hey, Ariel. How are you?
Where are you coming from?
Training.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Well, thank you for squeezing us in. We appreciate it. And hope you're doing well. Congratulations on getting this opportunity. When did you find out that you were fighting for the belt?
So they were kind of talking about the interim belt. They had said an interim belt. And that was like maybe, I don't know, 4 weeks ago. They were talking about it, but they weren't sure if they were going to do it. And then they're like, okay, they're going to do it, but wait until they announce it. And then I found out by Instagram that it was going to be for the actual belt.
Wow.
When Dana announced it. So I texted like TK. I'm like, wait, is it the real belt or the interim belt? He's like, oh, it's the real belt. So yeah, that was just like very recent, the change. Not that the interim belt, but of course we were happy with the interim belt. That would it's still belt, and it would be like the next step to getting, the belt. But the fact that it's for the real belt definitely puts extra happiness and gratefulness on it.
Yes. So you found out like all of us at the same time.
Yes.
Wow. That is wild. And what was your reaction? Were you, I mean, it's a lot more prestigious to be the actual champion.
Yeah. I mean, I was super happy. Everything's the same, 5 rounds, the same opponent, the same place, but, yeah, I was super happy. And just like, yeah, I can't miss this opportunity. This is the first time I'm going to be fighting for the belt. It's against someone who I beat before, but who, after I beat her, went on and had like this amazing run and beat all the girls that beat me the way I wish I would have beaten them, just like taking the ground and like submitted or just basically dominated, So it was 5 years ago. And yeah, I'm super excited. I think this is a great matchup. And I mean, I know Weili, when she wants to come back down, she'll fight whoever has the belt then, So interim or the belt, I still think it makes sense. And yeah, I'm just really grateful for the opportunity, and I'm going to make the most of it for sure.
Are you surprised Weili vacated the title?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, I think like depending on how her fight with Valentina would be, if it would be anything like Alexa and Valentina, they could do like a trilogy, and all this stuff. So I think it's just kind of it just makes sense, not to put the division on hold. And she was so dominant in the strawweight division, you know what I mean? It's just like everyone that they were throwing at her, she was just beating. So, I mean, I think even if she wants to come back after the one fight with Valentina, I think that it would make sense. But I mean, I figured maybe she'd want to have 2 belts, but I think depending how her fight goes with Valentina, she might want to have like a trilogy or something like that. And that could take a while.
I was talking before you joined us that it's almost going to be 10 years since your MMA debut, which is crazy how quickly time has gone. Your debut was in July of 2016. And I'm wondering, considering you were so successful in the world of jiu-jitsu, was this always a part of your plan? Was this always a goal of yours to become a UFC champion? Or is it something that you were just kind of thinking like, let me just see how far this can take me? And if it does take me to this spot, great. But if not, no big deal, because I've already had so much success in another world. How did you view the title when you got into this?
No, I wasn't even thinking about the title when I went into MMA. I just went in, like I said, the UFC, they signed me before I had even done any fighting in MMA at all, before LFA, before Legacy. So they signed me like with the developmental plan, and they said, try it out, see if you like it. If you do want to stay in it, I'm signed already with them. If not, no problem. You can stop and then go back to jiu-jitsu, whatever you want to do. So I went into it like, oh, Ronda Rousey, everyone's just like, yeah, you should do it. You're really good at jiu-jitsu and you can go into like movies and this and that. And I had just won 2015. I won all my major titles in jiu-jitsu at black belt, 2016. So it was kind of just like, see how I do, if I like it. And then if anything, I was like 23, 24, I'll come back. I think I was 22. Then I can come back to jiu-jitsu. But I started growing. I think actually my fight with Virna was one of the first fights when I like kind of realized. And I thought like, okay, I think I have it in me, because I broke my nose and it was kind of just like we stayed all 3 rounds striking. And, she was way more experienced than me just by like, she had way more fights in Invicta and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of like, I was like, okay, I think I really want to get better at striking and I want to like take this serious. Like, not, I took it serious, but I started growing into seeing myself as a champion. I started fighting girls that ended up fighting for the belt, or like just like these amazing strikers and seeing like how I was handling them and seeing like, hey, okay, I think I can be like a champion, a world champion in a different sport, So that mindset of a champion grew into me. It wasn't something that I was just like, like I said, my dad was against me doing MMA. It was never like a thing that, I've never imagined me doing MMA. So for me to be here, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, like completely raw with striking and even wrestling and stuff like that, and to be basically like a black belt in MMA now. Because in my opinion, if you're fighting for the belt, that's like the best of the best in MMA. You don't need the best striker or the best wrestler, the best jiu-jitsu, but it's just you need to be the best at the sport, which is everything: cage, strategy, athletic, everything.
So we know about the jiu-jitsu success, the MMA success, but what about this poker success? I see you on these celebrity things. What's going on over here? Are you some sort of stud poker player?
No, I mean, the same thing. I mean, maybe one day I'll get there, but yeah, I just started out playing Blake Wynn and Hayes Pollard. They're the owner, the creators of this amazing celebrity poker event where they get like NBA stars, UFC fighters, YouTubers, just tons of different amazing like characters, and put us all together. And then most of us didn't even know how to play when we started, So, but actually, like when we started seeing each other at more and more events, you can tell that all of us, like even like the YouTubers or the comedians and everything, we've all been like trying to get better and better. So I got a couple sponsors with poker now. I competed at like the WSOP World, like the one in Vegas. That was like 2 months. So I just like kind of it's so good to just get your mind in a competitive, and you have to read people without getting punched in the face. It's something you can do for like the rest of your life if you want to. So it's really good. I've gotten some good results, but I have way more to learn and just get better at. But yeah, it's so much fun.
We saw you, Paulo, Colby, Aljo. Of the 4 of you, who did best?
Oh, Bohashi, Paulo.
Really?
Yeah. I've been to a final table with Colby before. He got 2nd and I got 6th. Bohashi, Paulo, he took me out, which sucked this time because he was right next to me. But at our initial table, that was 9. There are 9 people at each table. 4 of the people went to the final table at the end of the event. So the final table was 9. So half of our table was half of the final table. So we had a really tough table, and that's what poker's about. You have some bad hits sometimes that you didn't. Paulo beat me with like a 6 and a 7. I had like a pair of aces. I was like, what the heck? Why would you play with it? But it is what it is. At least the UFC fighters, they went pretty far. Aljamain went far. Paulo went far. Kobe went far.
Nice.
But next time I'm gonna get them.
I love it. By the way, did you happen to check out the CJI event this weekend?
No. I was with the poker event and everything like that. I wasn't able to. I saw like the results. I saw Sarah Galvão. I was actually just training with Sarah Galvão, who's the daughter of my best friend Angelica Galvão and Andre Galvão. And she did an amazing fight. I saw Craig with Chow Sonnen. So that was like really crazy. and then just kind of like the teams, I saw like basically the highlights and stuff like that, but I wasn't able to go and watch and everything. But
there was some debate. I'm just curious your take, because some people said the quintet format led to not a lot of activity and maybe some stalling. UFC's getting into it now. There's a war between Craig and UFC. Is all this good for jiu-jitsu to have all this chatter around the sport? It feels like it's getting a lot more attention than maybe 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think any type of like competition or marketing or any way that people try things and see like, hey, this didn't get a lot of submissions, and in the end of the day, I mean, people want money, you know what I mean? So if they can bring money in for jiu-jitsu, and people are going to get paid by getting submissions, not just by like winning stalling. And I think even in like MMA too, you can see the fighters that will win things like just by stalling the whole time, and maybe they get far, or maybe they'll even win like a title or something. But I don't think it's going to be like a Charlize the Bronx, who has like, I don't know, the most bonuses in like the UFC, basically because of how many just that style of like trying to finish and stuff like that. So I think just any type of organization, the competitors, that's always good. Just constantly evolving. And jiu-jitsu is something that's evolving all the time and never stops. Every new position that comes out, there's always a new defense that comes out, and then they come with a new position to defend that defense, and then it just keeps going and going.
Will you compete in UFC, BJJ?
I don't know if they pay me enough.
Yeah.
I want to. I definitely would like that to be my contract, just to keep me, I just train jiu-jitsu now in San Diego with Andre. So for my upcoming fight against Virna, who's a grappler too, so definitely my jiu-jitsu against, the girls that are 100% jiu-jitsu, it's like a little bit rusty, and I would definitely like to have those events at UFC jiu-jitsu, be able to like just keep me on point, keep me at least not rusty with my jiu-jitsu.
Going into your first title fight against someone that you beat, even though it's 5 years ago and she's much improved, that has to give you incredible confidence, right? Usually you don't go into a title fight against someone you've already fought and certainly already beat. It has to feel a little bit different, right? You're probably anxious. You probably have some sort of nerves. There's probably some sort of like, I don't know, anxiety going into a fight like this, and it's such a big deal for you, but you know her to a degree.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's really one that you've never fought before, and there's like in the back of your head, like, do you think I can do it? Like there's no doubt in my mind that I can't do it. But like I have, like in my mind, I know I can do it because it's been done before. So the only question is if I can do it again, and get better, focus on me getting better. And I know for sure she's gonna bring new stuff. Her team is gonna bring new stuff to the table. So you just gotta be prepared for that and fighting. Basically a different Virna. Although we both know that our strengths are grappling, but we're both totally different fighters. I was watching my fight with her last time, and I was like, man, I was so like petite. I just like didn't really have any muscles, and I was just kind of like very very girly girl, and I'm way more athletic now, and just kind of was able to grow the muscle and like get a way more mature athletic body to be able to fight for the championship now. You know what I mean? So definitely in her too. I mean, I think I think she's had a lot of good fight IQ with the fights, and I think my whole journey in the UFC has been like a lot of emotion and kind of going to like battles that I didn't need to. But at the same time, I know I've been through a lot more battles than she has, So I think I'm really hard to break. And I think, yeah, if she's gonna beat me, I think it would have to be something like knock me out or something. I mean, I think like she would probably try and like maybe steal the rounds, maybe get a takedown near the end of like the rounds and kind of maybe a little bit more stalling tactic too. But yeah, I'm training to beat her like in all the areas, like physically, mentally, emotionally, technically, strategically, striking, grappling, wrestling, everywhere. Because I feel like that's what you need to do to be a champion.
That is true. I also feel like there's something maybe symbolic, something beautiful about the fact that it's happening in Abu Dhabi. Given your background, title fight in Abu Dhabi, you've had success in ADCC. You know what I mean? Did you think of that?
Yeah, no, for sure, definitely. I mean, I won my world title, which was like a belt, when I beat Gabby Garcia in Abu Dhabi, which was April 25th in 2015, and now I'm fighting in 2025, so 10 years later on October 25th in Abu Dhabi. So I think that means something.
Yes. And by the way, are you training horses as well now?
Yeah, I'm learning how to jump. I'm doing like English riding. We bought a horse. Yeah, that's Apollo.
Apollo, shout out.
Yeah, Apollo. He's such a good boy. He's not a perfectionist at nothing, but he's 6 and he's good at it. He knows how to do a little bit of everything, So he's a good boy. And I used to do Western riding. I used to do like barrel racing and stuff like that. So, but the whole like English riding came from Moa. She wanted to do that. So I've been doing lessons with her. So yeah, we've been having fun. But our biggest thing is just like we'll go and take him out, and it's just kind of like my time with Moa, and we'll listen to music, and we'll just go and be a vibe. It's just a vibe.
Wow.
He's such a good boy.
Where does he live? In your backyard?
He no, he's like 5 minutes from my house. He's at a equestrian center. There's like stables and stuff.
Man, so the jiu-jitsu, the poker, the MMA, the equestrian, surfing as well? Surfing? Any surfing? No.
No, not recently.
Okay.
I mean, I love surfing. I love like the competitions. And when Moa just won her first surf competition.
Wow.
She got first place. Yeah, so super happy for her. Just she's really excited about that. But yeah, I haven't really been in the water. I've been just training a lot and traveling.
How old is she?
She's 6.
6, and she just won her first surfing competition. How do they judge these 6-year-olds in the surfing competitions?
Well, she beat like a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. It's just kind of like, yeah, seriously. It's like standing up and just like keeping the balance on the wave and how far they go on the wave. Like if they go all the way to the shallow end, and if they're able to do any kind of like movement on the wave, like a little bounce, or like a side. So that's kind of how they rank it. They count the points on those little things.
Is she starting to train as well, like to really show interest in what you're doing, or is it a little too soon?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like she had the first week of school last week. Then she wanted to they had to take like three objects that represent herself, and she wanted to take my UFC glove to represent her fighting career.
Incredible.
So yeah, she's feeling like a fighter right now. She like put it on. She's like, let me see if it fits me and everything. She's really liking it.
Is she going to be at the title fight?
I don't know. I got to see if her dad will let me take her. Right now, he's saying he doesn't want to let me take her. But
oh no,
we'll see. We'll try and figure that out.
Why not? Why not? You maybe not comfortable.
No, he just doesn't want me to take her because he says that I don't let him take him to all the surf competitions.
Oh.
I'm like, but he can't miss school. There's still school. But anyway, it's just, I mean, it's a title fight, and Moa's like always been at my fights. She'll go like Friday and come back on Sunday when it's in Vegas and stuff like that, but Abu Dhabi, it's like, she was there at my last fight in Abu Dhabi for 2 weeks, but that was during summer vacation, so I had the vacation, but this is just, it's just to be difficult, you know how it is.
I get it.
Or maybe you don't, I don't know.
No, I I understand. I totally understand. Your dad will be there.
My dad will be there. Look at my dad.
Oh, there he is, the legend.
What's up, my man?
Bom dia.
Bom dia, what's up?
Yeah. Wow, what a cameo. That's incredible. So he will be there, yes.
For sure.
He will be there. We'll get there early. We'll get there a couple weeks early just to get training. I'll probably get a little bit of training with Fimfo, Alan Fimfo, who's in Chimaev's corner. He lives out there. So the grappling part, the jiu-jitsu part, just to, get the last adjustments for fighting Virna. So it'll be good.
Okay, can I ask before I let you go, can I ask the legendary Megaton, what does he think of his daughter fighting for a UFC title? After all these years, my friend, what do you think of your daughter, how far she's come?
Oh, man, I think this title shot come in the right time, man. She's been, working hard for this. We looking, for this, opportunity, and the opportunity happening, and we go take it, man. UFC 321 is going to have a new champion, strawweight, and her name is Mackenzie Dern.
Yeah, are you proud of her?
Oh, proud, way proud, much proud, more than proud. I don't know, right?
I love it. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to both of you. Good luck, Mackenzie. Thank you so much for the time. Very happy for you, and looking forward to the fight in October. All the best.
Thank you, Ariel. All the best for you. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There she is, the great Mackenzie Dern, fighting at UFC 321, October 25th. 20 major gold medals from grappling competitions, including ADCC, World No-Gi, Pan Am, Euro, Brazilian, Asian, World Cup, ranked 5th in the strawweight division. 8 career wins via submission, in case you're wondering. Most sub wins in UFC women's strawweight history. Joint second for most stoppages in UFC strawweight history. And second most fight night bonuses in UFC women's strawweight history, 7, 2 behind the leader, Jessica Andrade. I believe she's well on her way. Who's the favorite going into that one? I refrained from playing the clip of what GC said earlier in the show. I didn't want to do that. I thought about throwing to the clip, but then I said,
Do we have the clip?
No, I'm not sure. Do we have the clip?
No, we don't have the clip.
I thought about maybe just throwing it to you to replay the clip.
Oh, you wanted me to just say the clip again?
Well, I mean, you could just say it. It's tough.
She's 2-fight winning streak.
What are the odds? Let me see here. Dern.
3-3 in her last 6.
Yeah, no, but one of them didn't count.
4-4 in her last.
UFC 321. No odds here. Is it still best fight odds? Is that the spot? They do have Topuria Paddy Pimblett odds.
Nah, man, I'm not gonna lie. Best fight odds has not been the spot for a millennia now.
Oh,
I've been telling you forever. Fightodds.io.
What is it? Fight odds.
Been telling you that for as long as I can.
Really?
At this point, since way back. Box.
The IO kind of. Oh, what is this page? This is a mess. I can't figure this out.
Actually, once you get used to this, you'll go back to best fight odds and realize that is the mess.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't even find 321. Where's 321?
I already found
here it is.
We don't have odds.
No odds?
No.
Who do you think should be the favorite?
Virna.
Oh, I'm going to tell. Clip that off. Let's play it for Mackenzie. All right, let's move along to our next guest. I said at the top of the show, perfect guy to talk about this crazy Raja Jackson situation, because former UFC fighter, MMA fighter, and now pro wrestler. He knows the world. He knows everything. He knows what goes on backstage, indie shows, non-indie shows, all this stuff. It was the perfect Venn diagram, that middle part. This is the guy right here. And he's kind enough to join us following recent hip replacement surgery. He's your friend and mine, the one and only Filthy Tom Lawlor on the program. Is he doing well? Are you okay, Tom? How's recovery going?
Yes. I mean, all things considered, I'm doing pretty good. I am 2 weeks out to the day from a total hip replacement surgery. The doctor said that I probably waited about a year too long to get it done. And for anybody who saw me trying to go out there and wrestle over the past few months, I mean, it was pretty apparent that something was wrong. And, I just treated the wrong things over the past 18 months and it never got better. And, I found myself with extreme arthritis at the age of 42 that required a full hip replacement. But, almost immediately I could stand up straight. I could lay down on my back flat, which I haven't been able to do for over a year. So, I was happy with that. And recovery seems to be going well. It's just really slow and boring, to be honest. I feel like I could do so much more, but I guess that's part of the battle is doing the recovery properly instead of at my own pace.
Will you be able to resume your wrestling career?
Yeah, I think there's a number of people who have had hip replacement and gone back to wrestle. Can I? Yes. Will I? That remains to be seen. To be really honest with you, over the past few years, the juice that I've gotten hasn't been worth the squeeze. And, when you're left in a situation like I have been over the past 18 months or so, it puts things in a little bit different perspective. So I'm sure you'll see me in the ring again. No wrestler ever really retires. They just stop taking bookings. But I don't know if you'll see it as any sort of full-time gig for me.
By the way, last time we spoke was about the whole class action lawsuit, the settlement, and all that stuff. Just curious, have you received your money yet?
That, to my knowledge, unless something has changed, begins on September 30th.
Okay.
So I haven't received anything, but, that could always change. But from what I understand, September 30th, they initially had said third quarter 2025. And, well, I think that's the last day of the third quarter. So in order to keep their word, I guess you could say, it has to be done then. But yeah, I expect September 30th. I don't understand exactly how much I'm going to get yet. I don't know what the payout schedule is. So, hey, we'll see. But
Okay, so it won't be all in one shot.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think they actually have 18 months themselves. They have a time period, if I remember correctly, from the day that I was at the court proceedings. I believe they have somewhere around 18 months or something to pay it out. From what I understand, to the UFC, all that money's in escrow, right? It's already been paid. It just has to be divided out to the fighters.
Okay.
That I think some of that hold up is, they had the certain time frame in which fighters could claim and dispute their earnings report, and that only ended, I think, in like July. So then they have to go back and look at all those documents and come to a ruling on exactly how much everybody's going to get. So it's paperwork and stuff that needs to be done, but I'm sure there's a lot of fighters in my boat who are hoping to get some money sooner than later. And for me, I don't know if it could come at a better time.
Yeah, no, and that's why I was asking. I know I'm going on a completely different direction here, but just while we're on the topic, I'm sure you saw Renato Moicano's stance on not taking the money. What did you think of that?
Class A bonehead move. Just take the money. The UFC's paying it out already. I believe that they, even told the fighters, like, look, we're giving that money up. Hey, if he's going to make that back in the long run by, standing his ground and, standing on his morals, then, so be it. I'm happy for him if that makes him happy. But the UFC wasn't, they're not looking out for everybody. You got to take what you can get. Your kids don't eat on morals and legacy always.
Yes. And do you stand to gain from the other lawsuits that are currently pending, or do those not affect you?
No, they don't affect me.
Okay.
Whatsoever. I don't think Phil Davis was talking about me when he was talking about that top level competition that he can't fight. So.
All right. Well, your breakdown of all of that was great, and we appreciate it very much. The reason I wanted to have you on was to talk about this Raja Jackson situation. I know you've weighed in on social media, also on Wrestling Observer Live. Now that you've had a week or so to digest it, what did you? Okay, let me ask you this first things first, because it seems to be the the most newsy item coming out of this as we sit here a week later. The fact that nothing has happened to Raja, the fact that there's been no arrest, criminal charges, or anything, does that surprise you?
I mean, as an independent professional wrestler, when you think about it, absolutely not. I mean,
really,
there's things that go. Am I surprised that he has been picked up? No. And I think part of that is where it took place. I mean, pro wrestling, even today in 2025, and especially, really on the independent level, is lawless to a certain degree. And I mean, there's receipts when it comes to this, but the company itself, Knox Pro, was, trying to handle this kind of in-house. So no, I'm not surprised that Raja Jackson hasn't been picked up.
At this point, do you expect anything to happen?
No. I mean, maybe a civil lawsuit coming out of Psycho Stu. But I mean, it's already been a week. I don't know what evidence they're trying to gather. We saw it cut and dry. I mean, there's an hour 45 plus minute long video detailing the entire thing. I mean, this is unprecedented in many ways that we have the crime that was committed on video and nothing's been done. So
did you know Psycho Stu before all of this?
No, I don't know. I don't know Psycho Stu at all. I wasn't aware of him prior to this. I don't know him after this. And to be quite honest, I mean, Psycho Stu doesn't deserve what happened to him under any circumstances. He does not deserve to be attacked after the fact and hit with 21 unanswered blows. Psycho Stu doesn't deserve to spend time in the hospital after choking on his own teeth and blood in front of the crowd. But at the same time, Psycho Stu shouldn't have put his hands on Raja Jackson. Psycho Stu shouldn't have been in the back drinking and then acting, quite frankly, just odd to somebody that he doesn't know whatsoever. There's no winner in this situation, whether it's Raja Jackson, whether it's Psycho Stu, obviously, whether it's AJ Mana, whether it's Rikishi, whether it's the other owners of Knox Pro. There's not one person that came out of this situation. Rampage. There's not one person that came out of the situation looking better than they did going in. And I mean, it's just a tragedy on so many levels. I mean, Raja Jackson may have ruined his life as far as, being a celebrity or being in the public eye goes. Obviously, Psycho Stu facing major health repercussions because of this. And, AJ Mana, another guy involved, sounds like he lost his job. So, yeah, a lot of losers coming out of this situation.
Yeah. And I think some people want there to be like a black and white winner category, loser category. I just think there's just like multiple levels of idiots in all of this. Obviously, what Raja did was the worst, even though he was reacting to something else. My feeling, you're in this world, so I wanted to ask you, based on like how you saw it all play out backstage, Raja Jackson isn't just showing up to some indie show with 50 people in attendance just because he's a fan of pro wrestling. Like they tried to make something because they knew he had a stream and there was a camera right there, and the whole thing obviously went off the rails. What I don't understand is when the owner and the promoters are coming up to him and saying like, yo, you could get yours, he clearly isn't speaking the same language as them. He thinks, getting his payback means like beating the crap out of the guy. They're thinking of a pro wrestling angle. What is wrong with these people? Are they just completely entrenched in the world of pro wrestling where they think everything is one big work? That's the part that I couldn't understand. Like they're clearly not speaking the same language and they let the guy just go in there and beat the crap out of their own guy.
Yeah, I mean, the owners and the people backstage made it a point afterwards. AJ Mana made it a point to point out that, hey, this guy, Raja Jackson, he's not a worker. Psycho Stu, you can't go up. And you can't go up and just hit somebody in the hand or in the head with a beer can. Even if the can was empty, he didn't go up. People said Psycho Stu walked up and put his hand on the side of his head and hit it. That's not what happened. Psycho Stu took the can and he hit it on the side of his head and neck and crushed it with that same hand to give the effect. He doesn't know Raja Jackson. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be going up and doing that. And then everybody steps in and they go, well, hey, you can't do that. Like, he's not a worker. And then they speak to him as if he is a worker. The owner, he said, you can go back in there. We'll make a thing out of it.
Yeah.
You can go back in there and you can fuck him up. And that's when Raja Jackson goes, oh, wait a minute. You mean I can go back in there? I can get mine back on him. And that seems to kind of, calm him down a little bit. But at the same token, then Raja Jackson goes up and he says, oh, it's all good. It's okay. I understand now. Well, clearly, either you didn't understand or you're lying about that. And a lot of the blame not only needs to go on Raja Jackson, but the people running the show. And I think one of the things that's, everybody wants to point a finger, but there's not been one person that has taken any shred of responsibility for what happened on any level. The owners of Knox Pro, unless I've missed something, they did put out a statement, but they haven't taken responsibility. Rampage seems not to want to take responsibility for it. Raja Jackson has said nothing. So it's terrible on so many levels. And, for the people at Knox Pro, I'm sure there's plenty of fantastic people, as there are at every independent pro wrestling show that goes on. There's people who are doing this, to try to reach their dream of being in WWE, AEW, make a life out of this. There's people who are using it as an escape, which kind of sounds like what Psycho Stu was doing. And, Knox Pro lost its WWE ID designation. It was one of, I believe, five schools in the country that had this WWE ID designation where, hey, if you want to learn how to work up the talent ladder and get to the pinnacle of this sport, of this profession, this is one of the places you go to. And after seeing it on video, after obviously what Raja Jackson did, they had that pulled. So there's people at Knox Pro who are, who are going to feel the repercussions of this forever in their careers, who had nothing to do with it.
Had you ever heard of Knox Pro before this?
Yeah, I had heard of it.
Are they respected?
Yeah, I mean, I had never heard anything remotely like this. You know what I mean? People will take a look at the video, and I'm one of them. You take a look at it and you go like, hey, it looks like they're changing like a chop shop in the back. But hey, that's just the way it goes in independent pro wrestling. Some of the venues you end up at, like, for instance, the Ukrainian Center in LA, which GCW runs all the time. People love going there to watch shows. There's no locker room in the back. It doesn't look too different than that. But, that's not what, at the end of the day, what makes or breaks the show. But it was just an overall bad look for everybody involved.
When you tweeted, hey, pro wrestlers, like, be careful who you trust, and it was that clip of AJ speaking to Raja, what did you mean by that?
Nobody has your back. You know what I mean? Whether you think it's your best friends in the business, whether you think it's a guy that you have beef with, whether it's the promoters, pro wrestling is a thankless endeavor. And at the end of the day, you're on your own.
Were you talking about AJ there, or were you talking about Raja or someone else?
I mean, speaking from my heart, speaking from myself, that was just a general statement. It just so happened that as I was watching that, the kick stream, because it was such big news, I saw that clip and it stood out to me, because that is exactly the thing that you hope one of your fellow wrestlers in the locker room would not do. That is the biggest faux pas. That's one of the biggest insults to professional wrestling, is to tell somebody else, to harm somebody else physically. That is the whole reason for the sport. If you want to fight somebody, go be an MMA fighter. You know what I mean? The entire reason for professional wrestling is so that you can present the fight, but take care of the other person. And to see somebody else in the locker room tell an outsider in a lot of ways, even though it's his friend, to an outsider to go after one of the boys in the locker room. And granted, AJ Mana, after the fact, said that he was in character during that video. I've watched the video. Unless I missed something, I don't know when the switch goes on and off with that guy, but I perceived it to be somebody telling Raja Jackson to go after Psycho Stu. And when it's somebody who's a member of the fellow locker room, what are the wrestlers, Ariel? What's the number one word that they call each other?
The boys.
The boys, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, brother. I wouldn't do that to my
Right.
worst enemy, you know?
No,
maybe my worst enemy.
You're 100% right. Like, and there's the other term, like working themselves into a shoot. It's like they're trying to hide behind the characters. Who knows what's real, what's not? It seems like they were all very excited that there was a camera there, and this was their chance to make an angle, and it went terribly, terribly wrong. At this point, is there any chance? Because I've been asked this 100 times, and I don't know the answer, and so you're the expert. Is there any chance? I'm almost ashamed that I'm asking it.
No.
Okay. You know what I was going to say, right?
Yeah, no. You nailed it. You nailed it right in the head. They worked themselves into a shoot. You know, whatever idea of kind of a work shoot, like, oh, let's use this idea from the stream now that people have seen this interaction between Stu and Raja. What transpired afterwards, unless there's large portions of video that we are not privy to, that we have not seen, it was just handled in such a negligent manner, with nobody in charge. And, you know, the outcome was what it was. It was an untrained guy who doesn't understand professional wrestling, who's in way over his head, who was being badgered, you know, egged on, humiliated by people on his kick stream. He even had his own father was calling him, asking him if he's hugging on a gay cowboy at the show. This all just, you know, festered and boiled and built up until we saw him go in there and unleash on Psycho Stu. I mean, you could see it building as time went by. And I've watched this video multiple times. I don't see an instance in which they give Raja Jackson any sort of clue as to what he's supposed to do. They ask him what his music's going to be. He actually gets up and goes to somebody to find out when he's supposed to go in there. And they send a guy that says, hey, I'll tap you on the shoulder to send you in there. But there's no other direction besides that, other than at the beginning when I believe it's Black Pearl says, hey, go in there and fuck him up.
What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. Can I ask, what do you think of the way Rampage has handled this?
I mean, it's tough because I can only imagine if my son or, you know, somebody that I had brought up, somebody I love, somebody I cared about, did something so blatant. You know, Rampage, obviously, people always bring up now the statement that he made. You know, he has college funds set aside for a couple of his children. Then he has bail money set aside for Raja Jackson. And yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that that's tongue in cheek, but there's something behind it. And the fact that Rampage continuously seemed like one of his biggest worries was this kick stream. Is Raja going to lose his ability to be on kick? Is he getting banned? You know, I've got to think that Rampage, you know, feels responsibility for even getting him on that kick stream. Obviously, he's trying to help his son out as much as he can. And, you know, I'm sure he feels a ton of guilt. Even if you look in the comments of some of the things that he says, he agrees. He thinks Raja Jackson needs to do some jail time. So, I mean, I feel for Rampage in a way, but I mean, somebody has to step up and take responsibility at some point.
As an aside, I did notice you say that RAF, Real American Freestyle Wrestling, was better than CJI. It was sort of like an offshoot weekend of MMA with Dirty Boxing on Friday, Misfits on Saturday, RAF, CJI. Now, am I wrong? Am I wrong about this?
No, what 1,792 views?
What the heck?
Pathetic.
Bro, is that
I got like 55,000 followers. That's all that tweet got.
Maybe
on, I put up you can put up an AI of Zoe Dubois getting slapped on Power Slap, and it gets way more than that.
I think I think we took that screen grab right when you posted it, like within the first 10 seconds. Okay. Why? Tell us why. Why did you like RAF more than CJI?
Did you watch RAF?
I did not watch it live. I was out of the country, but I did see a lot of the clips. I loved the Holly Holm spot. Bo was great. I really enjoyed it, and I feel like they are onto something.
Yeah, I think one of the things that everybody was kind of worried about going into it was that it was going to be kind of a clown show, and they kept a lot of the pro wrestling aspects to a minimum. Eric Bischoff did go out there and cut a promo about beating Monday Night Raw for 83 weeks with Nitro in front of the Cleveland crowd in 2025, which seemed kind of out of place. The Tito Ortiz and Chael Sonnen face-off, while, it is kind of two old-timers, it is very pro wrestling in its vibe. It's not taking away from some of the other wrestlers. It's not like they're throwing Chael in there against, I don't know, Craig Jones in the main event or something, He's going to take on somebody else that's at that same level. There's a little bit of a story. And Tito, anytime you can get Tito Ortiz on the microphone nowadays, you're going to get sound clips galore. So even though that was, insulting to a portion of the audience, I enjoyed it. And one of the smartest things I think they did was set up matchups for Real American Freestyle Wrestling 2. They would have title matches, but not just title matches in weight classes. They would also have contender matches, either afterwards or later on in the show or prior to the title matches themselves. It seemed like they constantly had a direction they were going in. Kyle Dake wins his match. They bring up, maybe him wrestling Jordan Burroughs in the future. Wyatt Hendrickson wins in the main event, and they bring out, the man who was basically in Wyatt Hendrickson's shoes before Wyatt Hendrickson was, and before Gable was, with Mason Paris, and they had a face-to-face. So I just thought the production was really good. It was, not insulting, which was my biggest concern going in, and the action really delivered.
We do have an update on the tweet, by the way. So in fairness to you, I wanted to show this was the original that we posted, 1792, and the update is why does it still say August? I thought maybe there was an edit or something. Anyway, we'll move. By the way, what about that Paris crowd for WWE this past weekend? That was incredible, right?
Hey, how can you not get fired up for Sheamus and Rusev taking the absolute snot out of each other? I'd give it 4.75 stars.
Yeah, I love that.
Still fantastic.
Come on, Logan versus John Cena. You had to have loved that.
Hey, not everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people like to hate on Logan Paul. And when you see how talented he is in the ring as a professional wrestler, I have a hard time hating on that guy. John Cena, always going to be one of the greatest of all time. For my estimation, I think he's the greatest of all time in the WWE at this point. So
wow,
always a big fan of watching John Cena, even as a heel. So
greatest of all time. I'm still not sure if I could go that far, but
WWE?
Nah. Stone Cold, Rock. I mean, he has the longevity.
I didn't say he was better than Jumbo Tsuruta.
He has the longevity. He has the longevity, and he put in the time, and he was an incredible ambassador. But I still put Hogan, I put Rock, I put Austin ahead of him.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's quite a Mount Rushmore right there.
That is by the way, is AJ coming back? Is it AJ and Punk?
Actually confirmed earlier today, according to Brian Alvarez, yes, at WrestlePalooza, it's going to be CM Punk and AJ Lee taking on Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch.
Crazy. What a time we're living in, right, Tom? I mean, ESPN covering WWE like this, the PLEs on ESPN, UFC going to Paramount Plus, billions of dollars, 0% of those dollars going to the fighters. I mean, what a time, right, Tom?
I'm still stuck on WWE and UFC being the same company.
Oh my God! Yes.
Would I have imagined that? Never in my life would I have imagined that a WWE Hall of Famer would be the president, that there would be a UFC card being scheduled to take place at the White House. I mean, I was on UFC 100 and I couldn't believe that was taking place. So to still see it going, 16 years later and the heights that it's reached, hell, I'm an owner. I own part of the company.
That's true. It's a good point. No, for guys like you and I who were fighting the good fight, that wrestling is okay and you could be a wrestling fan and an MMA fan. Of course, you took it much further and you actually competed in both. It is still very much a weird thing seeing the two hand in hand these days.
Ariel, I remember the days when I would come on this show and you would kayfabe me. You'd kayfabe everybody. You'd kayfabe the listeners.
What?
Everybody, the world, and you would say, no, not a pro wrestling fan anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I did have that period. Look at me now. Yeah. Look at me now. I'm watching everything. TNA, AEW, everyone's killing it.
You got to start watching some Schwingen.
What's that?
Or maybe some Turkish oil wrestling.
Is that big these days?
All of it.
Wow. You do all this now. You watch all of it? You cover it?
I just had a hip replacement, buddy. I got some free time on my head.
Tremendous stuff. And you had a couple of viral tweets. Don't feel down about the 1,000. I saw your 2 million views and your 1.8 million views and stuff like that. So you're killing it as an influencer, reporter, media personality. Life's pretty good.
Message board troll.
Yeah, all those things. I was hoping that they would show some of those to boost your ego, but apparently we can't locate those. But I saw them. I definitely saw them.
If they can pull up some of my old Microsoft Paint drawings.
Oh, yeah.
Great MMA moments in history from the underground, that would be fantastic.
I remember those.
Finding those.
That's a whole other time period that a lot of fans these days have no idea what we're talking about, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Great times.
Good, because, I mean, everybody would be canceled from 20 years ago, no matter what you were doing.
Well, thank you, Tom. Get well soon. Appreciate the insight. Tremendous stuff. And if people want more Tom Lawlor, they can go wrestling. How often are you on there?
I am one of the co-hosts now with Brian Alvarez, along with Lance Storm on Wrestling Observer Live, Monday, Wednesday, and then usually one of the other days is my beat for the week. And you can find me on Twitter at Filthy Tom Lawlor, on Instagram at Filthy Tom Lawlor, on LinkedIn at Filthy Tom Lawlor.
You're the man. Thank you, Tom. All the best to you. Appreciate it. There he is, the great Filthy Tom. Great insight into the Raja Jackson situation, and perhaps somewhat surprising, saying he doesn't expect anything to happen at this point. Like they just want it to all go away. What a world. What a time. The tweet that he had that went viral was him talking about them pinning Stu after he had just been pummeled. Someone coming in there and pinning Stu, getting his spot in. What a weird situation that all is. In any event, let us move along and talk to one of the big winners from a couple weekends ago in Shanghai. No need for a lengthy introduction. Former UFC bantamweight champion, current UFC featherweight contender, man who just defeated the one and only Brian Ortega, not in a featherweight fight technically. I think it was 153 pounds, if my memory serves me correct. Yeah, 153, but he did beat him 5-0. 5-0. Meaning 50-45 on all three judges' scorecards. It was a 5-round co-main event underneath the Johnny Walker, Ming Yang Zhang fight back on August 23rd, the fateful day of August 23rd, just before the now infamous Kickstream came and went. He is now 2-1 as a featherweight in this current run, and picking up a big win just a little less than 2 weeks ago. He's the one and only the Funkmaster, Aljamain Sterling, kind enough to join us on this Tuesday afternoon. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Ariel. How are you?
What's going on over there? What's happening? Is that just a cool arm sleeve, or is that...
No, I actually got turned off your show on my. I'm hearing you twice.
Oh no.
That's funny. I was watching the show the whole time. So.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
What do you think about Raja Jackson?
Listener, I know you don't always listen to my the weekly scraps.
Bro,
but,
what are you talking about? I've given you props all the time for the weekly scraps. We love the scraps around here.
That's not the same thing. Props and listening is too.
Listening, props, subscribing, all those things.
No, this is from the spinning back tricep.
Oh
attack.
gosh.
Don't do that. If you want, you hit with the point of the elbow. This was yeah. I thought it was a cool thing to do, and it backfired. Now I'm crippled for a little bit.
Surgery?
No, it's a grade 2. I think grade 2 is like a sliding scale of like, I think they say 20% and 99% torn. And then grade 3 is like just completely off the bone. So not completely off the bone. And they say just PT 5 weeks and then see how it heals and recovers. So that's just what I'm doing right now.
Okay. We'll get well soon. Great dominant win. By the way, shout out to Fun Carp. What is that? Is that Zin? What is that?
It's a Zeo. Their flavors just taste better.
Okay. Is it the same thing?
Same thing.
Okay. You stick it in there?
Yeah. I like to feel like I'm riding a wave and just going through my day.
Yeah.
And not having any like negative effects on my body. You know, so it's cool.
Yeah. We still got some of the funk, by the way.
Did I give you the white, or you only have the?
I don't think. What do we got? Let me ask the guys. What do we have back there, guys?
I have the age. This is the.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the age.
Take a shot.
Take a shot. Now I'm a.
Oh yeah, drinking on the job.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Oh, he's doing it too. Wait, is anything coming out there?
Empty.
It's empty.
That's all right. I'll drink for you, Aljo. I got it. Don't worry about it.
He's got you.
There we go. This one's not empty.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I'm driving home, by the way.
Oh yeah, nice. By the way, what's up with this hair? What's going on?
My hair?
Yeah.
Yo, it looks crazy, right?
Yo, it does look crazy. When did this happen? Is that white?
I wanted her to do it not so long, so that when the braids, like after a while, like it gets a little bit messy, you get the ingrown hair.
Yeah.
And it's like it just grows away from the scalp. There's like new hair growing in. And then this way I could take it out the fish braids that she did and it kind of have it like a Waka Flocka thing.
Yeah.
Would have been cool. But then she made it a little too long.
How long are we going here?
How long am I going?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is this the beginning? Is that a real? We were debating if that's a real picture. Is that a real picture?
That's a real picture. It looks hilarious. I look like a pop rock star, K-pop. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You kind of look like a mini Rashad Evans right now.
With green hair.
Yeah. Why'd you go with green, by the way?
The Jamaican colors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know, I'm kind of like black, and you know.
Sure.
And I wear gold, so I just thought, you know, the green title in.
Yeah, I know. It makes sense. It makes sense.
I said that to Hunter, by the way.
What?
Because he was like, by the way, what's up with the green hair? And I said, you know, I'm kind of like black, you know, the Jamaican colors. He was like, I don't think there's a question if you're black or not. I thought that was pretty funny. I brought one of the rum bottles for him because he's also like a rum connoisseur like myself. So
yeah,
he got to try it. We had a little taste, and he actually really enjoyed it, which is cool. You know,
look at you. Look how far you've come with the brass. Now you're hanging out and having rum together. You're practically BFF.
What can I say? I'm a people. Sometimes
it's good. It's good. Okay, can I go back to Shanghai and the point where you find out he's going to miss weight by a large amount? How late in the process do you find out?
Sorry, is my audio messed up? I don't know if you can.
No, you sound perfect to me. Are we messed up to you?
I got the headphones in, but you're like still coming out the laptop and not coming out through my ears.
It sounds like you're coming through the headphones.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so the morning of, Brian and I both go down the elevator. I come out one, he comes out the other, and of course, it's like, I forget what time we both started, maybe 7:30 we both got down there, and then I look behind me, it's Brian, we both make eye contact, and I can see he's looking like death, I'm looking like death, and we just have like this agreement of like, yeah, this sucks for both of us. So I'm thinking, okay, things are good. He's gonna actually make weight this time. And I get to the back, I check 2 pounds, I get started. Um, After maybe 45 minutes, I'm like, I lose 1.5 pounds maybe, or an hour. So I only have about half a pound left when I go back and I check. And then as soon as I get in, I'm probably like 3, 4 minutes into the sauna session again in the blanket. Tiki walks in with Mick, and yeah, they're just like, yeah, Brian's going to the hospital.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, what does that mean? Like, are we fighting still? Is the fight off? Am I fighting somebody else? Just trying to figure out the whole nine. And thankfully, they did the right thing. They made it work, and they hooked it up, man. Like, they really took care of me, which I'm super happy about. Like, win or lose, it wouldn't have affected my pay rate. I would have gotten the same thing no matter what. So I'm very, very fortunate and blessed for that. But I'm still happy that I still got to fight Brian. I think this might have been the first time that a fighter has gone to the hospital and was able to come back and compete. And the main thing was they wanted to make sure the weight discrepancy wasn't too big so that the fight can still go on. I don't know. The morning of, I thought he maybe had anywhere from 3 to 5 pounds. And I know that's not easy with not that much time left in terms of when the weigh-ins would start. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a roller coaster of emotions because I was starting to get aggravated. I was irritated. Obviously, I'm up 10 pounds, but it is still extremely hard for me to get down to 145. And I really have no idea in hell how I made 135 for so long. Like, I obviously got bigger, but it's very, very difficult, man. I'm just so lean. I don't have a lot of fat to lose. So it's a pain in the ass. So as you're making the way and you hear this news and your brain is just scrambling with all these different thoughts. And I said it before, like, I don't even think he's going to make it to the fight. And I was just preparing myself mentally in case there was like some backup that was going to jump in. And I'm glad the fight still went on because that's who I wanted to fight when I first came down to the division. I wanted to fight the guy who was the highest ranked. It could have been him. It could have been a Lerone Murphy. It could have been Pico. It could have been whoever it was that's the highest ranked. I just want to get as close to the title as possible by beating the highest ranked guy. And, unfortunately, I didn't get that. I got Calvin Kattar instead. Brian got to fight Diego Lopez, and he still couldn't finish him, even after the whole weight thing. And, I just wanted a fair shot to fight someone to get into the top 5 and make a claim to run for the title again, I don't think it's an unfair ask. If you want to talk about fight styles, that's a completely different conversation. But in terms of getting back to a title shot, you beat the next best guy. You should theoretically be the next guy in line. So that was a thought process in fighting like somewhat of a friend, Obviously, his relationship is not like mine and Marab's, but he's a super chill dude. We fought together in the same car, cut weight together before. I trained with him one time. But in a position like this, it's like, yo, what am I supposed to do? I'm friends with more than half the division in the top 15 because I was a bantamweight my whole career. Now I'm a featherweight. It's like something's got to give. I'm going to have to fight a couple of you guys. It's just the way everything's going to have to shake out,
At this point, would you agree he needs to go up to 55 and stay there for the foreseeable future? Like, I was surprised that I was surprised the Lopez fight was at 45, and then I was surprised that he came back against you at 45. It did not look good on the scale.
Yeah, I could understand that. It didn't look good at all. And I know I've seen him look like death before, and then he comes back and guys still can't put him away. So it's one of those things that almost feels like and I'm not saying this is what he's doing. This is just like a thought process. I'm like, what if he's just making it look like he's really, really dead like all of us, but way worse? And then he comes up the next day and then he beats guys. Like, he beat Yair Rodriguez not too long ago. And, he had a tough weight cut, the same thing, rolled his ankle before the fight. He's getting crushed in the first round, comes back and gets a finish in the third, And this is the same guy people are saying is washed. He doesn't win fights anymore. He needs to call it a career. I'm like, I don't know if you guys are watching the fights. Ortega's still a dog, and I think he's still competitive. And he doesn't quit. And I think that's the thing. A fight's not 5 minutes. It's 25 minutes, 15 minutes. And I think for that, I think he still has a lot left in the tank, especially if he goes up to 55. Me coming up was the best thing I ever did. I wish I did it sooner. And, whatever. I think he would find a lot of success if he were to go up to 55 as well.
Overall, I mean, you had to deal with the injury, and I want to ask you about Herb in a second. But overall, to do that over 5 rounds against someone like him, were you happy with the performance?
Yeah, very happy with the performance. If you watch the fight, every time I was feinting and level changing in the first and second round, there was not one bite on that whatsoever. He was sitting on that, waiting for it the whole time for me to utilize my game, which is to push my wrestling and go for my head outside single, which I always do. That's like my best takedown that I have. Of course, I could chain wrestle, but that's my best takedown attack on my entries. And he has a really good guillotine choke. So what better way than to pressure the wrestler and to force him into a bad position so that he gives you exactly what you want, So I thought I did really well in terms of the game plan, which was to strike the same game plan it was supposed to be with Mozart, but then instincts took over. And the takedowns were just so easy. It was just like, well, I might as well just wrestle the guy. I'm already here. What I'm going to do, work for this takedown, just let him up. In hindsight, I probably should have did that in some of those positions, and it would take away his reversals. Just going back, analyzing the fight, trying to understand what you could do better to improve as a fighter IQ. And in this, we stayed heavy, and then I forced him to shoot because now he's behind and he needs to make the adjustment. And then I started attacking the neck. And then when I transitioned to the back, I almost had the back. He did a good job utilizing his jiu-jitsu. But overall, in terms of performance, everything we worked on in training, myself, Marab, Mateus, Shane, JP, John Powell, all these guys that I've been working with, Dennis Bazukia, you couldn't have asked for a better display of preparation. And I think for me, I'm very, very content and happy with that. Would I've liked to have gotten a finish? Would I've liked to have grappled? Yes, for both those things. But when you have a guy who's not trying to do that, then it's like, what are you supposed to do? So I want to say all in all, it was a great performance in my opinion. My best friend Sean O'Malley even thought it was a good performance.
You guys are boys now. He DM'd you?
Yeah, he DM'd me. And some people thought I was taking a slight at him. I was like, I'm not taking a slight at him. I was like, but he responds to me and I just liked it at the time. I had like 100 messages, more than 100 messages. I'm like, I'm supposed to take my time out to like, it's not like he's Weidman or Ali Quinta or Marab sent him. It's why am I going out of my way to make sure I respond to him right then and right there? I thought it was cool. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and it shows that he's a fan of the sport. He watches, because that was a really early fight card, right?
Yep.
But he had positive things to say. I even saw him today at the PI, and we talked about it a little bit. I came in, I actually said something to him first, like, hey, what's up, dude? And we shook hands, whatever. He has a guy fighting at Contender Series, as do we. And yeah, it was cool conversation. We're talking about the tricep, the spinning elbow. I was like, make sure you don't spin with the tricep, spin with the elbow. But all in all, great conversation. Cool dude. I would love to send him a bottle of my rum. I got no animosity against the guy, but if people want to make drama out of something, it's like every interview I do, the main talking point is to talk about O'Malley because they know it gets clicks.
Nah.
I'm going to be honest. I'm always going to give my honest opinion. And if whether you like it or you don't hate me for my honesty. If you don't like what I got to say, okay, cool. I'm not putting on a show. I'm not trying to pretend to do anything. So it is what it is.
By the way, you brought him up, not me, just for the record. So
No, I know. I'm just saying, in general, I get a lot of flack for that. But the ones who understand is like, yeah, dude, I'm doing an interview. This is what people are going to ask because they want to rile me up. I'm like, I'm not going to get riled up, but I'm going to speak on how I feel. I might joke about it, have a laugh, but I'm human. I think if I didn't have the reactions I have, it shows that I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit in the sense like that ship has sailed and gone, but I care in terms of like how I feel and the way I compete. Like you ask me about any of my fights, I'm going to tell you why I felt I won, why I felt I lost, what I felt I could have done better, what I felt I did good. And I think any true competitor is like that. And if you don't have that competitive bone in you, you probably shouldn't be doing what you're doing.
By the way, why was this fight 5 rounds?
I think they wanted it. I think they wanted 5 rounds because they thought, based on maybe tape, that they would get me in the later rounds, which was a good strategy. But you also have to look at the fact that I am now at 45. So the gas tank issues that I were having in championship rounds at 135 are no longer the same. I'm older now, but I was literally, how do I say this without people getting their panties in a bunch? Me and Marab were like Siamese twins of just being Energizer bunnies when I was a smaller 135er. But as I got older, it got more difficult. I became more dense. The weight cut started to weigh on me, and I don't compete the same in the later rounds as I do in the beginning of the fight. So all in all, it was a great strategy, but it was a pointless thing. It's in hindsight, right? So now it's like, well, we didn't need to do that for 5 rounds. If we knew the fight was going to be like this, it's kind of like, well, what was the point of doing the 5 rounds? But he did catch me in the 5th round, right? So it makes that for a little bit of excitement. Other than that, I was opposed to it because it was just like, why are we fighting extra work for not getting a title shot at the end of this? There's no upside. What is
no
the
extra
upside?
pay, right?
About 40% more work.
Yeah.
Wants to do 40% more work for no reason. It doesn't make sense.
I think 5-round fights should just be pay-per-view main events, fight night main events, and very clear number one contender fights. But they don't make very clear number one contender fights anymore because they don't want to back themselves into that corner. So I was, because we obviously know Volk is probably going to fight. Well, I know that this fight was booked before the Lerone thing, but even not,
Wait, Volk is going to fight who?
Lerone?
That's a thing? That's not a thing.
You don't think so?
There's still one more big fight at 45 to be settled, and I think once that settles between Gene Silva and Diego Lopez, I do think Gene is going to win. But if Lopez for some reason wins, I think it makes things very interesting. But if Silva wins, it also makes things very interesting. And I think it's not so clear cut. I think it just really depends on what the UFC wants. And I also think Volkanovski should have some say, especially if this might be his last fight.
Okay, so but Volk did tweet, "See you in December." I get if Diego wins, then I think it has to be Lerone. If John Silva wins, it makes it a little bit more interesting. And then there's the Movsar thing. But you're out there DMing with Volk, right? So you got the insight, and you're drinking. Oh, it's Aljo. That's the one. Did you DM with Volk about this?
Message me.
Yeah.
He said he'll throw my name in the hat.
Yeah. Okay, so you're next.
I mean, I hope I'm next. Hunter told me to my face I'm not next.
Oh, wait, was this before the bottle of rum or after?
Before. I got rum the next day, but 2 days later. But I understand why, but I also understand why Volkanovski would probably rather fight me over one of these guys who are still kind of building their name, I think it's a better accolade fight for him versus fighting someone who's just an undefeated prospect.
So who do you think deserves it?
From a credential standpoint, it's kind of like the whole John Jones thing. I'm not saying Volk is like John Jones. I think he'll fight the next guy because he's still competing. But I think there's a conversation to be had. That's probably for him. I'm not a power puncher, right? There's less risk, high reward in terms of the name value. He gets a better scalp if he were to win. I think there's more upside for a fight with myself versus a Lerone Murphy, in my personal opinion.
Can you book the top of the division for me? Who's Volk fighting next? Lerone, Aljamain Sterling. We know Diego and John are doing their thing. How does this all play out over the next few months?
I think Volkanovski versus Sterling.
Yep.
I think you have Lerone Murphy versus Gene Silva.
Okay, so you think Gene wins?
I messed it up.
Well, you're saying Silva's going to beat Diego.
That's what I think, and it's not because I have any dislike for the guy. I just think Silva's he's more fluid on the feet. Diego's like, I got to plant my feet, look for my power shots, and then he gets tired very, very quickly. So what does that look like in 5 rounds? I just think it's Silva's fight to lose. Of course, Diego hits really, really hard, so there's a good chance you can always clip somebody. I've gotten clipped after winning 23 minutes of a fight and then get clipped. So it can happen. But that's what I think. I think Lopez comes up short, and I think maybe Lopez fights Yair. I know there's some history there too. Arnold Allen, we don't know what the hell he's doing.
What about Movsar?
He's fighting Yusuf Zalal. So
what about Movsar?
Right there.
Number 1.
Oh, he's injured. Nobody knows how long he's going to be out.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. If in a perfect world that made sense based on merit, I would give it to Movsar. But of course, he had that one fight he was supposed to take. The other guy took the risk. And now he kind of puts himself ahead of you by default. And I understand his bandwagoner fans. They're gonna be like, I just hate Dagestanians. He's not from Dagestan. That's one. Can we stop saying that? And two, there's no slight against Mosar. Mosar beat me by the judges, but I think he's done enough to earn a shot. Yeah, Lerone Murphy had a spectacular knockout, but also over who? A guy who had a lot of hype since his wrestling days in high school. I mean, that's not throwing shade. I'm speaking facts. You know, I'm not. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You tell me.
No, well, I think if you're comparing the two resumes, actually Lerone's is equal to Mofsar because they have the same amount of wins. Lerone is way more. Yeah. He's 9-0-1 and Mofsar is 9-0 in the UFC.
Who has the better wins?
Well, that's the thing. But who has the better wins? But who has more fights and has been more active since Mofsar's win over Diego Lopez 2 years ago? Lerone has something like 6 fights. Like, you can't just sit on these wins.
No, that's 100% fair. And that's why I said if it was a perfect world, he would have gotten the shot already.
Yeah.
But because he's like constantly injured or something happening where he can't fight, I can understand why Lerone would be ahead of him. So I'm not disregarding that at all. I'm just talking straight up on merit in terms of who has done what to date. The same thing, like, I don't know. I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining. I'm not complaining. I just really think I've done enough in the sport. You can talk about the DQ win. Okay, yes, that was the first time that's ever happened in history. I redeemed myself 3 times over. I go up a weight class. I'm now in the top 5 again. I just don't think these things could be ignored and
no, it's
denied.
impressive.
I think I have a very solid argument of why I should be the next guy in line. And I got a pretty damn good rum company that I am the founder of and put a lot of my hard-earned money into. So I'm doing a lot, man. I'm wearing all these hats. I'm still performing at a high level. I'm 36 years old. I'm not getting any younger. Why not just throw me in there with the other 36-year-old and have the battle of the unks? Go at it.
You're no unk, man. How old are you? 34? 33?
36. I'm 36.
You ain't no unk, man. Come on. But I appreciate you saying that. Well, what about Herb? Herb's an unk. What do you think of Herb?
Uncle Herb needs to... Dude, when I talk about someone coming in the back room and giving a fighters rule meeting and having almost like the most dismissive attitude and just like not wanting to even be there to even do the meeting is just... That's a red flag. And I think it just kind of signals that maybe you're not having as much fun doing this as you used to. Maybe the popularity and you feel like you're too big for the sport. And then to always want to get so involved in a fight. I've never seen someone get hurt and Herb yells at them to engage in a fight when he's right there seeing that the person just got hurt. And then when you hurt the other guy, he says absolutely nothing when the other guy is doing the same exact thing for literally 34 seconds. And I've counted this to make sure I'm not being biased. And I don't know, man. I get a takedown. Brian ties up my arms in almost like this rubber guard position. And he's yelling at me to work. And I said something to him in the middle of the fight. I'm like, well, tell him to open up his guard. Like, what am I supposed to do? If you are a former fighter, how are you not understanding these positions? And like, if you're going to say something to me, say something to him too. Like, obviously he wants the fight to stand up. So I understand Brian, what he's doing, but you can't fault me when I can't get my arm out. And then what, I'm supposed to just make a mistake? I'm like, the action falls and the responsibility falls on both guys, especially the guy who's in a defensive position and not looking to improve his position. How do you fault the offensive guy who went for the takedown, got the takedown, and is now in a position where the other guy's stalling him out, and then it looks like we're the bad guys that's on top? Because it's not a Hamzat versus DDP situation where Hamzat's in a dominant position where he could land big strikes. I can understand that, but that's not what this was. When I get hurt and I get clipped with a right hand, for me to circle for 20 seconds and then you to yell at me and tell me you need to engage in and stop the fight, it's like, I'm warning you. It's like, well, what do you expect me to do? I'm still striking. I'm just not going to sit and point at the ground like I'm Max Holloway when I'm still having the spins and trying to clear my head. I think if anything, it shows fight IQ. How many guys we see, they get cracked and they do this.
Yeah.
And then what happens? They get sent to the gulags. I am not going to be that guy. I got enough highlights of me losing. 2 is enough. 1 is an early stopper, still my opinion. But 2 is enough. I don't need any more seeing my face getting planted onto the canvas. Like, I'm good on that. And again, this is just me being honest. I don't need that. I think I've done more than enough and my fair share of having people being happy that want to see me lose. Go watch those highlights. We don't need to see new ones. We got enough for the ages. That's my opinion.
Did you talk to him after?
Brian, no, I didn't get it. Brian or Herb?
No, Herb.
No. And it's the same thing with like Mark Goddard. Mark Goddard's never wrong. Herb Dean's never wrong. Even when Herb Dean let Trinaldo kill, who was it, Jai Herbert, when essentially Dan Hardy pretty much got fired based on that interaction because he's letting him cover up, protecting his neck and posting one hand, turning away. And Herb's still letting this guy get pummeled. CB Dalloway, when he's on the ground, Herb is watching him. What was it, like 40 unanswered shots? Him in the fetal position, he goes belly down and covers his head. Puts on his headphones. I'm ashy, bro.
No, you look great. No, you look great. You look great. Compared to the sleeve, it's not ashy at all.
Yeah, but there's just so many questionable decisions. And don't get me wrong, it's a tough job. You have to make split-second decisions. But as a former fighter, a guy who's standing on top of the action, some of those calls, there is no excuse for it whatsoever, and it's just negligence. Or, I don't want to try to defame the guy or anything like that. But I think there should be something that should be looked at, and there should be some type of concern from the commission wondering how these guys are still in these prominent positions of calling these big fights where they're making multiple mistakes and there's no accountability. We're the only ones who have accountability, us and the coaches. Oh, the coaches, he's not training you right. You're not doing enough of X, Y, and Z. Oh, you suck now. You should be doing this and change your camp. Everybody else, they can mess up. And there's no accountability from a referee standpoint, from a judging standpoint, a commission standpoint. We're the only ones who get the short end of the stick every single time. And it's annoying. I think all these fighters would agree with me. And I think the fans, if they had any type of empathy for the fighters and understanding one bad decision, we lose half our paycheck. I think that should be understandable. If anyone else is out there working hard and if someone could come out who has no idea what they're doing, well, let me not say no idea, but they're making terrible decisions and calls and making audibles for how you have to approach the fight now because they're so involved. They'll be pissed too, man. And I understand we're human, but there should be accountability. There should be reviews. There should be suspensions. Why are we the only ones who get suspended? And why are these guys going out and do public interviews and standing down, doubling and tripling down on their stances? I'm never wrong. I have a photographic memory. I could not be wrong. What are we talking about?
Well, what drives me nuts is that sometimes there's these controversial moments like the Jason Herzog one from a few weeks ago. And ultimately, you guys will have to do interviews about it, press conferences, and sometimes it's hard to get to, they don't speak and they just kind of scurry off into the night, and then a couple weeks later we're on to the next controversy, and so you have to answer for it. UFC, Dana will be asked about it. It had nothing to do with him, really. Your coaches will do interviews about it, and so the heat is on you guys, and I feel like the judges, number one, the judges are they're faceless names, and then the refs never have to really take any sort of heat or any sort of accountability, answer anything, put out a statement, nothing. There's nothing, no one requiring them to say anything. And that, to me, is extremely frustrating. By the way, when you were talking about all that, it made me think, did you get any sort of insight into what's going to happen next year with the new TV deal, the bonuses, the pay? I know you asked those questions. What do we got? What do we know as far as everything going up? What did the brass tell you?
Nah, I try not to get involved in the fighter pay stuff anymore. I've done my time in the sun flying too close, and I've been burned a couple of times. And I'm happy where I'm making enough money that I can provide for myself, my family. Like I said, I funded this rum company. I'm over $300,000 in. We're finally starting to do some fundraising for this. Hopefully that launches later this month, where people can invest in it, and there'll be a small percentage owner of the company, and we can really help scale this thing. I'm not Conor McGregor. I don't make Conor McGregor money. I don't make Floyd Mayweather money. But I'm happy. I'm content with my life. I'm very appreciative of being able to compete still, even at this later age in my life. I got signed at 24 in 2014. So to still be here and doing all this, I'm super fortunate and blessed. Do I think fighter pay should go up, especially with such a substantial deal? Yes, I think Dana has touched on that. One thing, the bonuses have been the same since almost the very beginning. In the new modern day era of MMA, it's been $50,000, and inflation has been inflating since God knows how long, right? So it's only the only thing I could do is be optimistic that the company will. I don't want to say do the right thing because it almost sounds like I'm like. I just hope they do right by the fighters, man. That's the best way I could put it, and give these guys a fighting chance to try to make a career for themselves. And if they're good enough, they're good enough. If they're not, they're not. I understand not everyone is going to be holding a hefty price tag, but when you're in the premier organization, I do think it would be nice if we didn't have to supplement our income doing something else. I'm doing this because I love this project. I drink in training camp, as I've said multiple times, in moderation. And so hopefully there's a trickle down effect. I think maybe even if they 2 or 3 times X the current pay rate of what everyone is getting, I just think that substantial amount of money that it should be enough to still be under what they paid percentage wise these previous years.
By the way,
that's what I think based on the numbers.
Couldn't agree more. 2 to 3 is nothing as far as like multiplying.
But that's for us. That's
everything. Yes. Yeah. I mean, for them,
for what I'm getting, that's almost me making champ money of what I was making before losing the belt. So that would put me in a really good spot again. And again, I'm smart with my money. I can't say the same for every single fighter. I just hope they have the right people in the ear doing the right things by them. But you should have an investment account. You should be looking at SEPT IRAs. You should be looking at all the Roths or the traditionals if you don't make enough money yet. You should be looking at all these different vehicles to invest in mutual funds. What's the other one? ETFs. Somewhere where you could put your money little by little, and as you grow and make bigger paychecks, you get a new contract, you can increase those investments. And then when you're done, you have your life insurance and you'll be set, man. You'll be able to take care of your family. You'll be able to take care of everybody. You'll have your retirement fund, tax-free at that. And whatever you figure out to do after fighting, life is always going to life. And I just wish these guys the best. I really can't say anything else. That's really it.
Over the weekend, RAF, Real American Freestyle Wrestling. Any chance we see a Funkmaster in there? Going back to your roots, we saw Bo Nickel, Holly Holm. Did you catch that?
I missed it, but I would love to take part in it. I just had so much going on. Even at CGI, I got to go for like an hour and a half to the first day, and then I couldn't make it the second day. I'm just getting back from travel, so it's like you get on this emotional high, the climax to the fight, and then once it's over, you come crashing down, and you're like just tired for days, at least for me. And just trying to heal up. I had so much swelling in my arm, people slapping me, great freaking fight, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, ow. But hopefully in the future, I like doing these side quest missions. I've done Polaris. I've done, what was the other one? Cage Fury. I would like to compete more. I've done Karate Combat. And hopefully the UFC brings, I know they said they're not trying to have fighters anymore, but I would like to do the Fight Pass Invitational as well.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Anything to make money, anything to compete, anything where I can have fun and just kind of get back to the roots. And that's what it's all about for me.
By the way, I'm seeing this tweet from a little while ago from Lerone Murphy. He was, reading our minds. I think it should be me versus Volk and Mosar versus the winner of Silva and Lopez for the number 1 contender spot. If I win, I will love to defend it in the UK in March. So
that's cool. Props to Lerone. He's got an amazing story. Yeah, man, I'm not a hater, man. I just talk facts whenever available, but I still think my win over Ortega is a much more notable win, name value wise, than someone who literally just came to the show and hasn't done anything really in the sport. I don't even think he was even a Bellator champion. I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong. It's not like a pitbull situation, right?
No.
So what do we? Yeah, it was a cool knockout. Shit.
I think it's more the winning streak also.
Without the tricep.
The winning streak too is impressive. I know only recently is he getting love, but 9 in a row in the UFC I think is impressive. But I understand where you're coming from 100%. I did want to ask you before I let you go, your boy Merab in a little over a month against Corey Sandhagen. You know him well. How will this affect how you'll be able to help him? A, and B, what's the level of confidence going into this one?
I would say level of confidence is definitely really high still, even without me being able to help out as much as the fight gets closer. I think he's got enough work with me during my training camp going into that fight camp before it got announced. And I think he's got enough training partners over at Syndicate MMA where he has good guys who can try to give him those looks as best as they can. Maybe not as much on the ground to get like both in a sparring session, but at least separate and still getting the looks of knowing what's the right thing to do and how to address the certain situations. With that said, still super confident. I plan to still corner him the day before my wedding, and I'm super excited about it. It's going to be a crazy weekend just because of that. We got a lot of people coming here to Vegas from all over, especially New York. And
the day before your wedding, is the wedding in Vegas?
The wedding is in Vegas.
I should know this, but I never got the save the date, so
I was going to send you one. I was going to give you Piotr Jan's invitation, but I knew you weren't going to come.
Wow. I'd at least send a gift. I mean, I'm the best type of guest to invite because I'll just send the gift and you don't have to pay for the food or anything, you know?
All right. I'll send you something. I'll send you the link.
Yo, it's the day before your wedding?
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
How does your fiance feel about this?
Quinta, Weidman.
Wow.
Some of the other local guys. It's going to be great, man. Merab, hopefully, he's not banged up and he can make it out still. But, I don't know if I should talk about this or not, but I thought he was just saying his cheek and tongue. He was going to give me half his bonus. He actually gave me half his bonus, which to me is crazy.
Wow.
So I almost feel like I need to put it aside for when his wedding comes and I can just give it right back to him because I'm like, that's a lot of money.
He just sent it to you. You didn't expect it and it just showed up.
No, he gave me a check. He gave it to me in an envelope when I was leaving the PI. And I was like, brother, please don't tell me this is what I think it is. And I opened it and it was exactly what I thought it was. I was like, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Like, brother, I wasn't expecting that. You said it. I told everyone you were saying it cheek and tongue, just like how appreciative you were of me helping you and giving you the looks. But I didn't expect him to actually do that, And it just goes to show what type of guy he is, man of his word. He actually had a bet with somebody for me to beat Piotr Jan in a rematch. And they put up $50,000. Merab put it up too. And this guy still hasn't paid Merab, some Russian dude. I wish I knew his name so I could put him on blast. That guy sucks. But yeah.
What a friend. Unbelievable. By the way, how does your fiance feel about you cornering the night before your wedding?
No, I told him I still will. We talked about it like briefly. I was like, brother, this is not even a question. It's here in Vegas. I don't got to go anywhere. There's without a doubt. I would think that I should be healed up in the next 2 weeks to start training again, hopefully at a high level. I could actually move it now. I could almost straighten it all the way. So it's good. It's coming along.
All right. Well, get well soon. A lot of exciting things. Big win. Your buddy's fighting, defending his belt against a guy that you obviously have a history with. You're getting married the next day. Funk Harbor. White. The boys are saying they're jonesing for the white one, by the way. They've heard you talk about it, but we haven't had a chance to try it. That's what they're telling me. They're writing in the chat, so.
It's like a real Caribbean staple. So if you ever had like Ray and Nephew or Rum Bar, you know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the smell. I'd make sure it wasn't as strong because I want the American and European consumers and everyone around the world, because I plan on taking this thing global, man. I really do.
Love it.
And I want it to not be super strong where it's off-putting to some people. I want people to be able to enjoy it, still have the natural notes and the kick of a traditional Jamaican rum. But this is a blend of different Jamaican rum distilleries. So I didn't want a white label. So now doing it this way, we kind of get the best of both worlds, and we kind of were able to concoct our own blend of it and have the same similarities, but a different tasting profile that you don't lose anything. And the fact that it's no additives, no preservatives, gluten-free, no food coloring, I think that's the home run. Especially if you drink and you want to be somewhat health conscious about it. I know people are going to say it doesn't go hand in hand, but if you want to drink responsibly and also drink something that's not going to be bad for you outside of you shouldn't drink, I think this is a great alternative. And it's just a great product, man. I'm super passionate about it. I love it. I enjoy it. Marab had some with me after my fight. I should actually post a video. We were in the back room and we did a toast of cheers and everybody drank. So it was cool.
I'm sure it's going to be flowing on the 5th of October.
Yes, it will.
Hey. And by the way, shout out on the I saw you speaking a little bit of the native language in your post-fight interview. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
It wasn't quite Charles Johnson who had like a whole conversation, but
Chinese.
Yeah. You saw that.
I couldn't one up that. There was no
I know
way.
it was unbelievable.
Like, ni hao and gumbai, which is like cheers. That's all I know.
Yeah. Listen, it was impressive after a 5-round fight. Thanks, man. Get well soon. Appreciate the time as always, and good luck next month.
Thank you, Ariel.
There he is, the one and only, the Funk Master, Aljamain Sterling. Always great to have him on, and appreciate his insights very much. He doesn't hold back. You got to give him that. A couple things before we go, and I just want to note for all the fans of the program, it is a Tuesday. It's 5:18. In an alternate universe, we're doing a show on a different platform. Sound, no sound, not sure, TBD, but still, this is the beauty. This is you see what I'm trying to say? This is called turning a negative into a positive. Anyone feel me? Silver lining? Anyway, John Jones posted this statement on his social media moments ago. I want to begin by thanking the District Attorney's Office for carefully reviewing the facts and ultimately vindicating me completely. I have always believed in the importance of truth and fairness, and I'm grateful that the evidence spoke for itself. The simple fact is this: I was never there. I never even left my house that night, and all the evidence proved that. In this case, there was a rush to judgment before any real evidence was gathered. I understand that. In the court of public opinion, the allegations may have seemed believable, especially given my past mistakes. But by the time these claims were made public, I had just retired from competition, and that moment was stolen from me by someone who made false accusations to avoid a DWI and any real accountability. I sincerely hope that this individual is held responsible by Albuquerque's law enforcement. They not only disrupted my retirement, but also made our police department appear negligent in the process. It is deeply troubling that in today's world, a single false accusation can take so much away from someone before any evidence is even considered. So that is John Jones's statement on a situation that seems to be resolved, come and gone. I did see this from Nolan King saying that Marina Moroz has been suspended 1 year by the UFC anti-doping after testing positive for meldonium, which she had previously been prescribed by a physician but failed to disclose. She'll be eligible to return July 17, 2026. The suspensions are few and far between these days, but that is one that has come through the wire. And also, I did see, Pete Carroll was on the program earlier talking about how the event in Paris this weekend is sort of like a night of champions. Well, you can add another one to the list because Cage Warriors champion Harry Hardwick is officially stepping in for Fares Ziem at UFC Paris this Saturday. Per the promotion, there it is. He's facing Cal Fernandez, first reported by PHRE. How about that? Harry Hardwick, another champ. How many champs total? A lot. Before we go, did want to answer some of our super chats. I think I'm going to read them this time because Frank's not here. Frank, we love you and miss you dearly. Nick doing a great job. Frank might be...
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, wow.
Ching. Extended that vacay. Love it.
Yeah. First day back, 2 weeks off. Not enough!
Love you, Frank.
This is from Bougie. I don't know. The name is cut off.
Bougie Alpaca.
Okay, Bougie Alpaca. Shout out. Ariel, I recently got into wrestling history and I've been watching Dark Side of the Ring. Any thoughts about having Jim Cornette on to talk about wrestling? He seems like a good interview. I'm a huge fan of the Jim Cornette podcast. I would love to have him on. That would be incredible. People have asked me. I don't know if he does interviews with other people. I know he does like the Dark Side stuff, but I don't know if he goes on other pods. But I am very excited to say that on Monday, the great Maven Huffman's going to be joining us in studio. I'm so excited. I don't know who's more excited, me or Rick, about this one, because he kind of got me on.
I've been on that Maven train.
Yeah, it's so good. Hey guys, Maven here. Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
He's just perfect. He's found his medium.
Oh my God. incredibly well. He's going to be joining us in studio. So if you're a fan of the wrestling interviews, that's one to look out for. Shout out to Rick G. Morphica. Yo, what did y'all miss most while you were away? I missed the camaraderie, the friendship.
Lunch.
The lunch chats? Or just lunch in general?
Yeah, that comes with the lunch.
Yeah. The banter?
Yeah, the banter at lunch is good stuff. What table we're going to pick.
You're right. There's always a bit of a discussion.
It's exciting stuff.
The 2 for Tuesdays?
Do we have to bullshit here and lie, or can we just say we didn't miss anything and
That's possible. Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, it was a well-timed, well-earned, well-deserved time off.
I was happy to be gone, and now I'm happy to be back. That's it.
You didn't miss anything?
No. I was fucking doing
Can I tell you what
nothing.
I definitely didn't miss was booking guests. I was like, it's Sunday.
You didn't miss
and
any of it.
I don't have to book. No, I miss this. You know what I miss? I miss like the 3-4 hours where you can't think about anything other than this.
You miss being locked into
locked
this.
in.
Like,
yeah. But let me tell you, prancing around Tuscany.
It ain't
too
bad. Yeah. Oh, I miss doing this because
I'm on my 6th affogato, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what I miss?
Yeah, fuck out.
I miss the YouTube chat.
This is why we don't have to lie.
I miss sitting in a dark room for 6 hours.
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't miss shit, but I'm happy to be back.
I had like a Napoli-style pizza with the fluffy crust. Oh, I was thinking of the fight feast that could be had.
Napoli style, deep dish for Rick.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of pizza. This is from Ruben Salazar 4071. New York Rick looks like Alcaraz with the buzz. Vamos.
Shout out.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'll take
shout out. That's a good comparison.
Nice
He's on to the semis.
What's up with USA Tennis? Seems to be struggling right now, no?
Fritzy's got Novak tonight to try to punch a ticket to the semis.
You know I'm a big fan of?
Who's that?
Jessica Pegula.
Oh, yeah, of course, Bills. I thought you were going to say FAA. Your boys in the quarters.
Of course. Yeah, Bill's Mafia.
Yeah, no,
He's always repping the Bills.
Canadian Mafia, you know?
She's doing well, right? She's still in it?
She's on to the semis as well, yeah.
Hell yeah. Love it.
She's nice.
I was actually, it was great because we got to watch a lot of the tennis at night because it was, because of the time difference. I was in Europe. It was time difference, 6 hours.
Oh, I hadn't heard.
The guy dating Trinity Rodman.
Yeah, Ben Shelton.
So my wife is a huge fan of tennis, not watching tennis, playing tennis. She's used to be a teacher. She's been playing her whole life. She doesn't really watch it, but if I put it on, she'll get very excited because it's always sports that she doesn't like on. Basketball, football, soccer, fight sports. So Shelton was playing the game that he lost, and she was just blown away by his erratic play. And she was doing a whole breakdown of what he was doing wrong and all this stuff. It was interesting.
Well, worth noting, he lost because he got injured.
Did he get injured?
Oh, yeah, against Manarino. Yeah, that's how he got bounced. He hit an incredible winner and then injured his shoulder.
Oh.
Yeah, and he had to,
Did they talk?
He had to quit.
Well, I had to watch it in
in Italian.
In Italian, so I did.
Oh yeah, dude, his shoulder.
Really?
His shoulder was cooked. Yeah, that's how he got knocked out.
Look at this erratic play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a blown
I'm gonna
fucking
tell
shoulder.
them.
He was swinging and he couldn't follow through because his shoulder was
She
so
was shitting
fucked.
all over him. I'm like, you're
he
being a
couldn't
little
follow
hard.
through, and then, if you watch on the American broadcast in slow motion, he's grabbing his
No,
shoulder.
they didn't show that
Getting
part.
a whole breakdown of
Wow.
Yeah, his dad was
I was like, you're being a little bit. Wait, but didn't it go to the end, or did he actually?
it was
tap out?
about to start a fifth set, and his
Yeah.
dad was like, "Nah, quit, bro."
Wow. Okay, well, we missed that part. Anyway, Sammy J6Z3S says, welcome back, guys, after a well-deserved time off. Thank you. Did you miss us? Sometimes, you know what they say, distance makes the heart grow fonder. By the way, before it looked like it was about to storm, and now it looks beautiful again. I don't know what happened. Did you notice that?
No.
Richard Hall 4657, as the UFC moves into the Paramount era, do you think we'll start to see stadium shows, say 4 years, similar to WWE Big Four? Dana doesn't like it, but WWE is crushing it with those. Big Allegiant Stadium show coming up on September 13th. That's Zuffa Boxing, by the way. You
Does
guys
the
excited for it?
UFC have 4 events that could fill a stadium? I don't think they could do that per year. That doesn't feel right to me.
The UFC brand can fill a stadium. Yes.
4 per year.
Drop the price down a touch. You definitely could.
Yeah, and maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you're going to have to.
Maybe not 4, but they could definitely do 2.
No. Well, the question was 4.
He said maybe.
4.
He said maybe. Say 4 a year. He says, do you think they could start to...
I don't think they have 4. I literally said, do they have 4?
The brand is so hot. They could go to these markets.
4?
Do you think...
Are there 4 fights that could fill us?
4 was the example. He was just asking for
I
one.
asked the question. It's not the example. I literally said 4. I am asking 4. They do not have 4.
Is the MSG card selling out MetLife?
No,
MetLife.
it's not.
By the way, MetLife is
not.
$80K for UFC. Okay. By the way, did anyone go to Oasis at MetLife?
But I saw the tickets were dropping in price. I considered it.
I wish I went.
They
back
don't
to
have
this
it.
question. Okay, let's say 2026, right? Ilya versus Patty in Spain, 1.
Yes.
Tom versus you.
No.
At Wembley, yes.
Oh, in Wembley?
Yes.
Maybe.
Come on, yes.
Maybe.
He's selling out Wembley.
Okay. Or even Tottenham, it's 60 something.
Yeah, I think he's selling out either of them just because.
All right, now
heavyweight
what else?
champion.
You've gone to the 2 locations with the stars from those locations. Now what?
Islam versus whomever in Russia.
Yeah, okay.
St. Petersburg
or
something.
All right.
We're in.
Moscow?
All right. So you got 2.
Yeah. Whoa, 2.
The UFC's going to Russia next year.
I don't know how big the stadiums are in do they have stadiums in Abu Dhabi like Khamzat over there?
They have to have a stadium.
This is a failing exercise.
Okay, you don't think Volk can do in Australia a stadium show?
Depends who the opponent is, maybe.
Like a Marvel Stadium, like 56.
Yeah. You don't think of Volk? Easy.
Yes,
easy work
easy.
for Volk.
Throw a couple more.
Throw Jack Della on there.
Easy.
Throw Jack Della on
you guys
there.
are.
You're underestimating
cashing
how
checks
bad
here.
people want to go to these shows,
that.
man.
I don't know about
And then go to where do the Rainbows play? University of Hawaii. Throw Max on.
Oh, Aloha Stadium.
Oh, we're doing Aloha Stadium?
Yeah, there you go.
We don't even want to go to Hawaii because they won't pay a site fee, but we're doing Aloha.
Pantoja Van in Brazil. How's that?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Myanmar.
Yeah, now you're talking. Do they have the infrastructure?
I don't know.
Down.
It ain't
I'm down. I'm there if they do that.
He said the girl hit him up, the celebrity. This is Jenkosaurus. Dylan versus all the mailmen. Make it happen. Oh, the guys from the show, from the boys in the back.
Oh, we can facilitate that. Misfits, give us a call.
No, I want it on our promotion. I don't want to do it for Misfits.
We have a pipeline. We'll do a crossover.
You guys are the contender series. To the
yeah.
Man Fight League leads to Misfits contract.
Give us a call. We got this in the books.
Man, so we'll take it.
Eric Hamidi. Hello, crew. Ariel, I'm the one who asked about MMA media a few weeks ago. I heard what you said about new writers, and I decided to start a Substack under my name. The journey begins. All the best, y'all. Congrats. Good luck. Go check him out. Eric Hamidi. And speaking of Substack, arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to drop your questions for tomorrow. I'll tell you about tomorrow in a moment. Nini Hirdi says, UFC Fight Pass, the ESPN, actually real logic? There is smoke to the fire. Man, they've just been able to like cut everything into so many pieces. Sell this off, sell that off. Like TKO, I mean, sell this. ESPN's looking for these things. They've got their new platform. Fight Pass is kind of just like a thing. Like I always felt like Fight Pass was being built to be sold, just like the WWE network. So yeah, feels like a thing. And what a twist that would be, right? UFC leaves ESPN, but ESPN gets Fight Pass? Wow.
What are they getting Fight Pass for?
Well, first
Feels
of all,
like the library.
Library International, like Brazil's on Fight Pass. I don't know.
So ESPN is doing international rights deals through Fight Pass?
I don't know. They're getting Fight. Okay, what about like some of these other smaller promotions? You get all that? No? Don't you get like the LFAs of the world and all that?
I feel like the library is the only real value there.
Yeah, is the library
UFC library?
Is the UFC library as valuable as the WWE library? I don't think so.
It's probably pretty valuable.
WWE fans love to go back and watch WrestleMania 10.
The
UFC
only
fans
reason
don't
Fight
sit
Pass
down
exists for Americans at this point is for the library.
No, LFA, Cage Fury, all that stuff.
How's the viewership on those?
I think there's more people watching those than watching old like UFC 112. Hey, let me sit back and watch UFC 123.
I would doubt that. I would probably not assume that, but also under ESPN's shepherding, I imagine it's more valuable.
You think so?
Yeah.
I just want to see them do more like original programming.
Who do it?
Well,
Fight
right
Pass?
now on this current version, of Fight Pass, like docs,
They
things
tried
like
that
that.
though, but it seemed like nobody kind of wanted it.
We get major fight announcements from the jet on an IG live. We're not getting docs. Come on.
Hey, how about Mighty Zan saying, "Missed you, GC." Shout out.
Oh, shout out. Missed you too, Mighty Zan.
Yeah, you specifically.
Hey, appreciate you, bro.
Shout out to, how did he pronounce it? Anton Vans? Was that?
Yeah,
how Frank said
really
it?
fucking blew that, huh?
Anton Vans?
Auntie Vans.
Auntie Vans. Auntie Vans. Yes, like Auntie Delele. Lots of great long form reads on Uncrowned lately. Yes.
Oh, shout out.
Thank you. And
GC, it's because he wrote one.
I bet it's no coincidence that it's because he wrote one. A great one that came out last week entitled Sakuraba versus the Gracies, the dizzying inside story of MMA's oldest blood feud 25 years later. Tremendous stuff.
I'm going to confirm it was quite a good read.
Drake Riggs was a good one up there.
Yeah,
Drake Riggs with a great one on Husimar Palhares.
Yes.
You GC, you just thought he was being kind and shouting out Uncrowned, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I figured.
That's not anti-Van style.
I need to go brush up on my long form on Crown.
Yeah, man, we're crushing it. Ben had a great story recently. An amazing. He's been doing a great job with the old school boxing stuff. So yes, please, uncrowned.com, your place for all things combat sports. And is there another number one, by the way, unbiased combat sports now more than ever? Speaking of which, Daniel Indomabs messed that up. No more Ariel, he asks. Yes, I did talk about that at the top of the show. Our loss is your gain, because now, here we are, 5:30 on a Tuesday. But yes, 1 year, not renewed. Them's the breaks. That's show business. It was a great run. Still much love to everyone over there, and I hope to do more stuff. But believe they have a new program that's coming out, and we continue. Doesn't change what we're doing over here. And finally, Shawnee719, more watched. Ooh, this is a great question. Guys, this is a great way to end the show. What will be watched by more people? Canelo versus Crawford, Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis. Wow.
Canelo versus Crawford.
You think so?
Yeah. Canelo versus Crawford.
Yeah, I think so too.
What do you think Canelo Crawford gets?
Every boxing fan is going to watch that fight. Every single one.
Yep.
There's not one out there that will not watch that fight.
Do you think it dwarfs it?
I don't know about dwarfs, but the more I think about it, the more confident I am that that's going to get more viewers. Canelo is massive. Crawford is massive. Every boxing fan will watch it. It'll break into the mainstream as well.
You don't think Jake Tank breaks into the mainstream?
Mike Tyson breaks into the mainstream. Tank Davis does not.
Yeah.
He's a boxing fan's boxer.
What do you think
and
about the level of promotion heading into? Like, do you feel the buzz right now?
No, not yet, but it will build next week.
Yeah.
Maybe not the buzz, but like I see a lot of advertisements for it on YouTube. I've seen advertisements around the street here. It feels like they're pumping out some advertisements. I feel like it's going to get bigger next week.
The reality about the biggest boxing fights, and this one as well, they don't need that kind of like carnival barker promotion, because as I said, every boxing fan is going to show up. It doesn't need the like spectacle, pomp, circumstance that you might need for like MMA in certain capacities. You put Canelo and Crawford in a ring together, every single boxing fan and others will also tune in. It's going to be massive.
Yeah, and they have the UFC promotion, the WWE promotion, the YouTube
Netflix
channels.
promotion.
My kids,
the Netflix is massive for a fight
just
like this.
throw that on a tile anywhere on that fucking platform, and it's golden.
it is going to be interesting to see it. I guess they will make it public. They did make the other two public. By the way, my kids asked
public?
me, like the numbers.
After?
Yeah.
I saw something recently about Netflix probably trying to like reduce the number of times they do that. So we'll see. But I mean, if it's a massive, massive number, I bet they will.
My kids asked me, by the way, why you have a pack of cigarettes on the wall next to you, GC. I wasn't quite sure what to tell them.
They were trying to take them home.
Yeah. Slanderous.
Why do I have it? It's for Carlos Praches. Gotta have the Marlboro Reds.
Yeah. What about Paulo Costa posting like a behind the scenes?
Love that.
I love the way he like took my kids in. Like he
yeah.
It was almost like the Pope, like bringing in a kid, like he was blessing them.
Yes.
And for the
And he
record,
blessed me.
he did send me a video of him doing Shabbat, like legit praying.
I don't know why you were so skeptical of that. He seemed very sincere.
Seems so ridiculous. I know he seems sincere, but I'm with you, Ariel. Like, it just seems
crazy.
so ridiculous.
Every time you think he's bullshitting, like he just
He's just actually an incredibly
he sent me this
sincere,
video.
honest guy.
Yes, he sends me a DM video, and it's him singing the songs. It's him singing the songs. In fact,
okay, time out. You, Paolo, Shabbat, video,
fight feast,
whatever we brand it. That has to fucking happen.
And we do like all like old school, like we have the matzo ball soup, the challah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give a shout out to my friend Yaniv and also Olga Rubin, who do a podcast over in Israel. And they said, this is what the name of the thing should be. Secret Jews.
Oh, that's fucking great. Holy shit. This sells itself.
Yes.
This is incredible.
He's a secret Jew.
He's a secret Jew.
It's all there. In the
By the way, you should DM him that or text him that
trademark it?
No, so he prints the T-shirts.
Oh yeah,
Start making it.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Wow, that is great.
Gents, tomorrow is a banger of a program.
Tell me.
On the nose, as per, Chael P. Sonnen to talk about his whirlwind of a weekend, going from RAF to CJI and everything in between. The great Deontay Wilder, the bronze bomber himself, the great soldier of God, no, son of God, Andre Ward, SOG, just like Yoel. Alex Pereira in studio with Plinio, and the one and only Luke Rockhold joining us in his first conversation post Darren Till knockout.
Never doubt your instincts. It is, in fact, soldier of God for Andre Ward as well.
He's soldier and son?
No, soldier of God.
No. He's the son of God, and Yoel is the soldier of God.
No. Oh, no.
He's SOG, but it's son of God.
I'm pretty sure he's the soldier of God. Yeah, he's the soldier of God.
I'm going to rip a quick Google search here.
No. Son of
God feels kind of crazy, right?
No, he's the soldier of God.
Wait, they're both soldiers of God? No, son of God, SOG.
Yeah, but it's soldier of God.
I'm seeing son of God as well.
No, he's son of God. He's son of God. Soldier of God is Yoel. There's only one soldier.
No. Hold on.
AKA Andre Ward, AKA son of God.
Yeah,
this must be a change at some point.
No. AKA son of God.
Yeah, there it is.
Also, AKA standing for also known as.
There it is. AKA or what is it? IE. There you have it. Yep.
Andre Ward / nicknames.
Well, it's going to be an incredible day. It's time to go. Hard out 5:39.
What a quick 4 hours and 40 minutes.
It did go by fast.
Went by fast.
I thought so too. I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Oh, being serious.
We covered a lot, guys. Are you happy to have us back in the chat? Give us a thumbs up. Thumbs up in the chat. Are you happy to have us back? Thumbs up. Also, roll call. Where you joining us from?
Oh, I love a good roll call.
Roll calls are fun.
But then it reaches a threshold at some point where people just start bullshitting.
You think they're making places up?
I think everyone's real at first, and then people are like, the moon.
Oh,
North Korea.
I always see legit places. I mean,
I know. It goes real for like nice 5 or 6 minutes, and then it hits.
And then it's jokes. People don't take anything. Yeah, thumbs up to the chat. Love you guys. Missed you guys. Really, we did miss you guys. What are we at? What are we at in terms of? Jesus, that's a crazy thing that I just saw. I'm not going to talk about that. Well, can I talk? So I have the.
What is it?
Okay, so I
need to know now.
I have the YouTube.
Yeah.
But it's like squished. The screen is squished.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Pittsburgh. I thought it was Plattsburgh. And you know where it says like right under like we're back the name?
Yeah.
Stick with me here, guys. Look at the thing. It says C Perks right under. Do you see that? And then it has like the thumbs up 621. It says edit video. I don't know if you could see. Maybe because I'm on the back end. Well, for me it says C Perks, and then instead of analyze, it just says
something. Gotcha.
It just says Adol.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I thought you were on the old Helwani.com or something.
An Alrapus. Yeah, I got it.
Mackenzie, Aljo, Tom, Charles, thank you. Thanks to them. We're back. See you tomorrow.